Quickly enough, it was unavoidable. Diane's businesslike cheer and quick mind, her industry and amusement, her muscly, middle-aged body flexing and pinking before him, sometimes under his care. It was impossible not to be affected by that. She looked good. He wanted Caroline to call him again. To tell the truth, ever since his encounter with Francesca, all women looked good to him. In the metro, at NSF, in the gym. Some mornings it was better just to shower and shave and get right over to work. Into his office, sit down with coffee, survey the huge list of things to do. Many of them were very interesting things, like 1. Quantify the estimated maximum takedown for every carbon capture method suggested in the literature, for next Diane meeting. 2. Talk to Army Corps of Engineers. 3. Formalize criteria for MacArthur-style awards to researchers. 4. Talk to UCSD about assisting new institute in La Jolla. Pick one and dive in, and then it was a rapid flurry of meetings, phone calls, reading at furious speed, memos, reports, abstracts. God bless abstracts. If only everything were written as an abstract, what would be lost after all? Writing at the same furious speed, memos mostly, abstracts no matter what, need to do this, need to do that. All the little steps needed if things were ever going to get done. Then another meeting with Diane and several members of the National Science Board. Diane seemed a bit grim to Frank this time, not surprising to him, as really she was trying almost by force of will to make NSF a major node in the network of scientific organizations working on climate. So she was doing exactly what Frank had urged her to do in his presentation before the flood, and though no one would ever speak of it in that way, he found himself pleased. Jump into action as soon as they could identify an action. All the board members in attendance seemed on board with that. Potential partners were being identified in the scientific community, also supportive members of Congress, sympathetic committees. As Diane kept saying, they needed legislation, they needed funding. Meanwhile, she was working with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the International Council for Science, the World Conservation Union, the National Academy of Engineering, NASA and NOAA, the U.S. Global Change Research Program, the World Meteorological Organization, the World Resources Institute, the Pew Charitable Trust, the National Center for Atmospheric Research, the President's Committee of Advisors on Science and Technology, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, the Nature Conservancy, the Ecological Society of America, Diversitas, which was the umbrella program to coordinate global research effort in the biodiversity sciences, and GLOBE, which stood for Global Learning and Observations to Benefit the Environment. And so on, she concluded, looking impassively at the PowerPoint slide listing these organizations. There are many more. There is no shortage of organizations, government agencies, UN, scientific societies, NGOs. The situation is in many ways being intensely monitored. Whether all these efforts can be coordinated and lead to any action is another question. It's the question I want to discuss today, after we've gotten through the other items on the agenda. This is the real problem. We know, but we can't act. The more Frank watched Diane in these meetings, the more he liked her. She got things done without making a fuss. She was not diverted. She kept to the important points. She made sure everyone knew what she thought was important. She didn't waste time. She worked with people and through people, as she did with Frank, and people worked like maniacs for her, thinking they were pursuing their own projects, and often they were, but enacting Diane's projects too, and she was the one coordinating them, enabling them, setting the pace and finding the money. Now, she came back to Frank's chief interest. We have to consider potential interventions in the biosphere itself, shaking her head as if she couldn't believe what she was saying. If there are ways to tip the global climate back out of this abrupt change, we should identify them and do them. Too much else that we want to do will be hammered if we don't accomplish that. So, can it be done, and if so, how? Which interventions have the best chance, and which can we actually do? It makes sense to try to work on the trigger we've already identified, Frank said. Diane nodded. That meant the stalled downwelling of the thermohaline circulation, and she had already begun discussions with the UN and the IPCC, broaching the possibility of overcoming the stall. We'll get a report on that later. Right now, what about carbon capture methods? Frank went down the list he had compiled. 1. Freezing carbon dioxide extracted from coal-fired power plants and other industrial sources, and depositing the dry ice on the ocean floor near subduction zones or river deltas, where it would be buried. 2. Injecting frozen CO2 into emptied oil wells or underground aquifers. A DOE project tested by Canada already. 3. Fertilizing oceans with iron to stimulate phytoplankton and absorb more CO2. 4. Gathering agricultural wastes and dropping them to the ocean floor in giant weighted torpedoes. 5. Gathering ag waste and converting to ethanol for fuel. 6. Growing biomass, both to burn in biofuels and to sequester carbon for the life of the plants. Corn, poplar trees. 7. Altering bacteria or other plant life to speed its carbon uptake without triggering release of nitrous oxides that were more potent greenhouse gases than CO2 itself. This last point was vexing all plans to stimulate carbon drawdown by biological means. It's the law of unintended consequences, as one ecologist had put it to Frank. Now he explained to Diane and the others, say your iron spurs the growth of marine bacteria, drawing down carbon, but that includes the growth of types of bacteria that release nitrous oxides. And NOs are a much worse greenhouse gas than CO2. Also, a lot of the carbon in the ocean is fixed in dead diatom shells. Some marine bacteria feed on dead diatoms, and when they do, they free up that carbon, which had been fixed in carbonates that would have eventually become limestone. So, is fertilizing the ocean with iron necessarily going to result in a net drawdown in greenhouse gases? Even in the short term, it isn't sure. We need to be sure, Diane said. That's going to be hard, in this area anyway. In another meeting, they discussed methods that had been proposed for direct climate alteration, including adding chemicals to jet fuel so that contrails would last longer and reflect more light back into space, seeding clouds, shooting dust into the upper atmosphere in imitation of volcanoes, and flying various sunscreens to high altitude. Again, because of the complexity of the various feedback mechanisms and the importance of water vapor, both in blocking incoming light and holding in outgoing heat, it was hard to predict what the result of any given action would be. No one had a good sense of how clouds might change in any given scenario. I don't think we're ready for anything like these projects, Diane said. We can't be sure what effects we'll get. At the time she said it, they were all looking at a slide from an NSF Polar Program's Ecologists presentation. Both poles were heating up fast, but especially the Arctic, and the slide informed them that 1/7 of all the carbon on Earth was cached in biotic material frozen in the Arctic permafrost, which was rapidly melting. Once it was liquid again, bacterial action would start releasing some of that carbon into the atmosphere. It could be another positive feedback, like the methane hydrates unfreezing on the continental shelves. It's the law of unintended consequences again. Wouldn't the tundra just turn into peat bogs? Frank asked. Peat bogs are anoxic. Permafrost isn't. Ah. In a meeting the next day, a team from NOAA gave a presentation on what they had done to try to get a handle on the numbers involved in any potential scheme to intervene in the North Atlantic. It was a matter of sensitive dependencies, their main speaker claimed, so there was chaos math involved. Frank was interested in the algorithms used in the computer modeling, but he saved that aspect for later. Accuracy within orders of magnitude was probably good enough for the questions facing them now. How much water used to sink in the downwelling? What volume of water would have to sink at each particular site to start it again? What kind of thermohaline differentials were they talking about? How much more saline would the sea have to be to sink through the fresh water cap on the ocean now there? How much dry weight of salt would be needed to create that differential? The NOAA people did their best with these questions. Frank and the others there tried out various back-of-the-envelope calculations, and they talked over what it might take to bring that much salt to bear. It seemed within the industrial and shipping capacities of the advanced nations, at least theoretically, somewhat similar to the numbers involved in oil transport, although there were also questions concerning whether this would be a one-time application or would have to be an annual thing to offset the Arctic sea ice that would presumably form every winter, break up every spring, and float south every summer. We can deal with that issue later, Diane declared. Meanwhile, I want all the answers here as constrained as possible so I can take a plan to Congress and the President. Anything we can do that makes the point we are not helpless will be useful on other fronts. So, as far as I can tell, this is as good a place to start as any. At lunch, he ran with the NSF runners, when he could get away. It was an indulgence, but he couldn't help himself. He justified it by inventing questions he could ask Kenzo about the Arctic climate, and so on. That would get Kenzo started on his master of disaster shtick, detailing the latest like a curator with an exceptionally good show. But this was likely to happen anyway, for Kenzo never tired of the role, nor seems to think he was telling the story of the beginning of the end of civilization. That part was Edgardo's job. How are your Kimbalis doing, Frank? Well, it's getting pretty crowded at their house. I can see they're sleeping in their office, too. Yes. I think immigration is beginning to get on their case. They're going for some kind of refugee status. They'll never get that, Edgardo advised. They should call themselves Washington's only Buddhist think tank. Maybe so. They should say they are the embassy from Atlantis. That'll really help them with access to Congress. Edgardo laughed. It would. They would love it. Atlantis, Shambhala, your guys have to be from somewhere interesting. Do they have lawyers identifying who to sue for compensation? No. Do they have insurance companies ready to back their suit? No. Be quiet and run, will you? But Frank couldn't run fast enough to wind them. They were stronger runners than he was, and so it was talk, talk, talk every step of the way. Scientists, bureaucrats, scientific bureaucrats, technocrats, they were all intellectuals to one degree or another, although, of course, not, therefore, all equally talkative or the same in personality. Frank pounded along behind Edgardo and Kenzo, contemplating the different characters in even so homogeneous a technocracy as NSF. There were shy types. There were science geeks like Kenzo, then also raving intellectuals like Edgardo, and bluff, simple folk like Bob or Clark, who weren't willing to admit to knowing anything or having any opinions except in their areas of expertise, implying that this modesty was the purest form of scientific precision and right action. No opinions. Only assert what you think you can prove. Edgardo was not like that. He had come up with another idea for a popular science bestseller. I was reading an enormously long paper on hypergraphia when it came to me that the researcher suffered from the disease, and that was why he was interested. I wonder how often that is the case. Anyway, this hypergraphia is kind of like epilepsy. It happens in the same part of the brain. Hard to imagine the evolutionary history of that, Frank noted. A tendency to write things down? Presumably it's just a variant of hyperlogia, Kenzo said, which would explain Edgardo's interest too. Ha ha, but no, that's a different part of the brain. Talking is in Broca's and Wernicke's. Hypergraphia is in the epilepsy region, and it actually creates a kind of style. There is a suite of stylistic habits that can be abstracted and quantified by computer to make the diagnosis. Of course, sheer massive output is still the first clue, and it must have been useful to several very prolific novelists. This is a nice match of problem and solution. But even with the hypergraphic greats like Balzac or Dick, it seems to have been as much a pain as a benefit, like a kind of priapism. But what I noticed immediately is that these stylistic tics common to hypergraphics are all evident in both the Book of Mormon and the writings of Mary Baker Eddy, and then, of course, the Quran. And I thought, of course, all these prophets writing down the truth at great length, and the religious center of the brain is also tightly bound with the epilepsy center. It's all one complex. So these scribbling prophets were all suffering from a form of epilepsy. They wrote under the spell of a convulsion. Muhammad dictated the Quran. Is that right? Well, maybe hyperlogia is also implicated. How many religions do you think you could offend at once with this book? I would think many, but that would not be the point. Explanation of our behavior is the point. Besides, humanism too could be included here. Sartre was clearly hypergraphic, especially when he used amphetamines. You're going to have quite a tour promoting this one, Kenzo said. On other lunchtimes, Frank went out and ate with Anna and Drepung at the food factory. Drepung would come in with the latest from the embassy, shaking his head as he ate. Every week it seemed clearer that they had lost Kembalung for good. Salvage plans had replaced restoration in his talk. Did you have any flood insurance? Anna asked. No, I don't think anyone would underwrite it. So what will you do? Drepung shrugged. Not sure yet. Ouch, Anna said. I do not mind it. It seems to be good for people. It wakes them up. Frank nodded at this, but Anna only looked distressed. She said, But you're making arrangements. Yes, of course. Such freedom from habit cannot last. People would go mad. He glanced at Frank and laughed. Frank felt his face get hot. We are talking with the Dalai Lama, of course, and the Indian government. Probably they would give us another island in the Sundarbans. But then it will only happen again, Frank pointed out. Yes, it seems likely. You need to get to higher ground. Yes. Back to the Himalayas, Anna suggested. We will see. For now, Washington, D.C. Go higher than that, for God's sake. Sometimes Drepung would leave on errands, and Frank and Anna would order another coffee and talk a few minutes more before taking the coffees back up to work. They shared their news in a desultory fashion. Anna's was usually about Charlie and the boys, Frank's about something he had done or seen around the city. Anna laughed at the discrepancy between their tales. "Things are still happening to you." Frank rolled his eyes at this. For a while they talked in a different way than they usually did, about how things felt, and they agreed that lives were not easily told to others. Frank speculated that many life stories consisted precisely in a search for a reiterated pattern, for habits. Thus, one's set of habits was somehow unsatisfactory, and you needed to change them, and were thereby thrown into a plot, which was the hunt for new habits, or even, but exceptionally, the story of the giving up of such a hunt in favor of sticking with what you have, or remaining chaotically in the existential moment, not adaptive if reproductive success were the goal, he noted under his breath. Thus, Frank was living a plot, while Anna was living a life, and when they talked about personal matters, he had news, while she had the same old, which was understood by both to be the desired state, irritating and difficult though it might be to maintain. Anna merely laughed at this. One day, the things-to-do list included a lunch meeting at a Crystal City restaurant with the 4-star general who headed the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, a friendly and unassuming man named Arthur Rack. "Pronounced Rack," he said. "Yes, as in rack and ruin." White-haired, brown-skinned, grizzled. A strangely pixie grin. Unflappable. This, Frank saw, was what had gotten him his 4 stars. And along the way he had surely been in any number of political firestorms over major environmental interventions like the ones they were now contemplating at NSF. When Frank expressed doubt that any major climate mitigation was possible, either physically or politically, Rack waved a hand. "The Corps has always done things on a big scale, huge scale, sometimes with huge blunders. All with the best intentions, of course. That's just the way things happen. We're still gung-ho to try. Lots of things are reversible in the long run. Hopefully, this time around, we'll be working with better science. But, it's an iterative process. So, long story short, you get a project approved and we're good to go. We've got the expertise. The Corps' esprit de corps is always high." "What about budget?" Frank asked. "What about it? We'll spend what we're given." "Well, but is there any kind of, discretionary fund that you can tap into?" "We don't seek funding, usually," the general admitted. "But could you?" "Well, in tandem with a request for action. Say you came to us with a request for action that would cost more than you have available. We could refer it up, and it would have to go to the Joint Chiefs of Staff to get supplementary funding. Do even the chiefs have much discretionary funding?" He grinned. "Sure they do, but not as much as you might think. They got into some trouble for what they called reprogrammed funding. Really, it all goes back to Congress. They control the purse strings, even more than the president. So if they were to allocate funds, the Joint Chiefs would do what they're told to do with it, by and large." Frank nodded. "But if it was just the Pentagon?" "We'd have to see. But we could make your case, and if the funding's there, we are good to go." "Major climate mitigation?" "Oh, heck yes. We like these kinds of challenges. Who wouldn't?" Frank had to laugh. The world was their sandbox. Castles and moats, dams and bulwarks. They had drained and then rehydrated the Everglades. They kept New Orleans dry. They had rerouted all the major rivers, irrigated the West, moved mountains. You could see all that right there on the general's happy face. Stewardship, sustainability, fine. Rack, but not ruin. Working for the long haul just meant no end, ever, to their sandbox games. No deep ecologists in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I guess. Ha ha! Rack's eyes twinkled. You give us a chance and we'll become deep ecologists. We'll go right down to the mantle. Driving back to the office, Frank considered how interesting it was to see the way some people enjoyed becoming the avatar of the institution they worked for, expressing the organizational personality like an actor in a role they love. Most people played their institution's personality with diligence, but no particular flair. Sometimes, however, he met good actors in a role well matched to them. Diane was somewhat like that herself, though, as Edgardo had noted, she was pushing the NSF character into realms it had never entered before, so the vibe she gave was not like Rack's evocation of the Corps, supremely at ease with his role, but rather that of a person in the midst of a great awakening, or coming into one's own. Diane as science, becoming self-aware, maybe even unbound. Diane, the Prometheus. In the last hour of the workday, Frank usually sat back in his office chair and glanced through jackets. No matter that you might be inventing a new but old world religion, or saving the biosphere itself, you still had to complete NSF's unconscious life support activity, its heartbeat and breath. How many jackets did you process today? Sometimes he couldn't stand that, and he scanned submissions to the Journal of Sociobiology instead. Maternal sentiment not innate, one paper said. This asserted because women in northern Taiwan, also European women in the medieval and early modern period, gave away their own children on a regular basis, for economic reasons. Maternal sentiment, therefore perhaps a learned response. Frank had his doubts, and besides, all these conclusions were long since outlined in Hardy, a source the paper's authors seemed unaware of. That ignorance and the huge generalizations given the evidence probably would doom this paper to rejection. Abstract, conclusion. Abstract, conclusion. Female brown capuchin monkeys throw things if they see other monkeys getting more than they got from an equivalent exchange. Aversion to inequity therefore probably very deep-rooted evolutionarily. Sense of fairness evolved, thus cooperative groups, long before hominids. Monkey ethics. Interesting. First primate found and identified in China, 55 million years old. Named Teilhardina. Very nice. 1 ounce, fit in the palm of your hand. Amazing. Groups of female baboons could coerce new male members of the troop into more peaceful behaviors. Females of the Japanese quail Coturnix japonica tended to choose the losers in male-male confrontations. Maybe that's why Caroline likes me, Frank thought, then grimaced at this traitorous self-judgment. It was postulated that for the female quails, choosing the loser reduced the risk of later injury, the males being rough during sex. Previously mated females more likely to choose losers than virgins were. On he read, his face thrust forward into the laptop so eagerly that his nose almost touched the screen. There could not be another person on earth who read these things with more intense interest than he did, for to him These were questions of immediate practice, influencing what he might do later that very day. To him, every paper had the unwritten subtitle, "How should I live right now?" When his wristwatch alarm beeped, the question always remained unanswered. Time to get up and invent the evening. Run around a frisbee, drop in on the bros, play chess with Chessman, visit the Quibblers, sit in Kramer's or Second Story to read, have an ouzo at Odysseus. For about a month, he played chess with Chessman almost every night, becoming a regular mark, as Zeno put it, as Chessman was getting unbeatable. He played more than anyone else. He was a pro, and it might be that he was getting really good. Frank didn't play well enough to be sure. Paradoxically, the youth's style had become less aggressive. He waited for people to extend a little, then beat them. The games took more time, and maybe that was the point. It gave people hope, and thus might create more repeat customers. In between games, they sat by a kerosene lantern, nursing coffees or beers. Chessman read paperbacks under the lamp, books with titles like 100 Best Endgames. Once it had been The Immortal Games of Paul Morphy, another time The Genius of Paul Morphy. Frank chatted with the others. It was another iteration of a conversation they had had many times before, concerning the inadequacies of the National Park Service. All their various conversations were like performances of long-running plays, alternating in repertory style. Laughs in the usual places. The bros laughed more than anyone Frank knew, but it was seldom happy laughter. They were shouting defiance. Vocalizations were as important to people as to Gibbons. The daily hoot. Oop! So they sat there, telling stories. Awful things from Vietnam. A rare item in their repertory, but sometimes Zeno and Fedpage and Andy got a horrible urge to reminisce. More often, they described recent scuffles, reenacted in full. The bros retained a choreographic memory of every fight they had ever been in. Then also, recent meals, ranger actions of any kind, important or trivial, the weather. Cutter would drop by almost every night, even though he clearly had somewhere else he could go. In that sense, he was like Frank, and perhaps as a result, he and Frank didn't talk much. The truth was that Frank spoke to few but Chessman and Zeno. Sometimes he would talk to Fedpage about items from the Post, or Andy would command that he join one of Andy's stock exchanges. Cutter always brought a six-pack or two, and they would fall to and divide the cans and drink until the drink was gone. This usually perked them up. "Cutter is a tree surgeon," Zeno clarified to Frank. "Our tree surgeon, currently unemployed." "Not city parks?" Frank asked Cutter, gesturing at the patch on the shoulder of his shirt. "Used to be." "But you look like you're still doing it." "Oh, I am. Cutter is the keeper of the forest. He is the unsung savior of this fucking city. What else am I gonna do?" "So you cut on your own?" "Yes, I do." "He steals gas out of cars to keep his chainsaw going, don't you, Cutter?" "Someone's got to do it. This town would disappear like that." "The forest, it wants this city back. You know it does. That's who's winning." 2-3 years, I swear. But city knows some of us will keep at it, so they keep cutting staff." "They cut more people than trees." Cutter laughed. "Yesterday Byron couldn't buckle his harness, but in the last hole, you know he's so fat these days, and so it gave loose on him as he finished dropping a big branch, and he fell and popped out of the waist belt, but his legs held, so he swung down and the chainsaw smacked him right here on top of his leg." So he's hanging there, screaming like a fool. I cut off my leg, oh God! But weren't no cut on his leg, just a bruise and a scrape. So we calling up to him, Byron, you okay? Ain't no cut on your leg. Quit your wiggling. You're gonna slip out your harness and crack your head like an egg. But he was yelling so loud he never heard us. My leg, I've cut off my leg. I can't feel it no more. And we telling him, open your eyes, fool, and look, you're fine. And he won't do it. I can't stand to see it. His eyes all squished shut. No, I can't do it. I can't stand to see it. I can't stand to look. It's too horrible. I can feel it's gone. I can feel the blood dripping. The bros loved this. I can feel it. It was obvious this was something they'd be saying for months to come, a new addition to their clutch of stock phrases. How'd you get him down? We had to pinch his eyelids open and make him look. Bursts of raucous laughter, shouted comments, a mocking reenactment of how it must have been. Another little climax of hilarity or celebration punctuating the day. After that, they sank slowly into sullen peacefulness or sullen squabbling, same as always. The various aches and complaints. Fedpage went back to his post, the rest to the chessboard or the scraps on the grill topping the flue of the smoky fire. Dry leaves and wet branches, and again the meat was both black with smoke and undercooked. Prod the fire to keep it sputtering along. Out into the dark for a round of copious urination. Some slipped off to find another haunt. Others slumped in their places, the evening's entertainment over. Frank walked out into the night. Sound of the creek, the city surround, voices in the distance. There were people at Site 20, as always, and also at 18, which was a surprise. As he closed on his tree, it got quieter, and so did he, making his final approach as quietly as possible, covered by the noise of the creek a short distance below. Under his tree he waited, listening carefully. Night goggles, survey the scene. Nothing warm upstream or down. When he was convinced no one was nearby, he called down Miss Piggy and clambered up into the night, up into his eyrie, like a mountaineer scaling a last overhang to a ledge camp. He pulled through the gap in the rail and sat on the plywood. Cranking Miss Piggy up, it occurred to him that the rent he was saving these days might eventually enable him to afford a down payment on a house when he finally returned to San Diego. A quick calculation indicated that to save enough, he would have to stay up here some 5 or 6 years. Well, it could be worse. It was not such a bad prospect, really. Up in the night and the wind, swaying slightly north and south, how bad was that? He lay down on his bed. In the mellow glow of his battery-powered Coleman lantern, he opened a paperback copy of Italo Calvino's The Baron in the Trees. He had seen the book in Second Story and bought it, thinking it might teach him something. But so far it had been short on logistical detail, and lacking also the explanatory power he was hoping for. The young Baron had barged into the trees one day after a fight with his father, which was believable enough, but unilluminating. And his decision to stay up there the rest of his life, without ever coming down at all, was simply unreasonable. Cosimo could have done everything he had done and still come down from time to time. Not coming down made it more of a parable than a program. An allegory, perhaps, for staying in nature no matter what. Well, in that sense, Cosimo was a hero, his story a good fable. But Frank was content to be up here when he was, without wanting more. Around him the aging leaves clattered, and in the distance the cry of a loon, or maybe even a coyote. In any case, one of those crazies who would not shut up at night. Like certain of the bros. Every animal trait had its echo in some human quality. "Ow," he howled quietly. "Ow." The tree rocked him in its slight syncopation against the wind. He wanted Caroline to call him. He was tired of waiting for her to call. Why didn't she call? Surely she knew he was waiting. Even if she had trouble at home, even if she couldn't get away, surely she could call. Could she be in trouble? Could her husband, an awful phrase, have her under surveillance? Such tight surveillance that she couldn't get away to call? Could he have that same kind of surveillance trained on Frank, making it doubly hard for her to call? Was there some reason why she couldn't get loose like she had before? After all, she had both called and appeared in the Bethesda Park. Perhaps it required a stay with her friends. Who were these friends she had stayed with? Whose boat had she been on during the flood? Had she been under surveillance then? Why didn't she... But maybe she couldn't. But why didn't she call? He was getting sleepy. There were so many questions he couldn't answer, couldn't ask. So much he didn't know. There were so many times when he wanted to touch her again, kiss her, have his face in her hair. In her absence, this specific desire was becoming a general desire, diffusing into the landscape itself. In D.C., that could be quite an experience. The women of Washington were gorgeous. All the exiled goddesses of Earth passed you by on the street. Every woman metamorphosed into the movie star who would have played her on screen. Every woman became the avatar of her particular type, and yet remained completely herself. Why didn't she call? Voices below. Frank hung like a spirit above them. No way people would see him in the dark. Even infrared wouldn't work through the plywood and the branch-camouflaged insulation tacked to its underside. He had tested that, to be sure. The voices were discussing something. It sounded like plans. He surveilled until they moved off and were lost in the sound of the creek. She didn't call because of surveillance. Frank had looked into this a little, what this might mean to be under surveillance in this day and age. But he had been using his computer at work to make the search, at first, and that began to seem like it might put out a flag of some kind. He had felt constrained, and started to do his research in the NSF library, a very different resource. Maybe he had already given himself away. Would they become suspicious if they were watching, concluding that he knew they were watching? And if so, would that increase or otherwise alter the watching? Frank read and heard all kinds of things about modern surveillance, and whenever he asked Edgardo about it on their runs, when they would not be overheard, Edgardo would grin and nod and say, "That's right." He said, "That's right," to everything, until Frank said, "Are you saying you don't really know what's going on, and neither does anyone else on Earth?" "That's right." It was an impossible situation. No amount of Googling would clarify it, and indeed, any very extensive hunt might catch someone's attention and make his situation worse. Better to lay low. Better to investigate by talking only to people who might know, and wouldn't tell anyone else, in places where they wouldn't be overheard. Strange, but true. The possibility of electronic surveillance was driving him back to the oldest technology of all, talking out in the open air. He wondered if Jan knew he was under surveillance, or that he was the reason many people of his acquaintance were also. He was going to have to talk to Jan. He had discussed with Diane his idea of headhunting Pierzynski, and she had liked it. Carbon sequestration was in large part a biological problem. The amount of carbon they wanted to shift was beyond any currently affordable and deployable industrial capacity. They needed to involve the bacterial world, if they could. Pierzynski had been working on an algorithm that Frank thought might give them a much finer ability to predict and manipulate genomes, and apparently Jan and Eleanor and Marta were having their best successes at the bacterial level. So he should go to Atlanta and talk to Jan. Add that to his visit to Francesca, and he might even tweak the futures market in a way that Caroline could notice and tell him about when she called. And he needed to get a sense of how Pierzynski's algorithm was coming along, and what Jan might be thinking about how he wanted his work situation to be configured. But talking to Jan meant he would have to see Marta again. She and Jan lived together, so it seemed that if he flew down to meet with Jan, Marta would have to be part of it one way or another. That might very well be awful. The last time he had seen her had been terrible. However, too bad. He still had to do it. It would end up worse if he went down there and tried to see Jan while avoiding her. That would backfire for sure, although it might not be possible to make her any more angry with him than she already was, so maybe it didn't matter. But a part of him wanted to see her again anyway. All these women he was thinking about, mainly Caroline, the thought of whom made his heart pulse, and also, perhaps, spread a certain feeling over thoughts of Diane and her clever calmness, or even Francesca, whom he didn't want to think about at all. All these thoughts often led, in the end, back to Marta, a woman he had lived with for years, someone he really knew and had had a relationship with, even if it had imploded. She would still be mad at him, but he had to see her. From Atlanta's airport, he took a shuttle to a hotel downtown. The area around Georgia Tech featured wide avenues running up and down waves of low hills, between huge, glossy skyscrapers, copper and blue and dragonfly green. The school's football stadium appeared below street level to his right as the shuttle inched along, reminding him with a brief pang of Kembalung. After checking into the hotel, Frank showered, then dressed with more care than usual. Uneasy glances in the mirror. Pierzynski had a little touch of Asperger's, not uncommon in mathematicians. Over the phone, he had agreed to Frank's request for a meeting with innocent delight, saying, "I'll bring Marta along. She'll love to see you." Frank had recalled his last encounter with Marta in San Diego and held his tongue. It was enough to make him wonder just how close Jan and Marta were. Maybe she was not in the habit of talking to Jan about her past. Frank hoped not. Anyway, she would be there. Her unavoidable connection to Jan still surprised Frank a little. Marta and Jan did not seem to him a likely couple, but then again, what couple did? Jan had suggested a restaurant nearby as a place to meet. Frank remained stuck before his hotel bathroom mirror. He found he really didn't want to go. He was almost afraid to go. He looked neon pink in the mirror, somewhat boiled by the shower. He looked like he was wearing a costume signifying academic at lunch. Best give up on appearances. Marta knew what he looked like. As did whoever was spying on him, and spying on Jan and Marta as well. This would be a red blink situation, presumably, 3 of that market's commodities getting together. He left the hotel and walked to the restaurant Jan had suggested. It was a sultry night, a wet wind pouring like syrup through the streets. Marta had sent him directions in an email that had no personal touches whatsoever. Not a good sign. The restaurant turned out to be an old-fashioned saloon, thick with the smell of old cigar smoke and machine politics. Wooden beams crossed the ceiling in Tudor style, dividing the space into small rooms. Sports paraphernalia, TVs overhead. A perfect place to spy on someone. The walls of the entryway were covered with black and white photos of groups sitting at the biggest tables, men in vests. Campaign buttons surrounded the photos. It was hard for Frank to imagine Marta even entering such a place. But she was there already, it turned out, seated in a booth at the back with Jan. "Hi, Jan." "Hi, Marta." Jan rose and shook his hand. Marta didn't. After one charged look, Frank avoided her gaze and sat down, trying not to cringe. He thought of Caroline, brought her deliberately to mind, the look in her eye. Then, by accident, thought of Diane, too. Francesca. Caroline's touch. He knew some powerful women. Too many, one might say. He met Marta's eye again, held his ground. Whoop, whoop. They made small talk of the how-have-you-been variety, ordered drinks. It was early, and Frank and Marta declined food, while Jan ordered French fries. When they arrived, Jan downed them like popcorn. Bang, bang, bang. Silence inevitably fell, Jan being so busy. "So what brings you here?" Marta said. "Well, I'm doing another year at NSF." Frank knew that Marta thought he had gone to NSF to escape her, back when they were breaking up, so this also might be construed as saying he had had other reasons for going there. She wasn't buying it. "Why would you do that?" "Well, I've gotten interested in things NSF can do that UCSD can't. National policy and some big new programs. I was offered the chance to help with some of them, so I decided to give it a try." "Uh-huh," Marta said. "So, what are you doing?" "Well, a number of things. But one of them is looking into trying to start up some institutes, like the Max Planck Institutes in Germany, that would focus on particular problems. And, one of the obvious things to look at would be the stuff you guys were doing out in San Diego. Trying to do a really robust proteomics, with the idea that if we got that going properly, it might lead to some really important advances. So, I came down to see, to see if you'd have any interest in joining something like that." Well, if spies were listening in, then they knew all. Frank shuddered at the idea that he had ever tried to rig this game with his Thornton in the panel. Headhunting, however, was standard practice. "It's going fine," Marta said curtly. "Small delivery is part of Bizet. One of the big farms, as Edgardo put it. We've got a budget bigger than anything NSF could offer." This was not true, and Frank longed to say, "I've got $2 billion to spend. Does Bizet have $2 billion? He clamped his jaws shut. His jaw muscles would be bunching in a way she knew to notice. She knew him. He tried to relax. "Well, so you're still working on the same stuff you were in San Diego?" The French fries were gone, and Jan nodded. The algorithm is working better on plant genomes, so some of the algae work is getting really predictable. Marta frowned. She didn't like Jan saying even this much. Frank felt his stomach shrinking. He and Marta had been together for 4 very intense years, and their breakup had been so terrible. The dread and remorse from that time were like a vice inside him still, ready to clamp down any time he thought about it. A lot of what had happened between them had been his fault. He had known that for most of the last year, but now it was all falling on him again. Anger vibed across the table at him in waves, and he couldn't meet her gaze. Jan appeared oblivious to all this. It was kind of hard to believe. It was also hard to imagine these two together. Jan was describing some of the tweaking he had done to his algorithm, and Frank did his best to follow, and to ask the questions he had come down to ask. How did that work? How would that work? Would more research funds speed the work on it? It was important to concentrate. It was important to get a better fix on how Pierzynski's work was progressing. Frank still had ideas about where it could go, and he wanted to talk about that. But it became clear Jan had changed emphasis during his time at Small Delivery. At first, Frank didn't follow the significance of the changes. "So you're engineering changes in lichen?" he asked, feeling that Marta's glare was making him stupid. Marta answered for Jan. "It's not about human health anymore," she said sharply. "We're interested in engineering a tree lichen that will incorporate carbon into the host trees much faster than they do naturally." Frank sat back. "So, a kind of carbon sink thing?" "Yes, a kind of carbon sink thing." Frank thought it over. "Why?" he said finally. Jan said, "The problems with gene uptake in humans were getting too complicated. We couldn't make it work." Marta said flatly, "No one can. It may be the showstopper for the whole idea of gene therapy. They can't get altered genes into cells without infecting them with a virus, and a lot of times that's a really bad idea. That's what it comes down to." "Well, but these nanobits look promising," Jan said enthusiastically. "We're making little bits of metal. They hold DNA on one side, and then when the metal bits embed in cell walls, the DNA leaves the nanobits and crosses inside and is taken up." "In vivo?" "No, in vitro, but they're about ready for phase 1s. Marta corrected him. "Yeah, but the other lab. And we're working on some Venter viruses, too. You can build some pretty harmless viruses that alter the bacteria they jump into. The algorithms there are about the same as the lichen augmenters." Suddenly, he looked at his watch. "Hey, I'm sorry, Frank, but I have to go. I had a previous appointment I can't let down." Abruptly, he stood and extended a greasy hand to Frank, shook hands briefly, and with a quick wave to Marta, was out the door. Frank stared at the space Jan had vacated. What was Jan thinking? This was an appointment they had made. Frank had flown down for it. And now, here he was alone with Marta. It was like the things that tended to happen in his nightmares, and quickly, fear began to fill him. "Well," he said experimentally. Marta continued to alternate between staring and glaring. Unbidden, and indeed squirting out with the sudden force characteristic of the return of the repressed, he recalled her on the beach at Cardiff Reef, shouting, "Leave me alone!" "Look," he said abruptly, as if cutting her off in the middle of a rant, "I'm sorry." "What?" "I'm sorry." "Hey, you don't sound sorry." "I am sorry." "Sorry for what?" Frank pursed his lips, tried to achieve a level tone. It was a fair enough question, after all. I'm sorry I borrowed money on the house without telling you about it. I owe you some money because of that."
"You owe me more than that."
Frank shrugged. "Maybe so. But I figure I owe you about $18,400 on the house deal." He was surprised how readily the figure came to mind. "I can at least pay you back the money. What you put into the place." While they had been together, their financial arrangement had been informal. A mess, in fact. And so when they broke up, which had come as a surprise to Frank, the money situation had caused big trouble. It had not been entirely Frank's fault, or so he told himself. At the time they bought a house together in Cardiff, Marta had been in some sort of bankruptcy snarl with her soon-to-be ex-husband. She had married an ex-professor of hers, very foolishly, as it had always seemed to Frank, and after the first year they had lived apart, but Marta had not bothered to get an official divorce until it became necessary. All this should have told Frank something, but it hadn't. Marta was therefore bogged in her ex's financial disasters, which had gone on for years, making her extra intolerant of any funny business, as Frank only realized later, when his own affairs had gotten snarled in their turn. His had not been as bad as her ex's, but, on the other hand, there were aspects that were maybe worse, as her ex had gotten into his trouble mostly after he and Marta had split up, whereas Frank had deliberately concealed from her a third mortgage on their house, a mortgage he had taken to give him money to invest in a biotech startup coming out of UCSD. This startup had sparked his interest, but unfortunately no one else's, and soon the money from the third mortgage was gone, sucking all the equity they had accrued out of the place with it. So it was a really bad time for Marta to move out and demand that they sell the place and split the proceeds. He had had no time to put back the money, and when he confessed to her that there were no proceeds to split, that the money she had paid into the place, a matter of many thousands, was not there, she had freaked out. First, she screamed at him, indeed threw a lamp at him. Then she had refused to speak to him, or, later, to negotiate a payment schedule by which he could pay her back. At that point, it seemed to Frank, she actually wanted him to have ripped her off, the better to feel angry at him, which no doubt helped her to avoid admitting to herself or anyone else that it was her wildness, specifically her sexual infidelities, always a part of the deal, of being with her as she claimed, but increasingly upsetting, that had caused him to demand a different basis to the relationship, which had then started the whole breakup in the first place. In other words, it had actually been all her fault, but with the money situation, she didn't have to admit it. He could only hope she knew this. She had to know it, and probably she felt some guilt or responsibility, which helped to make her so abrasive and hostile. She had cheated on him, and he had cheated her. Love and money. Ah, well, the pointless wars of the heart. "Why did you do it?" she burst out. "Do what?" "Why did you take out a third on our house without telling me? Why didn't you just talk about it? I would have been up for it." Well, he owed her an explanation for this. "I don't know. I didn't think you would be up for it." "Well, either I would or I wouldn't, but since you lost it all because it was a bad idea, maybe if I hadn't gone for it, it would have been for a good reason. I'm not stupid, you know." "I know." "You don't know. You think I'm just a lab tech. You think I'm the server slut who kills the mice and makes the coffee. I do not. No way. Fucking right, no way." She glowered viciously. She hated killing lab mice. "I've got my own lab here, and the stuff we're doing with Jan is really interesting. You'd be amazed." "No, I wouldn't." "Yes, you would. You have no idea. You're making a carbon sink organism, you told me. A way to sequester carbon quickly by biotechnical means. Yes. That's great. But, Frank said carefully, much as we need a quick carbon capture these days, your customers are going to have to be governments. Corporations aren't going to pay for it, or be able to get the permits. It's the U.S. government or the UN or something like that who will. She glowered less viciously. So, you'll need to get government approvals, government funding. It's no different than the drug stuff, except for the customer. It won't be individuals, if I understand you right. It can't be. So it's not like drugs at all. Not that part. We know that. So, well, you've got to have some government agencies on your side. DOE, EPA, OMB, Congress, the White House, they'll all have to be on board with it. She waved all that away. We're talking to the Russians. This was news to Frank, and interesting, but he ignored it for the moment and said, But if you had NSF behind you, you'd be set to get the rest of the U.S. government behind you, too. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm working on this stuff. I'm saying there's a committee at NSF that's working with $2 billion in this year's budget alone. There. He had said it. She was determined not to be impressed. So, that's $2 billion more than Small Delivery Systems has. She cracked up, despite herself. You're headhunting me, or rather, you're headhunting Jan. I am. You and Jan and Eleanor and whoever else is working on this. She stared at him. You and Jan could stay together, he heard himself saying. Maybe the Institute could be paired somehow with UCSD, and you two could move back to San Diego. She was frowning. What do you mean? Well, you wouldn't end up with job offers in different places. That happens to couples all the time, it does. And you guys probably aren't done moving. She laughed abruptly. We're not a couple either. What? You are so stupid, Frank. What do you mean? Jan is gay. We're just friends. We share a house here. We share a lot more than you and I ever did. We talk instead of fight and fuck. It's very nice. He's a really good guy. But he has his boyfriends and I have mine. Oh. She laughed again, unamused. You are such a... She couldn't think of a word that fit. Frank couldn't either. He waited, staring down at the battered wooden tabletop. He was such a what? A something. Really, there was no word that came to mind. A fool? A mess? Was he any more of a mess than anyone else, though? Maybe so. He shrugged. Did you know about Jan in San Diego? Yeah, sure. We were friends. We went out. It was nice not to have to think about guys. People left us alone or went for Jan. He's a sweet guy. And this stuff in math, well, he's a kind of genius. He's like Wittgenstein or Turing. Hopefully happier than them. Were they unhappy? I don't know. I seem to remember reading they were. Well, Jan seems pretty happy to me. He's really smart and really nice, and he pays attention to my work. Unlike you, her expression said. And he and Eleanor and I are getting good results. I'm glad. I really am. That's why I came down here. I wanted to tell you about this possibility of federally funded work. Why not talk with the small delivery management? I want the new institutes to be in full control of their scientific results. No private trade secrets or patents. She thought that over. What about with public universities? Like UCSD and a federal lab, you mean? Yeah. I think that would be okay. I wish there was more of it. And there will be. We're trying a bunch of things like that. Marta nodded, interested despite herself. We've got the go-ahead, Frank said. The go-ahead and the budget. Now she was pursing her lips into a little bloodless bloom, her sign of serious thought. San Diego. What? You said UCSD. Yes, that's right. I'd have to recuse myself because of my position there, but it makes so much sense. Diane would run it through, I'm sure. Why? Do you want to move back there? She gave him another look. What do you think? I thought you liked it here. Oh, for God's sake, Frank, we're in Atlanta, Georgia. I know. I thought it looked pretty nice, actually. My God, you've been out here too long. Probably so. It's warped your mind. That's very true. Her stare grew suspicious, then calculating. You can't possibly like Washington, D.C. Well, I don't know. I'm beginning to think it's okay. It's the East Coast, Frank. Jesus, you've lost your perspective out here. It's a swamp. No beach. No ocean. There's the Atlantic. No waves. And it's hours to get to there, even if there were. I know. Frank, she said, looking at him with new interest. You've gone crazy. A little bit, yeah. That's why you apologized to me. Well, I meant it. I should have said it before. That's true. So maybe I'm getting less crazy. He laughed, met her eye. She shook her head. I don't think so. Ah, well. She watched him, shrugged. Time will tell. Again, Frank understood that he had lost a relationship with someone he could have gotten along with. But now, what had happened in the past had a kind of trajectory or inertia to it that could not be altered. The relationship was wrecked for good. He caught a quick glimpse of a different life, he and Marta still together in San Diego. But the bad things that had happened could never be undone, and that whole world of possibility was gone, popped like a soap bubble. What if humanity's relationship to Earth was like that? A nasty thought. It occurred to him that he could warn Marta about the surveillance they were living under, Jan, too. But, as with Francesca, he found he wasn't ready for that, for what he would have to get into to tell her about it. I have this spook girlfriend. We're all under surveillance. We're part of an experiment in which computer programs bet on us, and our stock may now be rising. No. Instead, he said, So you would consider an offer to move your lab to a federal institute? Maybe. I'll talk to Jan. But it might really crimp any chance for big compensation for all this. Well, but it won't have much chance of happening at all if it stays in the private sector. That's what you say. I'll talk to Jan about it, and Eleanor. We'll come to a decision together. Frank nodded. Yeah. Point already taken. Blade in to the hilt. No call to be twisting it. Marta, eyeing him, relented. Make it so it could get us back to San Diego. That might do it. I need to get back in the water. Anna was convinced that Joe had caught something in Kembalung or on the long journey home. He had been more than usually fractious on all the return flights, and worse as they went on, from the confused tears in the helicopter to the exhausted screams on the final L.A. to Dulles leg. What with that and their own exhaustion, and the shock of the flood overwhelming Kembalung, they had reached the moment that sometimes happens in a bad trip, when everyone is thinking what a terrible idea it was to begin with, and no one can think of anything to say, or even meet their fellow sufferers in the eye. Anna and Charlie had endured a few of these trips before, none quite so bad, but they both knew what the lack of eye contact meant, and what the other one was thinking. Dispense with talk and do the necessary, in a kind of grim solidarity. Just get home. But then, at home, Joe's dis-ease had continued, and to Anna he felt a little hot. She got out the thermometer, ignoring Charlie's heavy look and biting her tongue to avoid yet another ridiculous argument on this topic of medical data gathering. Though he would not usually admit to it, Charlie suffered from a kind of magical thinking that believed that taking a temperature might invite an illness to appear which did not exist until it was measured. Anna suspected this came from the Christian Scientists in Charlie's family background, giving him a tendency to see illness as the taint of sin. This was, of course, crazy. And Anna craved data, as usual. Taking a temperature was just a matter of getting more information. It always helped her to know things more precisely. The more she knew, the less her fears could imagine things worse than what she knew. So she took Joe's temperature without consulting Charlie, and found it registered 99.0. "That's his normal temperature," Charlie pointed out. "What do you mean?" Anna said. "He always charts high." "I don't remember that." "Well, it's true. It happens every time I take him in for a checkup. I don't think they've ever gotten a reading under 99 for him." Anna let that go. She was pretty sure it wasn't true, but she certainly didn't want to get into an argument that could only be resolved by getting into medical records. She knew that Joe felt warmer now than he had before, in her arms and on the nipple, and his face was always flushed. "Maybe we should take him in to be checked anyway." "I don't see why." "Well, when is he scheduled for a checkup?" "I don't know. It hasn't been that long since the last one." Anna gave up on it, not wanting to seethe. She would wait and see how things went for a day or two more, then insist, if necessary. Take him in herself if she had to. After a fraught silence went on for quite a while, Charlie said, "Look, let's see how he goes. If it still seems like there's a problem, I'll take him in next week." "Okay. Good." So it went in the world of Charlie and Anna, a world of telepathic negotiations made out of silence and gesture, a world in which the sharp words were usually felt in the air, or, if spoken in a burst of irritation, taken as one part of a mind reproving another, in the way one will easily snap at oneself for doing something foolish, knowing there is no one to misunderstand or get upset. But, of course, even an old matrimonial mind meld is never total, and for his part, Charlie did not articulate, indeed hid in one of the far reaches of his mind, outside the reach of Anna's telepathy, his worries about what might be wrong with Joe. He knew that to Anna he seemed afraid of the idea of illness, ready always to ignore it or condemn it, and that to her this was inappropriate, craven, counterproductive. But first of all, mind-body studies of placebos and positive attitudes gave some support to the idea of not tolerating or ritually opposing the idea of illness. And second, if she knew what he was really worrying about, the whole Joe-Kembelung dynamic, she would have thought him foolish, and maybe even a little naive and credulous, even though she respected the Kembalis and knew, he hoped, that they took this kind of thing seriously. How she managed to reconcile that, he was not sure, but in regards to their own interaction, better for her to think he was still just in his old curse the disease mode, so he kept his thoughts to himself. Thus there was a dissonance there, palpable to both of them, an awareness that they were not as fully known to each other as they usually were, which also would worry Anna, but Charlie judged that the lesser of two worries, and held his tongue. No way was he going to bring up the possibility of some kind of problem in Joe's spiritual life. What the hell was that after all? And how would you measure it? So at work, Anna spent her time trying to concentrate over a persistent underlying turmoil of worry about her younger son. Work was absorbing, as always, and there was more to do than there was time to do it in, as always, and so it provided its partial refuge. But it was harder to dive in, harder to stay under the surface in the deep sea of bioinformatics. Even the content of the work reminded her, on some subliminal level, that health was a state of dynamic balance almost inconceivably complex, a matter of juggling 1,000 balls while unicycling on a tightrope over the abyss, in a gale, at night, such that any life was an astonishing miracle, brief and tenuous. But enough of that kind of thinking. Bear down on the fact, on the moment, and the problem of the moment. Frequently, she found herself unable to concentrate, no matter her exhortations, and she would spend an hour or two digging around on the Internet to see if she could find anything useful for Diane and Frank. Old things that had worked, but been forgotten. New things that hadn't yet been noticed or appreciated. This could be rather depressing, of course. The government sites devoted to climate change were often inadequate. The State Department's page, for instance, began with the administration's ludicrous goal of reducing carbon emissions by 18% over 10 years by voluntary actions, a thumbing of the nose to the Kyoto Treaty that was still the current administration's only tangible proposal for action. Conference proceedings on another page spoke of climate change adaptation, actually development agendas, with only a few very revealing admissions that adaptation had no meaning in regard to actual technologies, that the whole concept of adaptation to climate change was a replacement for mitigation, and at this point completely hollow, a word only, a way of saying, do nothing. Whole conferences were devoted to that. After discoveries like this, she would give up and search elsewhere, on scientific sites that were more technically oriented, that had real content. More and more, it seemed to her that science, as it was ordinarily practiced, was really the only thing that worked in the world, so that even with abrupt climate change upon them, requiring an emergency response, dispersing science more rapidly was still not only the only thing she could do to help, but the only thing anyone could do. Edgardo shook his head when she expressed this thought. One tends to think only the method one knows will work. Yes, I'm sure. But what if it's true? Sight after sight. Once, after one of these hunts, she went into one of Diane and Frank's meetings and said, "Let me tell you some history." In her reading, she had run across a description of a Scientists for Johnson campaign in the presidential election of 1964. A group of prominent scientists, worried by Goldwater's nuclear bravado, had organized into what would later be called a political action committee, and taken out ads urging people to vote for Johnson. dire warnings were made of what could happen if Goldwater won, and a vote for Johnson was portrayed as a vote for world peace, for the reality principle, for all good things. All of which had perhaps helped Johnson, but it backfired when Nixon won 4 years later, because he came into the White House convinced that all scientists hated him. But Nixon was paranoid, right?
Paranoid or clear-sighted?
Both. He thought people hated him, and then he made it come true so he could feel clear-sighted.
Maybe.
But for science, this had been a bad thing. Nixon had first shut down the Office of Science and Technology, then demoted the remaining position of Presidential Science Advisor out of the cabinet, exiling the office to the hinterlands. Then he had kicked NSF itself off the mall, out to Arlington. "It's like we're still in some feudal court," Frank observed, "where physical proximity to the king actually mattered."
"You're sounding like Edgardo."
"Yes, he said that out on a run today, actually." In any case, science had been in effect booted out of the policy arena, and it had never come back. "Meaning?" Diane said. "Meaning science isn't part of policy-making anymore. It doesn't support candidates, and scientists never run for office themselves. They just ask for money and let it go at that. Science is a higher activity," Edgardo proclaimed. "What it does is so valuable that you have to give it a lot of money, no strings attached. Pay up or die." Pretty clever. "I think so. Too bad it doesn't work better, though." "Well, that's true. That's what we're working on." Frank was shaking his head. "It seems to me that this story about Johnson and Nixon is just one more indication that science is generally thought of as being liberal in its political orientation."
No one wanted to think about this. Anna could tell.
"How so?" Diane asked. "Well, you know, if the Republican Party has been hijacked by the religious right, which most people say it has, then the Democrats begin to look like the party for secular people, including lots of scientists. It's like the debate over evolution all over again. Christianity versus science, now equating to Republican versus Democrat."
This was a bad thought. Diane said, "We can't afford to get caught on one side in the so-called culture wars." Anna said, "But what if we are on one side? What if we've been put there by others?"
They thought about this.
"Even so," Diane said, "getting tagged as leaning Democrat could be really dangerous for science. We have to stay above that fray."
"But we may already be tagged. And we are trying to affect policy, right? Isn't that what this committee is about?"
"Yes, but we have to be jumping on the fray, squashing it from above."
They laughed at this image. Edgardo said, "Beyond good and evil, beyond Marx and Jesus, Prometheus unbound, science über alles." Even Anna had to laugh. It was funny, even though it wasn't, and less so the more she thought about it, and yet she laughed, as did the others. Diane shook her head ruefully. "Oh well," she said, "let's give it a try. Time for science in the Capitol." Afterward, the situation did not seem so funny. It did not help, of course, to come home to Joe's low-grade fever, after which nothing seemed funny. Charlie had already given in and taken him to the doctor, but they hadn't found anything. It wasn't a matter of energy levels. Joe was as energetic as ever, if not more so. Hectic, irritable, ceaselessly in motion, complaining, interrupting. But had he ever been any different, really? This was what Charlie seemed to be implying, that Joe was perhaps just a little hotter now, more flushed and sweaty, but otherwise much the same feisty little guy.
but she wasn't buying it. Something was different. He was not himself. Sometimes she worried so intensely that she could not talk to Charlie about it at all. What if she convinced him to join her in her worry? What good would that do him or any of them? The best way to prevent worry was to be so busy by day that there was no time for it. Then, at night, to go to bed so exhausted that sleep hit like a wall falling on her, giving her several hours of oblivion. It was heavy and somehow unrestful sleep. She woke with the gears of her mind already engaged in something. Memory, dream, work calculation, on it ran, unstoppable, thoroughly awake at 4:30 in the morning. Miserable. And no matter where her night thoughts began, they always came back to Joe. When she remembered the situation, her pulse would shoot up. Eventually she would get up, with a brief touch to the sleeping Charlie, and go stand in the shower for 20 minutes, trying to relax. What was worry, after all, but a kind of fear? It was fear for the future. And in fact, the future was bound to bring its share of bad things. There was no avoiding that. So worry was really a hopeless enterprise, in that it could not do anything. It was an anticipation of grief, a nightmare of the future, a species of fear, and she was determined not to be afraid. So she would steel herself and turn off the shower, and motor through her preparations for work, thinking about how to sequence the day's activities. But before she left, she had to go up and nurse Joe, and so all her plans were overthrown by his hot little body lying cradled in her arms. His mouth was hot. The world was hotter, Joe was hotter, even Charlie was hotter. Everything seemed to have had more energy poured into it than it could handle. All but Anna and her Nick. She put her sleeping wild man back in his crib and went to Nick's room and kissed her firstborn on his head, inhaling him gratefully. His cool, curly hair, her soulmate in this chaos, her fellow stoic, her cool calculator, imperturbable, unflappable, amused by his hectic brother and everything else, amused where others would be enraged. Who could imagine a better older brother, or a better son, a kind of young twin to her? In a sudden blaze of maternal affection, she held his shoulder, squeezed it as he slept, then clumped down the stairs and walked up Wisconsin to the reopened metro, shaking her wet locks from side to side to feel their cool damp in the cool air. Then, meeting with Diane, wet-haired herself. Session with Alyssa on visiting program directors, their timing and assignments. Lunch at desk while reading papers to the Journal of Biostatistics. Calls 1 through 6 on her long list of calls to be made. Brief visit downstairs to the Kambali women in the embassy office to see how they were doing with their resettlement issues. Then hellos to Sukandra and Padma, who were leading an English lesson. They enlisted her briefly to aid them, Anna feeling helpless across the great divide of languages. She resolved once again to learn Tibetan, tried to remember the Tibetan words she heard them explaining. It was a habit of mind, this inhaling of information. Charlie would laugh when he heard about it. Back to the office, glancing briefly at the Tibetan language cheat sheet they had given her. The tide rises in 6 hours. The waves are hollow when the tide ebbs. In the next meeting with Diane and Frank, Anna brought to the screen another web page she had found. This one was on FCCSET, the Federal Coordinating Council on Science, Engineering, and Technology. "What's this?" Frank said as he read over her shoulder. "Fuckset?"
No, they pronounced it Fix-It,
laughing. "Oh, right. So very clever, these acronyms. I like DICE, Dynamic Integrated Model of Climate and the Economy, where you just skip the M."
Fix-It was a program that looked at scientific problems and tried to identify already existing federal programs that could match up with other programs to work together on particular problems.
So what killed it?
How do you know it got killed?
Frank just looked at her.
Well, it was a matter of money, I guess, or control. The programs identified as worthy by Fix-It were automatically funded by the Office of Management and Budget. There was an OMB person sitting in on all the Fix-It meetings, and if the program was approved, then it was funded.
Now that's power.
Yes, but too much power in the end, because the top people in the agencies being identified didn't like getting funded like that. It took away from their control over the purse strings.
Oh, for Christ's sake, is that really why it ended?
Apparently. I mean, it didn't end, but it had that budgetary power taken away. So I'm wondering if we could get Congress to bring it back.
Worth a try, Diane judged. Frank was still shaking his head. Territoriality really does run deep. They might as well be peeing around the edges of their building.
I guess.
You don't sound convinced.
I don't know. It's a theory. Anyway, I think we should try to reintroduce this program. You'd be able to get agencies all across the board coordinated. What if they were all doing parts of the same large project?
Frank's eyebrows were arched. Talk about a theory. This is Bob's Manhattan Project idea again.
Well, the method is there,
Anna claimed.
Potentially, anyway. What if you could get a proposal funded through all those agencies using Fix-It as a coordinating committee?
Diane liked the idea.
We need Congress to put it in place, obviously. I'll talk to Sophie.
After a moment's silence, Frank said, "We could really use a president with that in his platform."
Unlikely, Diane judged.
Frank scowled. "I don't see why. What century do people think they're living in?"
Anna and Diane shared a look, anticipating a rant, but Frank saw it and said,
"Well, but why? Why? We should have a scientist candidate for president, some emeritus biggie who can talk, explaining what the scientific approach would be and why. A candidate using ecological theory, systems theory, what have you, in-out throughputs, some actual economics."
Diane was shaking her head. Who exactly would that be?
I don't know. Richard Feynman?
Deceased.
Stephen Hawking.
British and paralyzed. Besides, you know those emeritus guys. There isn't a single one of them who could go through the whole process without, I don't know.
Exploding? Anna suggested.
Yes. Make up a candidate, Anna said. What science would do if it were in the White House?
Like Nick's Swiss Council, Frank said. A phantom candidate.
Shadow candidate, Diane corrected. Like in Europe. Or, Anna said, just put the platform out there with a virtual candidate. Dr. Science. See which party picks it up.
Neither, Frank and Diane said together.
We don't know that, Anna said. And it would be safer than endorsing one party over the other, or starting some kind of scientific third party that would only hurt politicians who are on our side. Either way, we could get pushed out of policy for years to come, cast into the wilderness.
We're already there, Frank pointed out.
So what have we got to lose?
Well, that's true enough.
Frank thought it over.
We could get hammered.
Like we aren't already?
Maybe we have to take a stand. Maybe that's what it means to get involved in politics. You have to declare. You have to talk about what people should do. They sat there, thinking things over. Edgardo walked in, and they explained to him what they were thinking. He laughed hard. Frank kept scribbling. Social science experiment in politics. In elective politics, Anna insisted, frowning at Edgardo. Then it's what? S-S-E-E-P, pronounced seep, like we're seeping into policy. Seep, Diane laughed. We'll seep in like a bull in a china shop. Seep in and the whole shop will start screaming. Maybe so, but the china shop is going under. It needs a bull to... what? To pull the whole thing up to higher ground. They laughed at this image. Well, Diane said, we need to do everything we can. Sort all this out, Frank. Look into all of it. Frank nodded. Bold and persistent experimentation. I have a list here. Diane waved a hand. More later. I'm starving. Sure. You want to go get a bite? Sure. Anna quickly glanced down. They had just arranged a date, right in front of her eyes, and not the first one from the sound of it. She thought, what about Frank's woman from the elevator? Had he given up on her? That didn't seem like him. Anna was obscurely disappointed. She liked that story, that possibility. It had appealed to the romantic in her, which was buried, but substantial. And as for Frank and Diane, well, she could not imagine what it meant. Surely she had misread the situation. Diane was nice, certainly, but even in the light of Anna's own puritanical work ethic, she was a bit much. What would she be like socially? It was hard to imagine. And she herself would never know what Diane was like socially. She was a woman and married, while Frank was a man and unmarried, and Diane was now unmarried too, poor thing. And Frank had been plucked out from among the visiting program directors by Diane to run her climate project committee. I've got to get home, she said, throwing her things together. Home to her boys, who would leap on her and say the same things, all deep in their own worlds, and the dinner only partly made. Although, in the same flare of irritation, she felt a deep relief and a desire to be there at once. At home, her boys did leap on her, as predictable as clockwork, and the house was warm with kitchen smells. The flood had revolutionized their cooking habits, Charlie trying old recipes and new, based on whatever produce the grocery store had available. Tonight, Mexican. Joe commanded her attention, insisting on Goodnight Moon again, read in an up-tempo declamatory sing-song, very unsuited to the book's soporific nature, which worked like a charm on her no matter what, but not on him. He was fretful again, and sucked at her desperately, as if seeking a relief beyond food. She spoke in quiet tones to Nick, and he read as he replied, or didn't, mostly off in his own world. She tried not to worry about Joe, although his distemper had now lasted 6 weeks. Every test had been taken. Nothing had been discovered, except that slightly elevated temperature, which the record showed was real, if ever so slight. Its periodicity reminded her of her own temperatures when she had kept records to find her time of ovulation every month. The red face, the lack of ease.
No matter how hard she tried, she was still scared by these changes in him. She knew what he should be like, and she knew this had started after their trip to Kembalung. She watched him, and nursed him, and played with him, tried to feel him there in his body, tried to think about work, while humming to him as he sucked. She crooned the book in Tibetan. Donom Zlaba. Joe started slightly, hit her as he drowsed. Anna went back to the inviolable rhythms of the hypnotic little book, and she did everything she could to make herself stop worrying, but it never really went away. And so the days passed, and almost surreptitiously, while Charlie was doing other things, she took Joe's temperature and charted it, then went on, and tried to think about work. But she would have given the Nobel Prize in Chemistry and the Gulf Stream itself for just a week of normal temperatures. Chapter 5. Autumn in New York. The most beautiful regatta in the history of the world convened that year on Midsummer Day at the North Pole. The sun hung in the same spot all day long, blazing down on open water that appeared more black than blue. A few icebergs floated here and there, most low and white, but including a few dolmens of jade or turquoise, standing in an obsidian sea. Among these floating extravaganzas sailed or motored some 300 boats and ships. Sails were of every cut and color, some even prisming through the spectrum as they bent to the shifts of the mild southern breeze. People said the prisming sails allowed one to see every gust's impact in a manner never possible before. That it also looked cool was too obvious to mention. All manner of sail, all possible rigs and hulls, catamarans and schooners, yawls, ketches, trimarans, also square riggers, from caravels to clipper ships, to newfangled experiments obviously not destined to prosper, a quintet of huge Polynesian outriggers, and every manner of motor launch, rumbling unctuously through the sails, each sporting a unique profile in white or cream, and a lot of single-person craft, including many kayakers and windsurfers in black drysuits. The larger fleet jockeyed until their navigators linked up and devised a kind of spiral galaxy formation, centered on the pole and rotating clockwise if seen from above. Everyone thus sailed west together, following the two simple rules that birds use when flocking in a gyre. Change speeds as little as possible. Keep as far apart from everyone else as possible. Senator Phil Chase smiled happily when the flocking rubric was explained to him. "That's the Senate for you," he said. "Or maybe it's all you need to get by in life." By a happy coincidence, the North Pole itself, as determined by GPS, was marked for the day by a tall aquamarine iceberg that had drifted over it. In the immediate vicinity of this newly identified Poleberg idled many of the largest ships in the fleet, ranging from small cruise ships to huge private yachts, with a few old icebreakers on hand as well, looking overweight and unwanted. This was the 5th Midsummer Festival at the Pole. Every year since, lanes of water had opened in the summer Arctic ice. A larger and larger group of seacraft had sailed or motored north to party at the pole. The gatherings had a Burning Man festival aspect to them. the sybaritic excess and liberal shooting off of fireworks leading many to call it Drowning Man, or Freezing Your Butt Man. This year, however, the party had been somewhat taken over by the Inuit nation Nunavut, in conjunction with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who had declared this the Year of Global Environmental Awareness, and sent out hundreds of invitations, and provided many ships themselves, in the hope of gathering a floating community that would emphasize to all the world the undeniable changes already wrought by global warming. The organizers were willing to accept the risk of making the gathering look like a party, or even, God forbid, a celebration of global warming, in order to garner as much publicity as possible. Of course, a whole new ocean to sail on was no doubt a cool thing for sailors, but all that missing winter ice was floating down into the North Atlantic at that very moment, changing everything. IPCC wanted people to see with their own eyes that abrupt climate change was already upon them, and that it could soon cast the entire world into thousands of years of bad weather, as it had during the Younger Dryas just 11,000 years before. But, of course, there were many people there who did not regard the Polar Party in its official light, just as there were many in the world who did not worry overmuch about entering the youngest Dryas. On the sail up to the festival, some of them had encountered an oil tanker, only slightly smaller than the ULCC's ultra-large crude carriers of the late 20th century, double-hulled, as was legally required, and making a dry run on a great circle route from Japan to Norway that passed near the pole. This voyage was demonstrating that the Northwest Passage was open for business at last, and better late than never. Oil could be shipped directly from the North Sea to Japan, cutting the distance by 2/3. Even if oil was passé, post-peak, old paradigm, and all the rest, Japan and the North Sea oil countries were nevertheless awfully pleased to be able to move it over the pole. They were not ashamed to admit that the world still needed oil, and that while it did, there would be reasons to appreciate certain manifestations of global warming. Shipyards in Glasgow, Norway, and Japan had been revitalized, and were now busy building a new class of Arctic sea tankers to follow this prototype, boldly going where no tanker had gone before. And here at the pole itself, on Midsummer Day, things looked fine. The world was beautiful, the fleet spectacular. In danger or not, human culture seemed to have risen to the occasion. It was noon, summer solstice at the North Pole, with a glorious armada forming a kind of sculpture garden, a new kind of harmonic convergence. Om. On one of the bigger craft, an aluminum-hulled, jet-powered catamaran out of Bar Harbor, Maine, a large group of people congregated around Senator Phil Chase. Many of them were bundled in the thick, red down jackets provided to guests by the National Science Foundation's Department of Polar Programs, because, despite the black water and brilliant sun, the air temperature at the moment was 28 degrees Fahrenheit. People kept their hoods pulled forward, and their massed body warmth comforted them as they watched the group around Chase help him into a small, rainbow-colored hot air balloon, now full over the top deck and straining at its tether. The world's senator got in the basket, gave the signal. The balloon master fired the burners, and the balloon ascended into the clear air to the sound of cheers and sirens, Phil Chase waving to the fleet below, looking somewhat like the Wizard of Oz at the moment when that worthy floats away prematurely. But Phil was on a line, and the line held. From 100 feet above the crowd, Phil could be seen grinning his beautiful grin. "Here we are," he announced over the fleet's combined radio and loudspeaker array, and of course millions more saw and heard him by satellite TV. A big buoy clanged the world to order as Phil raised a hand to still the ship's horns and fireworks. "Folks," he said, "I've been working for the people of California for 17 years, representing them in the United States Senate, and now I want to take what I've learned in those efforts and in my travels around the world and apply all that to the work of serving the people of the United States and all the world as its president." "President of the world?" Roy Anastopoulos said to Charlie, and began to laugh. "Shh, shh," Charlie said to Roy. They were watching it on TVs in different parts of the city, but talking on their phones as they watched. "It's a crazy thing to want to do," Phil was conceding. "I'm the first to admit that, because I've seen what the job does to people. But in for a penny, in for a pound, as they say, and we've reached a moment where somebody who can handle it needs to use the position to effect some good." Roy was still giggling. "Be quiet," Charlie said. "There is no alternative to global cooperation. We have to admit and celebrate our interdependence and work in solidarity with every living thing. All God's creatures are living on this planet in one big, complex organism, and we've got to act like that now. That's why I've chosen to announce my candidacy here at the North Pole. Everything meets up here, and everything has changed because of changes that started here. This beautiful ocean, free of ice for the first time in human existence, is sign of a clear and present danger. Recall what it looked like here even 5 years ago. You can't help but admit that huge changes have already come. Now, what do those changes mean? Nobody knows. Where will they lead? Nobody knows. This is what everyone has to remember. No one can tell what the future will bring. Anything can happen. Anything at all. We stand at the start of a steep ski run. Black diamond for sure. I see the black diamonds twinkling everywhere down there. Down the slope of the next decade we will ski. The moguls will be on us so fast we won't believe it. There'll be no time for lengthy studies initiated by political administrations that never actually do anything. That hope for business as usual for one more term, after which they will take off for their fortress mansions and leave the rest of us to pick up the pieces. That won't work, not even for them. You can get offshore, but you can't get off-planet. Cheers and horns and sirens echoed over the water. Phil waited for them to quiet back down, smiling happily and waving. Then he continued, "It's all one world now. The United States still has its historical role to fulfill as the country of countries, the mixture and amalgam of all humanity, trying things out and seeing how they work. The United States is child of the world, you might say, and the world watches with the usual parental fascination and horror, anxiety and pride. So we have to grow up. If we were to turn into just another imperial bully and idiot, the story of history would be ruined, its best hope dashed. We have to give up the bad, give back the good." Franklin Delano Roosevelt described what was needed from America very aptly in a time just as dangerous as ours. He called for a course of
bold and persistent experimentation. That's what I plan to do also. No more empire, no more head in the sand pretending things are okay while a few rich guys wreck everything. It's time to join the effort to invent a global civilization that we can hand off to all the children and say, "This will work. Keep it going. Make it better." That's permaculture, as some people call it, and really now we have no choice. It's either permaculture or catastrophe. Let's choose the good fight and work so that each generation can hand to the next one the livelihood we are given by this beautiful world. That's the plan, folks. I intend to convince the Democratic Party to continue its historic work of helping to improve the lot of every man, woman, child, animal, and plant on this planet. That's the vision that has been behind all the party's successes so far, and moving away from those core values has been part of the problem and the failure of our time. Together, we'll join humanity in making a world that is beautiful and just. "We'll join humanity?" Roy said. "What's this, Democrats as aliens?" But Charlie could barely hear him over the ship horns and cheers. On the screen, he could see they were beginning to fill in like a big kite. Living outdoors, the seasons were huge, simply huge. Talk about abrupt climate change. Housebound people had no idea. Shorter days, cooler air, dimmer light, slanting through the trees at a lower angle. You might as well be moving to another planet. It was one of the ironies of their time that global warming was about to freeze Europe and North America, particularly on the eastern seaboard down to around Washington, D.C. Kenzo predicted a few weeks, at least, of severe, record-shattering lows. "You're not going to believe it," he kept saying, although it was already beginning in Europe, where a cool drought had prevailed all summer. "The winter high will park over Greenland and force the jet stream straight south to us from Hudson Bay. Sometimes from the Yukon, but mostly from Hudson Bay." "I believe it," Frank replied. Although, in another irony, the weather at that very moment was rather glorious. The days were still hot, while the cold between 2 a.m. and sunrise was sharp and bracing. Here they were only a few weeks past the depths of their Congolese summer, and already there was frost on the leaves at dawn. For Frank, these chill nights meant the deployment of his mountain gear, always a pleasure to him. He basked in that special warmth that hominids have enjoyed ever since they started wearing the furs of other animals. Clothes made the man, and therefore one of the earliest instances of the technological sublime, which was to stay warm in the cold. Waking up in his treehouse, Frank would wrap his sleeping bag around him like a cape and sit on the plywood edge, arms over the railing, swinging his heels in space, looking at the wall of trees across the gorge. The leaves were beginning to turn, the autumn spectrum invading the green canopy with splashes of yellow and orange and red and bronze. As a Californian, Frank had seldom seen it, and had never imagined it properly. He had not understood that the colors would be all mixed together, forming a field of mixed color, like a box of tricks spilled over a green lawn, spelling in its gorgeous alien alphabet the end of summer, the passing of time, the omnipresence of mortality. To all who took heed, it was an awesome and melancholy sight. He let down Miss Piggy, descended into this new world. He walked absorbed in the new colors, the mushroomy smells of decay,
the clattering susurrus of leaves in the wind. The next hard frost would knock most of these leaves down, and then his jungle treehouse would be exposed to the gaze of those below. Lances of sunlight already reached parts of the forest floor they hadn't before. The park was still officially closed, but Frank saw more and more people out there, not just the homeless, but also the ordinary citizens of the city, the people who had used the park before the flood as a place to run, or walk, or bike, or ride. Luckily, the creekside roads and trails were irreparable, and few would venture up the gorge past the giant beaver dam, which had started like a beaver dam, and now really was one. You had to bushwhack to get around the pond's unstable shore. Still, the treehouse's exposure would exist. But that was a problem for another day. Now Frank walked north on the deer's trail by the creek, observing how the variegated colors of the leaves altered the sense of space in the forest, how there seemed to be an increase in sheer spaciousness, as his depth of field now took in a vast number of individual leaves in complete clarity, be they ever so small. And so when he ran with the Frisbee guys, these leaves all functioned as reference points, and he seemed to be engaging a new GPS system that locked him more than ever into the here and now. He saw just where he was, moment to moment, and ran without awareness of the ground, free to look about. Joy to be out on days so fresh and sunny, so dappled and yellow. Immersion in the very image and symbol of change. Very soon there would come an end to his tenuously established summer routines. He would have to find new ones. He could do that. He was even, in a way, looking forward to it. But what about the gibbons? They were subtropical creatures, as were many of the other ferals. In the zoo, they would have been kept inside heated enclosures when temperatures dropped. Native species, and the ferals from temperate or polar regions, would probably be all right in that regard. Very often, playing frisbee, they spotted white-tailed deer. These would generally survive the winter without much trouble. But there were many different feral species out there. Once, when they were up in the thickets of the northwest corner of the park, coming back from the 9th hole, Spencer stopped in his tracks, and everyone else froze instantly. This was one of the sub-games they had invented, and very useful if they wanted not to spook animals they sighted. "What in the fuck is that?" Spencer whispered urgently to Frank. Frank stared. It was a big ox, or a small bull, or... It was huge. Massive, heraldic, thick-haunched, like something out of a vision. One of those sights so unbelievable that if you were dreaming it, you would have woken up on the spot. Frank got out his fog phone, moving very slowly, and pushed the button for Nancy. How many times had he done this in the past weeks, moving the phone as slowly as he could, whispering, "Nancy, hi, it's Frank. Can you tell me what I'm looking at?" Pause, while Nancy looked at his phone's GPS position and checked it on her big board. "Aha! You're looking at an auroch." "A what?" "We're pretty sure it's an auroch. North Europe, Ice Age." Suddenly it looked familiar to Frank. "Some Polish researchers took frozen DNA from one and cloned it a few years ago. Birthed from a sheep or something. They had an enclosure in their southern forest with a herd running around it. We don't know how these we're seeing got here, actually. They're mostly up in Maryland. Some kind of private act of dispersion, I think.
Like that guy who decided to transplant all the bird species mentioned in Shakespeare to North America and gave us the starling infestation, among other problems. Frank took the phone from his ear as Spencer's face was contorting grotesquely to convey to him the question, What? Auroch, Frank whispered loudly. Spencer's face shifted again into the mask for the great aha of comprehension, then delight, his blue eyes blazing like Paul Newman's. He looked at the beast, foursquare on the ridge, and in slow motion crumpled to his knees, hands clasping his frisbee before him in prayer. Robin and Robert held their frisbees before them as well, grinning as they always did. Robin stretched his hands, palm out over his head, to indicate homage, or express the bigness of the animal. Its proportions were strange, Frank saw, the rear legs and haunches big and rounded. A creature from the cave paintings, sprung live into their world. Spencer stood back up. He held his frisbee out to the other guys, waggled his eyebrows, mimed a throw at the auroch. Make it a target? Eyes ablaze, on the edge of a shout. Never before had Frank seen the shaman in Spencer so clearly. Of course, they had already discussed throwing at animals many times before. It would be the greatest thing in the world to make targets of the ubiquitous white-tailed deer, for instance. The stalk, the throw, the strike. Exhilarating. Like catch-and-release fishing, only better. No one disputed this. The animals would not be hurt. It would be hunting without killing. But really, as Spencer himself had argued when they discussed it, they were hunting without killing already. And sometimes, if they threw at them, animals would get hurt. If they wanted the animals to prosper in the park, which, after all, was not so big, if they wanted animals to inhabit the world with them, which also was not so big, then they oughtn't harass them by whacking them out of the blue with hard plastic discs. Best Dharma practice was compassion for all sentient beings, thus using them for targets contraindicated. So, they had refused the temptation. Now, Spencer's point seemed to be that this was a magical occasion, outside all everyday agreements. There stood an icon from the Ice Age, a living fossil, in effect, sprung to life from out of the cave paintings of Lascaux and Altamira, so that really they had to abandon their ordinary protocols to do justice to the beast, to enter the sacred space of the Paleolithic mind. Make this magnificent creature their target as a sort of religious ritual, even a religious obligation, one might say. All this Spencer conveyed by mime, alternating the hands in prayer position with the throwing motion, making faces as contorted and clear as any demon mask. Holy activity, tribute to Homo erectus, form of nature worship. All at once, Frank whispered. The others nodded. Frank aimed and threw with the rest of them, and 4 discs flashed through the forest. One hit a tree and startled the auroch a step forward. Then another struck him on the flank, causing him to bolt up the ridge and away, out of sight before they were even done screaming. They high-fived each other and ran to collect their frisbees and play on. So each blustery afternoon changed his life. That was autumn. That was how it should feel, Frank saw, the landscape suffused with the ache of everything fleeting by. A new world
every heartbeat. He had to incorporate this feeling of perpetual change, make it an aspect of optimodality. Of course, everything always changed. How beautiful that the landscape sang that truth so clearly. Oop! More than ever, he loved being in his treehouse. He would have to find a way to continue doing it as the winter came on, even in the midst of storms. Yes, of course. John Muir had climbed trees during storms to get a better view of them, and Frank knew from his mountaineering days that storms were a beautiful time to be out, if one were properly geared. He could pitch his tent on the plywood floor, and his heaviest sleeping bag would keep him warm in anything. Would he bounce around like a sailor at the top of a mast? He wanted to find out. John Muir had found out. He would not move indoors. He did not want to, and he would not have to. The Paleolithics had lived through ice ages, faced cold and storms for thousands of years. A new theory postulated that populations islanded by abrupt climate change had been forced to invent cooperative behaviors in bad weather time and time again, ultimately changing the gene and bringing about the last stages of human evolution. Good snowshoes, clothing as warm as Frank's mountain gear, fire carriers, bow and arrow. The appearance in the archaeological record of bone, sewing needles, and trap nets correlated with a huge extension northward, some 40,000 years ago. They had not only coped, but expanded their range. Maybe they were going to have to do that again. Clothing and shelter. At work, Frank could see that civilized people did not really think about these things. They took them for granted. Most wore clothing suited to room temperature all the year round, thus sweltering in the summer and shivering in winter any time they stepped out of their rooms, which, however, they rarely did. So, they thought they were temperature tough guys, but really, they were just indoors all the time. They used their buildings as clothing, in effect, and heated or cooled these spaces to imitate what clothing did, no matter how crazy this was in energy terms. But they did it without thinking of it like that, without making that calculation. In the summer, they wore blue jeans because of what people 3 generations before had seen in Marlboro ads. Blue jeans were the SUVs of pants, part of a fantasy outdoor life. Frank himself had long since changed to the Kembali ultralight cotton pants in summer, noting with admiration how the slight crinkle in the material kept most of the cloth off the skin. Now, as it got colder, people still wore blue jeans, which were just as useless in the cold as they were in the heat. Frank, meanwhile, shifted piece by piece into his mountaineering gear. Some items needed cleaning, but were too delicate to run through a washing machine, so he had to find a dry cleaners on Connecticut, but then was pleasantly surprised to discover that they would take all his other clothes too. He had disliked going to the laundromat up the street from Van Ness. So, autumn weather, cool and windy. Therefore, Patagonia's capilene shirts, their wicking material fuzzy and light against the skin, a down vest with a down hood ready to pull onto his head, nylon wind jacket, Patagonia's capilene long underwear, wool pants, nylon wind pants if windy, thick Thurlow socks inside light Salomon hiking shoes. As an ensemble, it actually looked pretty good, in an outside magazine techno-geek way, a style which actually fit in pretty unobtrusively at NSF. Scientists signaled with their clothes just like anyone else, and their signal often proclaimed, "I am a scientist. I do things because they make sense, and so I dress sensibly, which could resemble Frank's mountaineering gear, as it meant recreational jackets with hoods, hiking boots, ski pants, wool shirts. So Frank could dress as a high-tech Paleolithic and still look like any other NSF jock. Work itself was becoming bogged down in the bureaucratic swamps that had replaced the physical ones. The actual bogs had been drained, but somehow remained as ghosts, dragging down each generation of trespassers in turn. The federal capital thus retained the psychic nature of the original swamp, and its function too, as all the toxins of the national life were dumped there to be stirred together and broken down in its burbling pits. Trying to hack her way through this wilderness was beginning to get Diane both results and resistance. She spent about 14 hours a day, Frank reckoned, in meetings up on the 11th floor at NSF and elsewhere in the area. Many of these meetings he did not attend and only heard about, usually from Edgardo, who, as director of the math division and a longtime colleague of Diane's, took part in quite a few. Some agencies were interested in joining the cause, Edgardo reported, and others resented the suggestion that things be done differently, considering it an attack on turf. In general, the farther removed from making policy, the more interested they were to help. A fair number of agencies with regulatory power were fully turned by the industries they were supposed to regulate, and thus usually agents of the enemies of change. Among these were the Department of Energy, Nuclear and Oil Industry, the FDA, Food and Drug, the U.S. Forest Service and other parts of the Department of Agriculture, Timber and Ag, and the EPA, a curious mix depending on division, but some of them bound to the pesticide industry and all under the thumb of the president. Republican administrations had regularly staffed these agencies with people chosen from the industries being regulated, and these people had then written regulations with the industry's profits in mind. Now, these agencies were not just toothless, but actively dangerous, no matter how good their people were at the technocrat level. They were turned at the top, and their potential good suborned. Thus it was that Diane had to work around and against several of these agencies, particularly energy. Not that nuclear wasn't arguably a valid part of some mid-range clean energy solution, as Edgardo often argued, but the energy leadership took this to mean also trying to cripple other, less dangerous alternatives. It was becoming clear that part of NSF's project had to include making efforts to get leadership of the captive agencies changed, for the good of the environment and the long-term health of the country. But that implied involvement in presidential politics. For the turned agencies were now out to do the same to NSF, working on the administration to remove the director and upper management and replace them with people more sympathetic to the economy. So, on top of everything else, war of the agencies. The first manifestation of this new realm of conflict was the appointment of a new NSF Inspector General, who turned out to be a man who had most recently been Inspector General in the Department of Energy. Before that, he had worked for Southern California Edison, and had been a major contributor to the president's campaign. No accident, of course, Edgardo said. It was a first shot, aimed by OMB itself. That was bad. Very bad. Edgardo went on a long, paranoid aria during one of their runs, detailing just how bad it could be, and all the ways Diane was going to have to be on guard in the months to come, and her past had better be spotless. I said to her, I hope you have a very honest taxman,
and she just left. 2 can play at that game, she said, and I'm cleaner than they are. So off we go, off to the mattresses. Frank sang, Territoriality, oop. Does that mean we're screwed then? No, not necessarily. There are too many funding sources with a really serious interest in mitigating climate damage. The science agencies, emergency services, even NIH, even the Pentagon. It's up to Diane to build an alliance that can get things done. They'll have to fight for everything they get. It would help a lot if they could turn the other side right at the head and convince the president's team that this stuff has to be done, and that it could be taken as an opportunity for new technologies and businesses that the rest of the world is going to have to use. Whether that could work, I don't know the White House well enough to say. They seem like idiots, but they can't be as stupid as they seem or they wouldn't be there. Anyway, Diane says she's going to give it a try. Senate first, but White House too. In Frank's meetings with her, Diane did not refer to this part of the struggle, preferring to discuss the technical aspects of their work. The North Atlantic project was still being researched, and Diane still liked it very much, but she was very concerned that they also pursue a vigorous hunt for some biologically based carbon capture method. Frank wondered if the legal and political problems inherent in releasing a genetically modified organism into the environment could ever be overcome, but he knew exactly who to call about the technical aspects of it, of course. He had been thinking of calling Marta and Jan again anyway. So, after a meeting with Diane, he steeled himself to the task. Thinking of the surveillance issue, he wondered if he should call them from a public phone, but realized both ends had to be unsurveilled for that to work. No, best to do this work in the open, and let the chips fall where they may, the stocks rise as they might. So he called them at their small delivery numbers from his office. Hi, Marta, it's Frank. I wanted to talk to you and Jan about the carbon capture work you described to me. Can you tell me how that study is coming along? I mean, just in general terms. It's going okay. So, in the absence of long-term field studies, have you gotten any back of the envelopes on how quickly it might work, or how much it might draw down? We can only extrapolate from lab results. And what does that indicate, if anything? It could be considerable. I see. Marta said, How's the San Diego project coming along? Oh, good. I mean, I'm recused from any direct action on that front, but I'm following the process, and people at UCSD and in the biotech community there are really excited about it. So I think something will happen. And we'll have a place in it? Yes. Well, they're working on an offer. There's going to be a kind of MacArthur Award committee dispersing some research money. It won't be quite as unconstrained as MacArthur money, but there will be a lot of it, and it will be awarded without applications to people judged deserving. I see. Marta's voice was still heavy with skepticism, but Frank noted that she was not being actively hostile either. Well, I look forward to seeing how that goes. It would surely help you if you're ever going to try to deploy anything like this lichen you've described. We've got an array of options, she said shortly, and would not elaborate. Next morning at NSF, he found out from Edgardo that Diane had been in a fight with the president's science advisor, Dr. Zacharias Strangloft. Strangloft had suggested to her in a meeting at the Capitol with the Senate Natural Resources Committee that NSF should keep to what it was good at, which meant dispersing grant money. Diane had given him her look of stone, and then told him in no uncertain terms that NSF was run by her and the National Science Board, and no one else.
Senate and staff who had witnessed the confrontation would, of course, take differing meanings from it. Soon after that, Diane convened a full meeting of the National Science Board, which was NSF's board of directors, in effect. The 24 members of the board had all been appointed by the president, from a list which, though vetted by Strangloft, had been created by the National Academy of Sciences and other sources. This meant they were a mixed ideology group, and clearly Diane wanted to make sure they were behind her for the coming battles. She made it a closed meeting, and when she came out of it, Frank couldn't tell if she had gotten what she wanted or not. But later, she told him they had been almost unanimous in their support for NSF, trying to coordinate a national response, even an international response. Then, he saw again the little smile that crossed her face sometimes when she had gotten her way in these struggles. She seemed unflustered, even content. She shook her head wonderingly as she told Frank about it, put a hand to his arm, as in the gym, smiled her little smile. What a strange game they were caught in, she seemed to say. But clearly, no one was going to intimidate her. Frank certainly wouldn't want to be the one to try it. Meanwhile, to implement anything in the North Atlantic, they would have to coordinate plans with the IPCC and the rest of the UN, and really the whole world. Get approvals, get funding, get the actual materials manufactured or gathered, whatever they might be. Eventually, this need to liaise with international agencies impelled them to arrange a day's meetings in the UN building in New York. Diane asked Frank to join her for a few of these, and he was happy to agree. "Easy travel to other planets," he said. "What?" "Manhattan." "Oh, yes." When hanging with the bros in the evenings, Frank sometimes became curious about their plans. The picnic tables and fireplace were not going to hack it as winter furniture. The fireplace was such a misbegotten thing, like a pizza oven placed on the ground, that it was useless for heating, cooking, or fire-gazing. Perhaps that was the point. Surely the men of the CCC, or whoever had built the thing, had to have known better. Some of the other picnic sites had open fire rings, but the bros had chosen to hang here by the oven. One night, Frank arrived to find they had tried to solve this problem by commandeering a steel trash barrel and starting a fire inside it, a fire that only just flickered over its rim. Possibly the entire barrel gave off some radiant heat, and the fire would not be visible from a distance, of course, if that was a concern. But it was a miserable excuse for a campfire. "Hey, Professor!" Zeno bellowed. "How's it hanging, man? We haven't seen you for a while." The others chimed in with their habitual welcomes. "He's been too busy. Those co-eds wanted him." They were all bulked up, thick, with thrift shop sweaters and coats, and also, Frank was pleased to see, greasy down jackets. Old down jackets were probably cheap, being unfashionable, and there was nothing better in the cold. "Hey," he said. "Super long time. What was it, yesterday?" "Yeah, ha ha ha." "I know you've done so much you want to tell me about." "Ha!" They crowed their approval of this jape. "We ain't done a fucking thing. Why should we?" And yet it soon transpired that they had all experienced an extraordinary number of traumas since Frank last came around. They interrupted each other ceaselessly as they related them, making a mishmash that no one could have followed, but Frank knew from the start not to try. "Yeah, right," was all he had to say from time to time. Again it struck him how well they recalled scrapes, scuffles, or fights. They could reenact every move in slow motion, and did so when telling their tale. It was part of the tale, maybe the most interesting part. I twisted like this, and he missed over my shoulder like this, and then I ducked, ducking and weaving against the absent but well-remembered opponent. We had to pull him right off the guy, yeah! I had to peel his fingers right off of his neck. He was pounding his head right against the concrete. Finally, they were done. Frank said, "Hey, your fire? It sucks." A shout of agreement and dissent. Zeno said, "Hey, what do you mean, dude? It's perfect for shoving your head in the can." "Yar!" "That's the only way you could see it," Frank countered. "Why don't you go where one of the good fire pits are?" They laughed at his naivete. "That'd be too good for us. Might have us afire if we did that." One of them mimed a karate kick at the stone oven. "Piece of shit." "You need fire," Frank said. "We got a fire." "Can't you knock the top of this thing off, or make a fire ring next to it or something? Aren't there any demolition sites or construction sites around here where you could get some cinder blocks?" "Don't be bringing the man down on us any more than he already is," Fedpage said. "Whatever," Frank said. "You're going to freeze your asses off. It's a half-assed fire. You have to put your hands right on the metal. It's ridiculous." "No fucking way, it's warm from here." "Yeah, right." They settled in. The topic shifted to winter and winterizing in general, so Frank sat back and listened. No way were they going to respond to his words by jumping out into the night and putting together a decent fire ring. If that had been their style, they wouldn't be out here in the first place. Maybe later it would sink in. A few of them discussed the prospects of sleeping at the metro stops just coming back online. The regulars for these spots had dispersed, so that good greats were going unclaimed. You could nest on a good site all day. But that risked a poorly timed rousting by the cops. But if you didn't take the risk, you weren't likely to find a good spot. Zeno declared he was going to build a hut and sleep right there by their site. Others agreed immediately that good shelters could be made. It all sounded hypothetical to Frank. He thought they were just covering for the fact that they didn't want to talk about where they really slept. That made sense to Frank. He wasn't telling people where he slept either. The bros were under a different kind of surveillance than he was, more erratic, but potentially much more immediate, with consequences much worse than Frank's, one hoped. They had police records, many of them extensive. Technically, much of what they were doing was illegal, including being in Rock Creek Park at all. Luckily, a lot of people were doing the same thing. It was the herd defense. Predators would pick off the weak, but the bulk of the herd would be okay. The more, the better, therefore, up to a point they had not yet reached, even though many little squatter settlements and even what could be called shanty towns were now visible in flood-damaged parts of town, especially in the parks. Ultimately, this might trigger some large-scale crackdown, and Rock Creek Park was high profile. But the gorge's new ravine walls were steep and unstable, impossible to patrol at night. To clear the gorge, they would have to do it by day and call out the National Guard. Both of them, as Zeno always added. If they did that, the bros could slip away into the city, or north into the forest across the Maryland border. Meanwhile, out of sight, out of mind. They were off the grid. They had slung their hooks. They had lit out for the territory. The firelight bounced on their worn faces, etching each knock and crease. Little more of them could be seen, making it seem like a circle of disembodied faces, masks again, or a Rockwell Kent woodblock.
There was this guy living on the streets in San Francisco who turned out was like totally rich. He was heir to a fortune, but he just liked living outdoors. But he was a drunk too, right? Fucking George Carlin is so funny. They said I was grade 10, but they wouldn't give me dental. Blah, blah, blah.
Frank recalled a fire from his youth. 2 climber gals, slightly buzzed, had come bombing into Camp 4 around midnight and hauled him away from a dying fire, insisting that he join them in a midnight swim in the Merced River, and who could say no to that? Though it was shocking cold water and pitch black to boot, more a good idea than a comfortable reality, swimming with 2 naked California women in the Yosemite night. But then, when they got out and staggered back to the fire, near dead from hypothermia, it had been necessary to pile on wood until it was a leaping yellow blaze, and dance before it to catch every pulse of life-saving heat. Even at the time, Frank had understood that he would never see anything more beautiful. Now he sat with a bunch of red-faced homeless guys bundled in their greasy down jackets around a fire hidden at the bottom of a trash can. The contrast with the night at Camp 4 was so complete that it made him laugh. It made the 2 nights part of the same thing somehow. "We should build a real fire," he said. No one moved. Ashes rose on the smoke from the trash can. Frank reached in with a 2x4 and tried to stir it up enough to give them some flame over the rim. "If you have a fire but you can't see it," he said as he jabbed, "then you go out of your mind." Fedpage snorted. "Central heating, right?" "So everyone's crazy. Yeah, of course they are." "We certainly are." "Is that what did it, hey? Where there's smoke, there's fire." When did someone first say that, 1,000,000 years ago? Oop, oop, oop. "Hey there, monkey man, quit that now. You sound like Meg Ryan in that movie." Ha, 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 that was so fucking funny. She was faking it. She was faking it. I'll take it, fake or not. As if you could tell. Greatest human vocalization ever recorded. Yeah, right. You obviously don't know your porn. Things that would warm a body. Laughter. Reenacting fights. Playing air guitar. Playing with the fire. Talking about sex. Thinking about climber gals. Knocking a stone oven apart would definitely warm the body. Frank got up. What he needed was a sledgehammer and a crowbar. What they had were some lengths of 2x4 and an old aluminum baseball bat, already much dented. 1 stone in the little opening at the top was loose in its cement. Frank moved to what looked like the right angle and smashed the stone with a 2x4. The bros were pleased at the diversion. They guffawed and urged him on. He knocked the first stone down into the fire pit, reached into the ashes, and rolled it out. After that, it was a matter of knocking loose 1 stone at a time. He used the longest 2x4 and pounded away. The cement was old, and stone by stone the fire pit came down. When he had gotten it to knee height, it made a sensible fire pit, with a gap in one side where the old doorway had been. He filled the gap with stones. There were enough left over to make another fire pit if they wanted one, or maybe bench supports if they found some planks. "Okay, let's move the trash can fire into the pit," he said. "How you gonna pick it up? That can is red hot down there at the bottom. Don't you pick that up. You'll burn your fucking hands off, man." "It's not red hot.
Frank pointed out. Let's a couple of us grab it around the top. Wear gloves and tilt it, and we'll lift the bottom with the studs here. Roll and burn your fucking leg off! Yeah, right. But Zeno was willing to do it, and so the rest gathered round. The ones who had gloves grasped the rim, lifted, and tilted. Frank and Andy wedged studs under the bottom from opposite sides and lifted it up. With a whoosh, the whole fiery mass sparked into the new ring and blasted up into the night. Howls chased the uprush of smoke and sparks. They sat around the cheery blaze, suddenly much more visible to each other. Now we need a pizza. Who'll get a pizza? They all looked at Frank. "Aw, shit," he said. "Where's Cutter?" "Get some beer, too," Zeno said, with the same fake laugh as before. Kicking through piles of fallen leaves, the cold air struck him like a splash of water in the face. It felt good. He had to laugh. All his life he had traveled to the mountains and the polar regions to breathe air this bracing and heady, and here it was, right here in the middle of this ridiculous city. Maybe the seasons would become his terrain now, and winter be like high altitude or high latitude. It could be good. The afternoon before he and Diane were going to leave for New York, he phoned Spencer to see when they were playing, because he wanted to get one more game in before he left town. It was a perfect October day, Indian summer, and in the amber horizontal light of sunset, they threw across a stiff western breeze that brought a continuous rain of yellow and brown leaves, spinner drifting down on them. Frank slung his disc through the forest's ticker-tape parade, hooting with all the rest, and he was deep in the game when they ran into the Bros' little clearing. Spencer stopped so abruptly that Frank almost rammed into him, thinking, "Auroch." But then he saw half a dozen men wearing flak jackets, aiming big assault rifles at the astonished Bros. "Get down on the ground!" one of the men shouted. "Get down right now! Get down!" The guys dropped awkwardly, faces on the ground, arms out to the side. The Frisbee players stayed frozen in place. One of the men turned and said to them, "We'll be just a minute more here. Why don't you be on your way?" Frank and the Frisbee guys nodded and took off down Ross, jogging until they were around the corner, then stopping and looking back. "What the fuck was that?" "A bust." "Yeah, but who?" "We'll find out on the way back." They played on, distracted, missing shot after shot. On the way back, they hurried the pace and came into Site 21, huffing. The guys were still there, sitting around. All but Jory. "Hey guys, what was that all about?" Spencer cried as they ran in. "That looked horrible." "They rousted us," Zeno said. Redbeard shook his head resentfully. "They made us lie down on the ground like we were criminals." "They didn't want any trouble," said Zeno. "They thought Jory might be carrying." Aha. Jory, the only one who had ever made Frank feel seriously uncomfortable. So it had not been a misreading. "They were ready to shoot us," Redbeard complained. "Sure they were. They probably heard Jory was armed." "So it was Jory they were after?" Spencer said. "What did he do?" "Jory's the one who beat up on Ralph. Don't you know?" "No." "Yes, you do. It was in the papers. Ralph got pounded by Jory and a guy down at 18. We had to pull him right off the guy, yeah. I had to peel his fingers right off of his neck. He was pounding his head right against the concrete." "Yeah, so Ralph was in the hospital after that. But then a couple weeks later, Jory showed up again and started hanging out with us like nothing had happened. Jesus, Frank said. Why didn't you go to the police and get rid of this guy? They shouted, "Yeah, right," at him in unison. Then, interrupting each other in their eagerness, "What do you think they're going to do? They'll call in and find out about my outstandings and get my parole officer. Fuck that, they'll beat on you. You could end up put away for fucking years." Zeno's grin was shark-like. "Some things you just gotta live with, Doctor. The police are not there for us. Assholes come to hang with us, that's just the way it is." "Hard to believe," Frank said. "Is it?" On they ran, and after they had finished their frisbee, Frank asked Spencer about it. "So they can't get help from the police if they need it?" Spencer shook his head. "We can't either, for that matter. People without a legal place of residence are kind of outside the legal system. It's very property-based." "Don't you guys have places to live?" Spencer, Robin, and Robert laughed. "We do have places to live," Spencer said, "but we don't pay for them." "What do you do then?" "We wander a bit, just like you, right? We hunt and gather in the technos around." "A godly state," Robin said. "Come to dinner and see," Spencer offered. "The Freegans in Klingle Valley are having a potluck." "I don't have anything to bring." "Don't worry, there'll be enough. Maybe you can buy a bottle of wine on the way over." On the walk through the park to Klingle Valley, one of the park tributaries of Rock Creek, Spencer and the others explained to Frank that they were ferals. "You use that word?" "Yes, that's what they usually called their mode these days, but also squatters, scavengers, freegans. There were ferals living in every city. It was a kind of urban wilderness thing." "Freegan, what's that?" "It's like vegan, only they'll only eat food that they've gotten for free." "Say what?" "They eat out of dumpsters and such. Scavenge food that is going to waste." "Whoa." "Think about how many restaurants there are in D.C., said Spencer. "So many fine restaurants, so much wonderful food, and a certain percentage of it thrown away every night. Perfectly good, fresh food. That was just the way the restaurant business had to run. So, if you knew the routine at these dumpsters, and you resolved never to spend money on food, but always either to grow it or scavenge it, or kill it, in the case of the many white-tailed deer being culled and eaten, then you were a freegan. They were going to a freegan potluck that very night. There would be lots of venison. The house hosting the potluck was boarded up, having been badly damaged in a fire. They slipped in the back to find a party going on, a whole bunch of people, young and not so young, some tattooed and pierced, others tie-dyed and Rastified. There was a fire in the fireplace, but the flue wasn't drawing well. Added to this smokiness was a funky mix of wet dog, patchouli, potluck food, and whatever was burning in a hookah in the corner, a mix of hash, cigars, and clove cigarettes, judging by the cloud Frank walked through. The Frisbee players were greeted warmly, and Spencer was acclaimed as some kind of local celebrity, a gypsy king. He introduced Frank very informally, and hustled him through to the food table. Always wisest to get it while you can. And they feasted on a selection of Washington restaurateuring's finest, slightly reconstituted for the occasion. Steaks, quiche, salad, bread. Spencer ate like a wolf, and by the time they were done, Frank was stuffed as well. "See?" Spencer said as they sat on the floor, watching the crowd flow by. "There are lots of empty buildings in this city. If you work as a team and spend your time taking care of business, then you can find shelter and food for free. Scavenge clothes or buy in thrift shops, talk with people or play Frisbee for fun.
walk wherever you go. You can step outside the money economy almost entirely. Live off the excess so you don't add to the waste. You reduce waste, you pour energy back into the grid. Do a little street theater down in the lawyer district to gather some change. Even do day labor or take a job in one of the shops. You don't actually need money at all, although a little bit helps.
Wow, Frank said. And about how many people are doing this?
It's hard to tell. It's best to stay under the radar because of just the sort of police issues you were asking the bros about. I think there's several hundred people at least, maybe 1,000, who think of themselves as freegans or ferals. Obviously, there are a lot more homeless people than that, but I'm talking about the people going at it like we are.
Wow.
It makes a huge difference how you think about what you're doing.
That's true.
A group in the corner was preparing to play some music. 2 guitars, mandolin, fiddle, wooden flute, a Bombay harmonium. 2 young women came over to haul Spencer to his feet. A command performance, he was needed on percussion. Frank said,
"Thanks, Spencer. I'm going to have to go soon."
"That's all right, man. There'll be more of these. Frisbee tomorrow?"
"No, I've got to go to New York. I'll check in when I get back."
"See you then." Frank and Diane took the train to New York. They sat facing each other over a table on the morning express from Union Station to Penn Station, rocking slightly as they worked on their laptops, stopping from time to time to sip their coffees and look out the window and talk. Sometimes this lasted half an hour, then they returned to work. It was companionable. Out the window flashed the backs of long row houses, tawdry, unkempt yards. Old industrial buildings of the mid-Atlantic states, rusty and broken-windowed, flying by click, 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 sway, sway, gone. Over one of the great rivers, then by the gray Atlantic, mumbling its dirty whitecaps on shore. Then, descending underground, to go under the Hudson and enter Metropolis, just like Fritz Lang pictured it. Dark, ancient brick walls, unmarked by any graffiti. The train stopped in mid-tunnel. "Did you ever live in New York?" Diane asked.
"No. I've hardly even visited."
"Wow."
"You lived here?"
"Yes, I went to Columbia."
"What for?"
"Med school."
"Really?"
"Yes, a long time ago."
"Did you practice medicine?"
"Sure. 5 years. But then I got into research and the administration, and that just kept going, I guess you'd say."
"Yes, I would."
Peering at her laptop screensaver, which cycled a succession of Asian American faces.
"I mean, director of NSF, that's administration, all right."
She sighed. "It's true. Things just kept on happening." She tapped a button and made the faces go away. Replacing them was her calendar, every hour and half-hour obviously accounted for. Under it was a spreadsheet of projects, a kind of things-to-do list, but with events categorized and broken down by background reading, pre-meetings, biographies of participants, and so on. "You must have a system, too," she noted, seeing him looking at it.
"Sure," Frank said. Things-to-do list."
"That sounds healthier than this." "So, are you enjoying yourself?"
"Well, I suppose I am."
She laughed. "More than last year, anyway, I hope." He felt himself blushing.
"Yeah, sure. It's more of a challenge, of course, but I asked for it."
He gulped at that topic and said quickly, "I'll be a lot happier if the UN goes for one of these projects." "Sure."
But the work itself, in the building? Yeah, sure. More variety. It still isn't research. I know. But I'm trying. Maybe it's a different kind. I don't know. I've never been too sure what we're up to at NSF. I know. His face was fully hot now. He thought, come on, don't be chicken here. If ever there was a chance to talk about this, it's here and now. Only a few short months before, Diane had taken Frank's angry critique of NSF and, 1, pretended she had never seen it, 2, asked him to give a presentation on its contents to the NSF Science Board, and 3, asked him publicly to stay at NSF another year and chair a committee to study his suggestions and all other possible methods for increasing NSF's impact on the global warming situation, thus, in front of his ostensible peer group, making him prove that he was not a blowhard by taking on a hard, thankless job for the good of all. And he had agreed to do it. So he took a deep breath and said, "Why didn't you say anything when I gave you that letter?" She pursed her lips. "I thought I did." "Yes." He tried not to be irritated. "But you know what I mean." She nodded, looked down, and tapped a note into her schedule. It read to me like someone who was burnt out on doing jackets and wanted to be doing something else. NSF itself didn't really seem to be what you were talking about. Not to me. Well, maybe not entirely, but I did want to talk about it too. Sure. I thought you made some good points. I thought you might be interested in trying them out. So here you are. So you let the other stuff go. It has to stay in your file. I can't change people's files. But there's no sense looking for trouble. I find letting trouble stay in a file often works pretty well. And in your case, it was all going to work out one way or another. Either you'd go back to San Diego or you'd help us here. In that sense, you did good to give it to me in person like you did. I mean, just the hard copy. I tried to take it back, Frank confessed. You did? How? I came back and looked for it, but Lavetta had already given it to you. I see. I'm glad she did. I think it's worked out for the best. Frank thought about it. Don't you? Well, yes, I don't know. I guess I'm still finding out. She smiled her little smile again, and he discovered he liked to see it. He liked to cause it. The train moved again, and soon pulled into Penn Station. Up on the streets of Manhattan, they walked through the immense slots created by the skyscrapers, across Midtown to the UN building, Frank goggling at the views with an ex-window washer's awe. The day's work at the UN was interesting. Frank got to see another side of Diane, perhaps a glimpse of her true métier, as some kind of international diplomat or technocrat. She knew all these people already, and in the meetings she got up from her seat from time to time to look over their shoulders at their screens, putting a hand to a shoulder while pointing and asking a question. They all had met many times before, clearly. There was even a pause wherein the Secretary-General himself dropped by to say hi to her, thanking her lavishly for all she was doing. Back in the discussions, she was always driving the issue, always pushing for action, occasionally joking about the fact that she was a representative of the United States, and yet still promoting a vigorous array of environmental actions. She didn't overplay this, but her message seemed to be that although the U.S. historically had been part of the problem in global warming, from rejecting Kyoto
to pumping more carbon than any other country into the atmosphere, that was all about to change. As for the past, Diane and her allies had nothing to be ashamed of, just because they had not prevailed politically. In one conversation, she made the point that polls showed that a majority of American citizens were interested in protecting the environment, and wanted their government to do something about climate change, so that it was not a matter of being outnumbered so much as denied, as part of a more general breakdown of democratic systems in the U.S. Diane shrugged as she said this, no cause for outrage. The fight against greed was never going to end. Meanwhile, she served as an ambassador for all the elements of American society who wanted to engage the climate problem. Now, they might be in a position to prevail. Mostly, all this was implicit in her manner, cheerful, unapologetic, intent on the present and on future results. She pushed relentlessly all day, discussing plan after plan, typing memos into her laptop, and then, without further ado, moving on to the next matter, sometimes with a changed cast facing her, other times abruptly with the same people, with nothing more than an, "Okay, what about this?" Late in the day, they met with representatives of the European Carbon Emissions Trading Group and futures market. There was a futures market in carbon credits, as there was for everything else, and Diane felt its calculations could be tweaked to make it more accurate and useful. The carbon treaty talks, scheduled for the following year, were almost certain to make emissions much more expensive, and this was the kind of prospect that often gave a huge push to a futures market, as people tried to buy while the commodity was still cheap. Frank followed this discussion very closely, thinking about his own commodity status. That kind of investment could generate a big fund in advance of the need for it in payouts, and that could be used to prime the pump for various mitigation projects. Calculations using the Dynamic Integrated Model of Climate and the Economy, DICE 99, showed that a carbon tax as low as 10 cents a gallon of gas at the pump could have built up a hedge fund large enough to fund almost any mitigation they could conceive, if they had pegged the tax to inflation and started it some years before. They had missed that precautionary opportunity, as they had so many others, but in many ways it still existed, and most nations were instituting some version of a carbon exchange and a carbon tax. After that, they met with delegations from China, then India, then the European Union and the African Union. Usually, representatives from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change were on hand, and the discussions had a curiously suspended or hypothetical air. If Diane were the American president, or a representative of his, they would have been more intent, perhaps, to press their positions. As it was, they knew they were dealing with a kind of shadow government figure, or with the amorphous scientific community out there beyond the government, which Diane might be said to represent. She understood this, and dealt with it using a kind of tightrope walking tact, diplomatic and attractive. There were things NSF could do, and things it might do, were the political climate to change, and the physical climate changes might drive the political ones. After these meetings, it was the IPCC crowd itself who stayed on in the meeting rooms. The IPCC was one of the oldest and most influential global warming study groups. Their list of suggested amelioration projects was huge, and they had already performed or commissioned preliminary studies of most of them, so that they had them sorted by cost, size, type, area, time needed, potential carbon drawdown, estimated time of sequestration, secondary effects, and many other determinants. They went over this list item by item in the late afternoon and early evening, and by the time they were done, it certainly seemed like a robust carbon capture campaign could be constructed if the funding were there and political obstructions did not exist. Diane and Frank's questions to them about an intervention in the North Atlantic broached new territory, however, and though they were interested, the discussion could only outline the parameters of the problem. The International Maritime Treaty was administered through the UN, so there were experts available to answer some of Diane's questions, but it would take them some time. Then they were done, and it was dark outside, the windows reflecting them in the room. Workday over, in Manhattan in the cocktail hour, on a clear, chill November evening. "Dinner," Diane announced, looking down at the East River and its bridges. "Right," said Frank. He was hungry. "Shall we try this place I know?" They were on a date. They were on a date in the big city, the world's great city, paradigmatic and incomparable. Manhattan always boggled Frank. He had spent very little time in it, and that spread out over the years. Here, the primate mind had to be stunned by the verticality of the cliffs and canyons and towers. Add to those unnatural landforms the rivers of cars and taxis, and the omnipresence of people, hundreds in view at every moment, and the cumulative effect was staggering. Literally so for Frank, as he had no inhibitions about spinning down the sidewalks, head swiveling like an owl's to see more. Diane had to grab his arm and pull him out of traffic when he tried to get a better view of the Chrysler Building. Yes, there they were, arm in arm on the streets of Manhattan, laughing at Frank's hick amazement, his window washer's euphoria. West through Midtown, then up toward Central Park, where Diane knew of a good restaurant. In the crowd at the next red light, she slipped her arm out of his, which released him from an awkward position, in which his forearm had hung as if from an invisible sling, to give her forearm something to rest on. These old postures. And yet the touch had coursed through him as he walked, like a light charge of electricity, or a new idea. Oop! The restaurant proved to be run by Chinese or East Asians of some other kind. Frank didn't inquire, because in every other respect the restaurant was pure Provençal. It was jammed into an archetypal Manhattan restaurant space, 2 stories of narrow rooms, with a patio in the airshaft out back. A deep, brick-walled enclosure, home to a hardy old tree, the whole burnished to a mysterious black brick and battered wood perfection. 2 faces in candlelight over a restaurant table. An old situation, and they both knew it. Although probably only Frank was also helplessly theorizing the event in terms of its million-year-old tradition. 2 faces in the light of a fire, 1 male, 1 female, eat, drink, man, woman. Big parts of the brain were no doubt ignited by the candlelight alone, not to mention the smells and tastes. 1,000,000 years. They talked about the day, the work in hand. Frank admitted to being impressed by the IPCC group and the work they had done. "Still, I'd like to do something faster if we could. I think we'll need it." "You think so?" He told her about seeing Kembalung go under. Then his notions for dealing with the changing ocean, for clean energy, for really serious carbon drawdown from the atmosphere. So, Diane said, really you're talking about global cooling. Well, if we can warm it, maybe we can cool it too. But the warming took a lot. The whole world's economy, 200 years. Well, but just by accident, though. The economy wasn't dedicated to warming. It was just a byproduct. Making things cooler might be harder than warming. But if we actually direct part of the economy to that project, like as if paying for a war or something, maybe. She thought about it, shook her head as if freeing herself from the subject. Then they talked about their pasts, in brief, disconnected anecdotes. She described her children, Frank, his parents. This seemed odd, but then she described her parents too, quite like his in some ways, it sounded. Her mother had been born in China, and Diane could do a funny imitation of her primitive English. You go in streetcar squish you like bug. After that, Frank could hear better the Chinese accent in Diane's own speech, which was perfectly grammatical and idiomatic, California standard, in fact, but with a lilt to it that he now understood better. Then, world events. Problems in the Middle East. Travels. New York. Other meals in New York. They tried each other's dishes, refilled each other's wine glasses. They each drank half the bottle, then, over creme brulee, sipped samples of cognac from a tray of ancient bottles offered for their inspection by the waiter. Complex sensations coursing through the sensorium. Some part of the parcellated mind watched all the parts coming together. Nice to be so here in the moment. Frank watched Diane's face and felt something like the glow he had felt when she took his arm on the street. She, too, was enjoying herself. Seeing that was part of the glow. Reciprocity. This kind of mutual enjoyment, he thought, only works if it is mutual. We live for this. We crave this. He felt a little vertiginous, as if climbing a hard pitch, or maybe the Chrysler Building up the street. Aware of a risk. He saw again how beautiful her arms were. This was an optimodal thing. Not just biceps, but the whole upper arm, amazingly thick front to back, from shoulder to elbow, unlike anyone else's arms. Gorgeous. It was different for everybody. What looked good to them? The argument that beauty corresponded to adaptive function was obviously stupid. Deviance from the norm was what drew the eye. Francesca Taolini had a crooked nose and various other asymmetries typical of narrow, sharp-edged faces, and yet she was gorgeous. Diane had a blunt, pentagonal face, perfectly symmetrical, and she too, while not as glamorous as Francesca, was yet still very attractive, one might even say charismatic. Yes, a true star that day at the UN. She drew the eye. At a table near the door to the kitchen, another couple was having a similar sort of dinner, except they were much more demonstrative, more romantic. From time to time they even leaned together and kissed, in that New York way of pretending they were alone when they weren't. Frank thought they were showing off and turned his head away. Diane saw them, and his response too, and smiled her slight smile. She leaned over and whispered, "They have wedding bands." "Ah." "No way they are married to each other." "Ah," Frank said. She nodded, pleased by her deduction. "The big city," Frank said awkwardly. "It's true.
I waited tables here for a while when I was going to school. I liked to guess the stories, like with these two, though this was easy. Usually it was harder. You only see an hour, but sometimes you can tell it's an important hour. People forget to eat, or they cry or argue. You could see the story. The other girls thought I was crazy, but it was just to be doing something.
Recreational anthropology.
She laughed. Yes, or Nancy Drew. Passing the time. Then they were done. The bill divided and paid. Out on the sidewalks, she said, "Where are you staying?"
"The Metropolitan."
"Me too." "Okay. We can walk through the park and see if the ice skating is going yet."
"It's certainly been cold enough for it."
As they walked into it, Central Park's similarity to Rock Creek Park struck Frank. Flat terrain instead of a ravine, but they were still in a piece of the great eastern hardwood forest. It was very familiar.
"I've been spending time around the National Zoo," Frank said impulsively. "It's kind of like this."
"What do you do there?"
"I've joined a group trying to keep track of the animals they haven't yet recaptured."
"That must be interesting."
"Yes, it is."
"And are you recapturing these animals?"
"Eventually, I suppose they will. We're mostly watching them now. It would be hard to trap some of them. The gibbons are my favorite, and they can get away from people very easily. But they'll need some help with this cold."
"I like their singing."
"So do I."
Frank glanced down at her, suppressing several inane comments as they arose, in the end saying nothing. She walked beside him, relaxed and easy, short and solid, her dark hair gleaming where it reflected a distant streetlight or park light, seeming unaware of his gaze. "Ah, look, it is going. How nice." She led him onto the bridge overlooking the northern bank of the ice rink. They leaned against it, watching New Yorkers, expert and inexpert, gliding over the illuminated white ice. "Come on," Diane said, tugging his arm. "I haven't skated in years."
"Ah, God," Frank said. "I'm terrible at it."
"I'll teach you." She took his rental boots from him, demanded a stiffer and tighter pair from the help, then laced them up for him. "Nice and stiff, that's the secret. Now just stand straight and set a line. Glide forward, shift quickly back and forth." He tried it, and it worked. Sort of. Anyway, it went better than he remembered earlier times having done. He staggered around and tried not to fall, or run into anybody. Diane glided past from time to time, undemonstrative but deft, throwing him off balance every time he caught sight of her. She skated with him, held him up, helped him up, then took off and skated by, red-cheeked and grinning. "Okay," she said after a while. "I'm losing it here. My ankles are tired."
"Mine are broken."
Back into shoes, back walking on the ground, stumping along, it felt, after the skating. Frank felt a little tense, and they drew apart as they walked. Frank searched for something to talk about. They walked more slowly, as if to prolong the evening, or stave off an awkward moment. Two single adults, out on a date in Manhattan, with empty hotel rooms waiting, in the same hotel, and no one on earth knew where they were at that moment, except them. The theoretical possibilities were obvious. But she was his boss, and about a decade older than him. Not that mattered, though it did. But it was the professional relationship that was the main thing, standing like the bottom half of a Dutch door between them. So much could go wrong. So much could be misinterpreted. They were going to be working together for the coming year, maybe more. And then there was Caroline, too. The existence of Caroline, which had changed everything in his life, except not, it seemed, the content of this parcel of it. The incorrigible scientist inside him was trying to analyze the situation. Every street they came to had a red light, and there was time to think. Perhaps too much time. Alpha females often led their troop in all the most fundamental ways, particularly matters of sexual access, meaning reproductive success. The alpha males, and really, in this situation, Frank almost might be considered a beta male. They were almost ceremonial in their powers. They got what they wanted, but did not control the troop. Well, whatever. At this moment, that wasn't really the point. He needed to know what to do. It was like being in high school. He had hated high school for this very reason. Diane sighed. He glanced at her. She was smiling her little smile. "That was fun," she said. "I never take time like this anymore." She was keeping a good distance between them. "We'll have to do it in D.C., Frank suggested. Take a break." "That would be nice. We might even have outdoor ice skating this winter if the forecasts come true." "Yes, that's right. Out on the Potomac, for that matter." Another block. Frank said, "You do work long hours." "No more than anyone else." "I hear it's a lot more." "Well, there's a lot to do. Anyway, it won't last much longer." She pointed down a crossing street this time, rather than nudging him along. "Down that way. The hotel's at 51st and Lex." "Ah, yeah. What do you mean, not much longer?" "Well, my term is almost up." "It's a term?" "Yes, didn't you know?" She looked up at him, laughed at his expression. "Heading NSF is a presidential appointment. It lasts for 6 years. I have just over a year to go." They stopped in front of their hotel. "I didn't know that," Frank said stupidly. "They must have told you when you did the orientation." "Oh," said Frank. "I missed some of that." "You blew it off." "Well, yes, a little bit. Not all of it." She watched him, seeming amused but guarded. He had thought she was going to be his boss indefinitely. Now he had suddenly learned she was not as powerful as he had thought. And power is attractive. On the other hand, this meant she was not going to be his boss indefinitely, which meant that particular strangeness would go away, leaving them unconstrained by work issues, by the past in any manifestation, free to examine whatever was between them. So, less powerful in the pure sense, but less constrained in her relation to him. And how did these factors affect his feelings? She was watching his face to see. He didn't know himself, so there was no way his face could show anything. But then, that too must have been visible. And the unconscious mind. He shivered at his own confusion, tried to smile. "So there's light at the end of your tunnel," he said. "But I like the job." "Ah, yes. Well, that's too bad then." She shrugged. "I'll do something else." "Dang." She shrugged again. She was still watching him, interested in him. He wondered how much longer they could stand outside the hotel talking before it began to look strange. "I want to hear more about this down in D.C., he said. "What you're thinking of doing and all." "Okay." "Good. Well, 6 o'clock train. Shall we meet in the lobby and walk over to the station?" "Sure." 5 a.m. sharp. They turned together into the hotel and walked to the elevator. Up it went, opened at the 3rd floor. "Good night." "Good night." "That was fun." "Yes, it was." When Charlie cleaned house, he worked in a burst of maniacal effort powered by very loud music, making the event into a kind of indoor extreme sport, a domestic pentathlon performed in a last-minute attempt to stave off utter shabbiness. The ancient, insane, and incontinent cats, the ineradicable musk that the swimming tiger had left in the basement, perhaps contributing to the cat's paranoia, Joe's depredations and accidents, Nick's absent-minded tendency to use the furniture as a napkin, for instance, to clean his fork so as to keep his food pure. All these left marks. Even the divinely slovenly Anna left marks, dropping her clothing wherever she happened to take it off, depositing books and papers and mail wherever she finished with them, all behaviors in stark contrast to the extreme order of her abstract thinking. All these had an impact, and Charlie himself was disorganized in both the abstract and the concrete, so that eventually their house's interior came to consist of narrow passageways through immense, tottering middens of household detritus. Charlie would therefore occasionally knock something over and block the way, notice the chaos, and freak out. He would leap into action, trying to rectify everything in a single morning. He had to begin by putting things away, to the extent possible, as all closets and drawers remained mysteriously full, middens of their own, despite all that was strewn at large. However, he at least got things off the floors, into stacks on tables and dressers near where they were supposed to go. Then he cleaned the bathrooms and the kitchen, scrubbing madly. Then it was time for vacuuming. All this was Charlie's version of the Zen meditation practice called chop wood, carry water, and he enjoyed it as such, but it had to be fueled by music or it was no good. Vacuum cleaning in particular needed music, fast, intricate, surging music that sounded good at high volume. The buzzsaw solos of Charlie Parker made an excellent vacuuming soundtrack, allowing Charlie to shout, "Salt! Peanuts!" over and over as he crashed about. Certain rock guitarists could, of course, push a vacuum as well. When Steve Howe was soloing, the world practically vacuumed itself. But the apotheosis of vacuum cleaning, Charlie had found over the years, was that part of Beethoven's late work that expressed the composer's sense of the mad, blind energy of the universe, which was just what vacuuming needed. These movements, as defined by Beethoven's biographer Walter Sullivan, who had identified and named the mode, were those characterized by tunes repetitive and staccato, woven into fugues so that different lines perpetually overlapped in dense interference patterns, relentless, machine-like, interminable. Possibly only a deaf man could have composed such music. The famous second movement of the Ninth Symphony was a good example of this mode, but to Charlie, the two very best examples were the finale of the Hammerklavier Sonata, Opus 106, and the Gross Fugue, originally the finale of String Quartet, Opus 130, later detached and designated Opus 133. The finale of the Hammerklavier was so difficult to play that concert pianists often gave up performing it years ahead of their full retirement, while the Gross Fugue had caused the first quartet that attempted it to beg Beethoven to write a replacement finale more within human capacities, a request which Beethoven had granted with a laugh, no doubt foreseeing that quartet players in the future would end up having to perform both finales, compounding their problem. In any case, the cosmic inexorability of these two huge fugues made perfect music to propel a vacuum cleaner around the house. And long ago, Charlie had discovered by accident that it worked even better to play them both at once, one on the stereo upstairs, the other downstairs, with the volumes on both stereos turned up to 11. Joe, of course, loved this unholy racket, real big truck music, and he insisted on lending a hand with the vacuuming itself, causing Charlie to dodge and leap about to avoid trampling him, and to catch the machine if it got loose and began to drag the undetachable toddler down some lane of open space toward furniture or walls. After a few such mishaps, Joe would usually hand it back over and follow Charlie around, slinging dinosaurs into the vacuum's path to see if they would survive. So, now a day came when Charlie was flying around the dining room, smashing chairs aside with the vacuum cleaner to make room under the table. Lots of odd rattles and clunks under there, as usual, glorying in the crisscross of the two monster fugues, the way they almost seemed to match each other, the piano rippling up and down within the massed chaos of the strings, everything sounding wrong, but right, insane, but perfect. And then came that magic moment when both the hammering on the clavier and the grossness of the fugue quieted at the same time, as if Beethoven had somehow foreseen that the two pieces would be played together someday, or as if there was some underlying method in both, introducing a little eye to the storm, before the exhilarating assault on all meaning and sense started to chomp away again. When Charlie looked around and saw that Joe was sitting on the floor of the living room, red-faced and open-mouthed, bawling his eyes out, unheard in the cacophony. Charlie killed the vacuum cleaner, rushed over to turn off Charles Rosen, then slid across the hardwood floor to snatch the boy up in his arms. "Oh, Joe! Joe! What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong?" Joe stuck out his lower lip. "Loud. Oh, God, Joe, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But, you know, we're vacuuming. It's always loud when we vacuum the house." "Too loud," Joe said, and whimpered pathetically. Charlie hugged him, held him. "Sorry, guy," he said. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know. This is the way we've always done it before." And also, it seemed to him, in the past, if Joe had wanted something like the sound turned down, he would have let Charlie know by beating on his kneecap or launching a dinosaur at his head. Charlie was used to a very frank and open exchange of views with Joe, so that they would bicker with each other, sure, tussle, whack, yell, but cry? To have Joe Quibbler whimpering in his arms pathetically, content to snuggle up against his chest, it was not right. And though it felt good to be able to comfort him, to rock him side to side in his arms, as he had many years before, when trying to get Nick to fall asleep, humming gently the main theme of the Gross Fugue until the Arditi Quartet finished with it upstairs, then continuing to hum it until it became something like a lullaby for infant robots. It was still extremely disturbing. It just wasn't like Joe. He sat down and for a long time hugged the child, communing. Then Joe looked up at the big front window, and his eyes grew round. "Snow," he said. "Yes, that's right, that's snow. Very good, Joe. I didn't know you knew how to say that. It must be last winter since you saw snow, and you were just a baby then." Joe conducted the snow with outstretched arms, looking rapt, or maybe just stunned. "Snow go down. It sure does." "Wow, that's pretty heavy for a first storm. It looks like it's going to bury the house. I thought this was supposed to be global warming we were having." "Bury house?" "No, not really. I was joking there. It might come up to the windows, though, see? I don't think it will get any higher than that." "No?" "Oh, well, no reason, really. It just never does. At least so far. And cold, dry winters are supposed to be the thing now. The great paradox. I guess it's been kind of dry this fall. But now it's snowing. When it snows, it snows." Charlie was used to babbling meaninglessly at Joe. They were privileged conversations, as between lawyer and client. It was actually a little bit disconcerting to have Joe be starting to understand him. Joe kept conducting the snow, his hands making evocative little flutters downward. Impulsively, Charlie gave him another hug. The boy was hot, as usual. Not by much, but Charlie could feel it. Anna was keeping a chart on him now, and she had established that he was hotter by day, just under 100, and a bit cooler at night, right over 98.6, average 98.9, she concluded after going through one of her statistical fits. It was a way of not thinking, Charlie thought. Quantification as coping. Charlie just felt the heat with his fingertips, as now. Joe shrugged him aside. He was more sensitive these days. Was that true? Well, there was this sudden aversion to Beethoven squared, but one of the weird things about living with a toddler was how fast they changed, and how hard it then became to remember what they had been like before the change, overwhelmed as that memory was by the present state, now so vivid to the eye. Probably Joe was different, because, of course, he had to be different. He was growing up. He was adding several million brain cells an hour, and several hundred experiences. And occasionally, he burst out with a newly angry version of his old vehemence, so it wasn't as if he were mellowing out. No one who knew him would put it that way, but before, he had been permanently, and so to speak, impersonally, irritated, at the slowness of everything, perhaps. Now, when he got upset, it appeared more deeply felt, and often directed at Charlie. It almost seemed as if he were unhappy. This had never been true before. Joe had been furious often. Unhappy? Never. Even the thought of him unhappy cut Charlie to the quick. And fearful, needy, even affectionate. All these were strange things for Charlie to witness. Now, he watched Joe stare out the window at the falling snow, not writhing in his arms, not trying to throw anything, not bouncing around absorbed in solitary play, not babbling. Of course, the snow was a startling sight, so fair enough. But Charlie was scared by the way Joe felt in his arms. "Maybe we should go out there and play in the snow." "Okay. Come on, it'll be fun. We can dress warm and make a snowman, throw snowballs." "Okay, da." Charlie sighed. No leap up, no marching to the door shouting, "Go, go, go!" with finger imperiously extended. He got up and started to get them dressed. It was a long operation. It was 18 degrees outside. Already he was thinking fire in the fireplace, Thomas the train on the carpet, snow drifting down outside the window. "We won't be able to stay out long." The phone rang. "Oh, wait just a second here." Joe's eyes bugged out in their old style. "Da! Wanna go? Go!" "Ha! I bet you do. Good for you. Just a second. Ha ha." "Hello?" "Charlie, it's Roy." "Roy, how are you?" "I'm fine. You? Is this a good time?" "No worse than usual." "Still suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous children?" "Yes. Joe and I are about to go outside in the snow, but I can talk to you out there. Let me get my earplug in." "I won't keep you long. You guys just keep doing what you're doing. We've been talking about what Phil can say to counter the president's people's attacks. Now that he's declared he's running, they're clearly concerned, and they keep saying that he'll gut the economy in a futile attempt to reverse climate change. As opposed to letting it continue on its merry way? Yes. Adaptation opportunities are a big thing in certain think tanks now. There are regions due to see more productive climates, they say. I'll bet they do. Well, let's hold them to that. Phil has to keep saying that getting right with the planet has become an industrial activity, and getting there first could be a spur to any nation's economy. It'll be like the dot-com boom, only real. I'm writing all this down. Yeah, right. But why shouldn't we just let private enterprise take care of it, like they say it will? The free market is not good at disaster recovery. Catastrophe is not profitable. But they say it is. We'll have to point out that it isn't true. Maybe that's why we keep losing. Think positive, Roy. Here, put your legs in first. It works better that way. It's warmer. No way are we going outside unless you agree to put that on. You're so funny. Charlie, do you need to go? No. Hey, come on. No, not at all. Here we go. Now, what were we saying? That we're doomed to lose this election? No, it's not that. I'm just trying to refine the message. Job creation. Helping people get through the bad weather by stimulating these two new industries, adaptation, then mitigation. The time for a work projects administration may have passed. Roy, I'm just trying to see their next move. You're bumming me out. I'm out in the beautiful white snow. Whee! Ooh! Okay, Charlie, call me back. I don't think my ear can handle you guys besporting yourselves like that. Right. Think it over and I'll call you back. We won't be out long. Oh, but wait just a sec. When I do call back, remind me we should talk about insurance. They might be interested. Hey, Joe! Bye. Bye. Charlie hustled after Joe, out into the street. Their street dead-ended right in front of their house, and there was a blanket of snow covering it. Joe kicked around in an ecstasy, his cheeks red, his eyes a brilliant blue. Charlie kicked around behind him, calling, Go! Ha! Take that! Snow drifted down on them. It was cold, but almost windless. Beautiful, really. Maybe they could adapt to any climate. Well, but that was thinking about individuals, the body in its clothing. The support system more generally might not fare as well. Food production, energy. As he danced in the snow, Charlie considered what could be said to the American public to convince them they needed to elect Phil Chase as their next president, rather than the current happy occupant. Incumbents had an advantage, but the Republican Party had stood firm, so far, on a policy of denying the existence of climate change. Surely the time was coming when they could be held to account for that heedlessness. Maybe not. The snow lofted down. Looking up, it was strange to see so many tiny white missiles plunging down out of the gray cloud that covered the sky, flocking down in waves. Individual flakes caught in Joe's hair. His mittens were too big. He looked displeased and shook his hands. Angrily, he tried to pluck the mittens off, one hand, then the other, but both hands were equally impeded. "Da! No, Joe, wait! Don't do that, Joe! Your hands will freeze! Cold! Cold! Wanna! Wanna!" Joe flung his arms wildly around him, and off the mittens flew. "Ah, shit, Joe! Come on! We'll have to go back inside if you do that." "Wanna snow?" Happily, Joe scooped up loose snow and smooshed it into snowballs to throw at his dad. Quickly, his hands turned pink and wet, but he didn't seem to mind. Charlie helped him build a little snowman. Base, torso, head. The new snow cohered very nicely. Seed cones from a low branch for eyes. Very cool. Joe stood facing it. He put his red, wet hands together. "Namaste," he said. Charlie jerked upright. "What did you say?" "Namaste." "Oh, you want to go back inside?" "Ah, oui," holding out a red and white hand for Charlie's inspection. "I bet. That looks cold. That's what I was telling you about the mittens." "Too big." "Sorry. We'll look for some smaller ones." Joe began kicking the snowman. Charlie watched him fondly. This was his Joe, kicking his creation to pieces. Like a sand mandala poured into the river. Huge gusto when wiping a slate clean. His snowsuit looked like it was covered with wet diamonds. "Come on, let's go back inside. He's all gone now. People won't even know what we did. They'll think that two big tigers have been out here wrestling in the snow." "Kuda." Back inside, they went to the kitchen and made hot chocolate. They took their cups out by the fire and put them on the coffee table, then wrestled casually, taking breaks to sip chocolate. Joe charged Charlie, slammed into him, then rolled away on the carpet, squealing happily. There was little he liked more, particularly when he knocked Charlie over. He growled like a dog, grunted like a martial artist, shrieked like a banshee, did not cry when he fell down. Except this time he did. He bonked his head on the radiator and wailed. He just wasn't as tough these days. It took quite a bit of hot chocolate to make it okay. Then it was back to rolling, growling, shouting, "Ha!" or "Gotcha!" until they were content to lie there in a heap on the carpet. Charlie was exhausted. Joe faked exhaustion for a second, to show what a mighty ordeal it had been to defeat the monster, then sat playing with his trains, shaking his head and proclaiming, "Poda." The fire crackled. Outside, the snow fell. Looking up at it from the floor, Charlie had the impression that it was aiming at him and just missing. Maybe this was just the way it was going to be now. Maybe that's the way it had always been. People had lived cocooned in oil for a few generations, but beyond that, the world remained the same, waiting for them to re-emerge into it. Joe was staring into the fire. He whimpered, as in the last gulp of a cry. Charlie leaned over and hugged him, held him. The boy felt hot again, slightly sweaty. He twisted a little, trying to get comfortable, and Charlie resisted an urge to squeeze him tightly. He put his nose into the boy's fine hair, breathed in the faint smell of infancy. All that was going away. He was filled suddenly with a fearful joy, beautiful but frightening, like the snow outside. snow inside him. They leaned against each other. They sighed one of their synchronized sighs, the same breath filling them, then leaving in a prolonged exhalation. Joe and Da by the fire. Chapter 6. Optimodal. Social Science Experiment in Elective Politics, SSEEP, SEEP. Notes by Edgardo Alfonso for Diane Chang, the Vanderwall Committee, and the National Science Board. The experiment is designed to ask, if the scientific community were to propose a platform of political goals based on scientific principles, how would it be formulated, and what would the platform say? In other words, what goals for improvement in society and government might follow logically from the aggregate of scientific findings and the application of the scientific method? The platform could conceivably take the form of the Contract with America, adopted by the Republican Party before the 1994 election, a kind of list of things to do. Contract with humanity. Contract with the children. Contract with the generations to come. Commitment to inventing a sustainable culture. Permaculture, first iteration. What science is for. Some kind of underlying macro goal or foundational axiom set might have to be synthesized from the particulars of scientific practice and the composite standard model of physical reality expressed by the various disciplines. 1. One axiom or goal might be some form of the greatest good for the greatest number rubric, without implying in any way that this greatest good could include or justify any planned or accepted structural or permanent disadvantaging of any minority of any size. As should be clear in the wording of the rubric, the greatest number is of course 100%, including also the generations to come. 2. Even in the context of any religious or humanistic anthropocentrism, the life of our species depends on the rest of Earth's biosphere. Even the utilitarian view of nature as something distinct and subservient to humanity must grant the biosphere the status of a diffused expression and aspect of our bodies. Interdependence of all the components of biosphere, including humanity, is undeniable. An observable, confirmable fact. Breathing. Given some version of these foundational axioms, the scientific community suggests these platform particulars for government. Preliminary partial list please add to as you see fit. Contract with our children. 1. Protection of the biosphere. Sustainable uses. Clean technologies. Carbon balance. Climate homeostasis. 2. Protection of human welfare. Universal housing, clothing, shelter, clean water, health care, education, reproductive rights. 3. Full employment. Current economy defines 5.4% unemployment as optimum for desired wage pressure balance, treating labor, people, as a commodity and using a supply-demand pricing model. 5% in USA equals approximately 15 million people. At the same time, there is important work not being done. If government-insured full employment reduced wage pressure, fear, forcing a rise in minimum wages from the private sector, this would help pull millions out of poverty, decrease their government dependence and social service costs, and inject and cycle their larger incomes back into the economy. 4. Individual ownership of the majority of the surplus value of one's labor. People create by their work an economic value beyond what it costs to pay them and provide their means of production. This averages $66,000 per year for American workers, a surplus legally belonging to owners, stockholders. American workers, therefore, receive between 1/10 and 1/4 of the actual value of their work. The rest goes to owners. A minimum share of 51% of the value of one's work should be returned to one as surplus value beyond salary, this value to be measured by objective and transparent accounting as defined by law. 3 and 4 combined would tend to promote the greatest good for the greatest number by distributing the wealth more equitably among those who have created it. 5. Reduction of military spending. Match U.S. military expenditures to the average of other nations. This would halve the military budget, freeing over $200 billion a year. More generally, all national militaries should be integrated in an international agreement upholding non-violent conflict resolution. Using black helicopters, of course. Disproportionate size of U.S. military and arms industry, a waste of resources. Doubling since September 11, 2001, resembles panic response or attempt at global hegemony. Results undermine goals outlined in the foundational axioms. 6. Population stabilization. Human population stabilized at some level to be determined by carrying capacity studies and foundational axioms. Best results here so far have resulted from increase in women's rights and education, also a goal in itself, thus a powerful positive feedback loop with chance for results within a single generation. Context, ultimate goal, permaculture. A scientifically informed government should lead the way in the invention of a culture which is sustainable perpetually. This is the only normative bequest to the generations to come. It is not adaptive to heavily damage the biosphere when our own offspring and all the generations to follow will need it, like we do, in order to survive. If reproductive success is defined as life's goal, as it is in evolutionary theory, then stealing from descendants is maladaptive. Protection of the environment, therefore, along with restoration of landscapes and biodiversity, should become one of the principal goals of the economy. Government must lead the way in investigating potential climate-altering strategies to mitigate current problems and eventually establish a balance that can be maintained in perpetuity. Process notes. How to enact platform. Broader outreach. Public discussion. Performance evaluation methodologies. Scientific organizations and universities as information transmitters. Individuals in these organizations as catalysts in information cascade. Also, candidates for elections and appointments. Advocacy. Study governing methods in other countries to suggest possible reforms to our system where currently function democracy is impaired. Some candidates for study. Swiss presidential model. Executive Council. Australian ballot. Preferential voting. Transparency in government. Freedom of information. Watchdog groups. Diane and the Van der Waal committee sat around the table in the meeting room next to Diane's office. Some shook their heads as they read Edgardo's draft. Others just gave up, held their heads in their hands. "Okay," said Diane. "Anyone want to add anything else?" The first big windstorm tore the last leaves off the trees in a rush. It was an amazing thing, and when Frank got out of his van, the wind cut into him, and he reached back for a windbreaker. The wind was loud in the branches, hooting and keening and whooshing like the roar of distant jets. He ran to the park and stopped on the overlook. Leaves tumbled down into the gorge. The stream was running with them. It looked like 1,000,000 yellow paper boats had been launched and were now bouncing down the rapids together, covering the water entirely. Frank hooted loudly, "Oop!" into the blanketing roar of the wind. Nothing would hear him. It was colder than it had yet been this year. At his tree, he called down Miss Piggy. He had to catch her on an in-swing, and the climb was tough, up into piercing cold wind, swinging a little, then over the lip and onto the plywood, in his treehouse. Only now, it was like a crow's nest, swaying back and forth on the top of the mast. Wow. He sat down, belayed himself to the railing. Was it going to be possible to get used to this? He watched the wind toss the forest about. The canopy was a network of black branches and twigs bouncing vigorously in place, a few stubborn leaves flapping like prayer flags. Strong gusts caused the network to course and flow like seaweed in a current, then rebound to their usual violent fluttering in place. His own tree moved gently back and forth. Rock-a-bye baby. It seemed like it would be okay. He was liking it already. Oop! He crawled over to his duffel, opened it, and pulled out his largest tent, a north face, south call. It was very strong and stable, therefore quiet, as tents went. It was meant for 2 people and a lot of gear. He screwed ring-bolt screws into the plywood, measuring carefully and staking down the tent as he went to make certain it was stretched out tautly. He pulled the tent poles into their sleeves and posted them into their grommets, leaning into the wind-swept fabric of the tent until they were secure and all was well. He stepped in. It was really big for a 2-person tent, expedition scale for sure, with room to stand right at the high point, sloping quickly down to the 4 corners. Nylon blue, and in the lantern's glow, the color of twilight. It smelled like the mountains. He moved his duffel and the rest of his stuff inside. Zip the door shut. Zoop! And he was in a nylon-walled room, like a kind of yurt. People had lived in yurts through entire ice ages. This one swayed, but that still seemed okay. It reminded him of waterbeds back in the day. Rock-a-bye baby. He pulled out his sleeping bag, sat on his ground pad, draped the bag over his legs, arranged his pillows. Everything was slightly blue, including his laptop screen. He regarded all of it with pleasure. This was the bedroom he loved most in all the world, the only constant in all his years of wandering. Nothing lacking, everything at hand, the taut walls curving up aerodynamically. He got comfortable and tapped around on the laptop. A little reading to help him to sleep. An article in Nature linking paleoclimate and human evolution in a manner similar to the killer frisbee guy's argument. Many rapid and severe fluctuations in climate had islanded small human numbers in various refugia, where gene pool and behavioral pockets survived in isolation. When the weather improved, these were the only people left. Thus,
ice ages as repeated selectors for flexibility, innovation, and cooperation. Another altruism as adaptation argument, in other words. Frank wasn't sure it made the case that cooperation had been key. It was a group selection argument, and evolutionary theory was still struggling with the concept of group selection, as opposed to the solid case for kin selection, which one tended to see everywhere in nature. Living things would clearly sacrifice for their kin. Whether they would for their group was less sure. Still, it was interesting to think about, and it combined in a very interesting way with another article in Nature, describing the latest in game theory studies of altruism. Prisoner's Dilemma was part of it, of course. This simple game had been studied for decades. Two prisoners, kept separately, were asked to testify against the other, to benefit themselves. Rewards were quantified for easy computer trials. If both refused to defect, each earned 3 points. If they both defected, they earned 1 point. If one defected and the other didn't, the defector got 5 points, while the sap got 0. A simple game, with a simple if depressing result. In most scenarios, one accumulated points fastest by always defecting. But there were other strategies that sometimes outperformed always defect, expressed for the computer trials as algorithmic formulas, but given names like tit for tat, or firm but fair, or irregular firm but fair, or even always generous, which, under certain circumstances, climate fluctuation, could create an upward spiral of maximizing points for both players. This Nature article described some new experiments. Researchers had first tried the game using only always defect and always generous strategies. In essence, parasites and hosts. As predicted by previous results, the defectors took over the system, but the average fitness of the population then dropped. A variant of the game was then introduced, called Snowdrift, in which players were supposedly stuck in cars in the snow and could either get out and shovel or not. The generous got points even if the other defected, because eventually their car would be clear. Here, cooperators and defectors coexisted stably, in a mix determined by the details of the game rules. The researchers then mapped the Snowdrift results onto a graph program, finding long tendrils of association between clusters of cooperators. When the tendrils were cut by rule changes, the clusters were destroyed by defectors. The implication was that islanding was dangerous, and that some rules allowed cooperation to prosper while others didn't. It was also interesting to consider what the analog of tendrils would be in real-world situations. Extending help to people from other groups, perhaps, as Anna had, for instance, when welcoming the Kembalis into her family's life after they appeared in the NSF building. This kind of generosity could be explained as group selection, but only if the definition of the group was enlarged, perhaps even by some leap of the imagination. Empathy. Someone in the journal recently had suggested this was the story of human history so far, successive enlargement of the sense of the group. The authors of this Nature article went on to tentatively suggest that generosity which held no advantage at all to the giver might be structurally sounder in the long run than generosity that brought some kind of return to the cooperator. The paper concluded with the reminder that at the beginning of life, RNA had to cooperate with proteins and other molecules to band together
and form cells. So clearly, cooperation was a necessary component of evolution and a strong adaptive strategy. The authors of the paper admitted that the reasons for the success of cooperation were not well understood. But certain proteins now ubiquitous in cells must have gotten there by being always generous. Falling asleep in his tent, swaying gently, Frank thought, "Now that is interesting. Suggestive. Something to be tried. I will be like that protein. Or like Anna at work. I will be always generous." Winter came. His treehouse was now visible from the ground, if one knew what to look for. But who was looking? And if anyone saw it, what could they do about it? Theoretically, someone could lie in wait nearby, then arrest him or ambush him. But as he hiked in the park, under the bare-limbed skeletal trees, over ground thick with rime-frosted and snow-drifted leaves, he could see sometimes half a mile in all directions, and, in truth, the park was nearly depopulate. He was much more likely to see deer than people. The only humans out in the area near his treehouse tended to be park staff or other fog volunteers, and many of these were acquaintances by now. Even strangers did not represent a danger, during the day anyway. People out there in winter were often interested in being alone. You could tell when you spotted them, whether this was true or not, in another of those unconscious calculations that the savannah brain was so good at. But mostly he just saw deer. He hiked the empty forest, looking for the auroch and seeing only deer. Although once he spotted what looked to him like an ibex, and Nancy ID'd as a chamois. The other ferals he spotted were often suffering from the cold, and the sudden absence of leaves. Many of these animals were tropical or subtropical, and even if they could have withstood the cold, the disappearance of the leaves meant their food was gone. Seeing an eland snuffling in a pile of leaves packed into a windrow gave one a new respect for the native animals, who could survive such drastic changes in the environment. It was a tough biome, and the natives were tough customers. The coyotes were even getting kind of brash. The zoo staff and Fogg were now recapturing every endangered feral they could. The ones that remained elusive, or seemed to be doing okay, were aided by heated feeding stations. These were mostly simple two-walled shelters, L's, with their open sides facing south. Frank helped build some, lifting panels and beams of playground plastic to be screwed into place. A few shelters were three-walled and had trapdoors suspended over their open sides, so that the zoo staff could capture animals inside them. None of the Fogg members liked it, but it beat a mass die-off. So now there were parts of the park that seemed like an open-air or unwalled zoo, with animals of many different species hanging out near the shelters and visiting when their kind of food was put out. It looked to Frank like these creatures felt they had returned to the zoo already and were content to be there. But not all the ferals came in from the cold, and some of the stubbornest animals were among those least capable of surviving. The gibbons and siamangs were only going to the shelters that did not have trapdoors, and leaving them as soon as they had eaten. The gibbons continued to brachiate through the leafless trees. The siamangs had been seen walking around on the ground, their long arms raised over their heads to keep them from dragging on the ground. It looked like they were trying to surrender and not succeeding, but if they saw people approaching, they Tarzaned away at high speed. Both species were also now joining the ferals who were venturing out of the park into the residential neighborhoods nearby, finding sources of heat and food on their own. One siamang had been electrocuted while sleeping on a transformer, but now the rest didn't do that anymore. The gibbons Bert and May and their sons had been reported sleeping in a kid's backyard treehouse. "If they obviously don't want to be recaptured," Frank said to Nancy, "then we should help them from the shelters and let them stay feral." He knew most of the FOG membership felt the same, but Nancy only said, "I'm afraid that unless we bring them in, we'll lose a lot of them." December days were too short. He tried to get in a short animal walk at dawn. Then it was over to work, where things were hectic as always. Along with the Gulf Stream project, Frank's committee was involved with organizing a series of trials of various clean energy sources, especially solar. They were trying to determine which were closest to ready for mass production: the latest photovoltaics or flexible mirrors that redirected sunlight to elements that transformed the heat to electricity. Both showed some promise, and trials of the Stirling transformer were making the mirrors look unexpectedly competitive, although the various photovoltaics were always gaining in efficiency and getting cheaper too. It seemed that one system or other might soon be ready for mass deployment, which would greatly reduce the amount of carbon still being tossed into the atmosphere. Into these and other matters Frank threw himself, and the work-days passed in their usual rush, and then, in the dusk, or in full dark, he hiked down into the park and climbed his hanging ladder. Recline on his ground pad, then in the open doorway of his tent. Only when it was windy did he retreat fully inside. As long as the air remained still, his heavy sleeping bag had kept him warm on climbs in Alaska and the Canadian Arctic. It would do the same here. And the nights were too beautiful to miss. The highest branches spiked around him like a forest of giant thorns, the stars brilliant through their black calligraphy. He watched the stars and read his laptop, or a paperback set under the lantern, until sleep came on him, then snuggled into the bag, slept well, woke serene to the sight of the treetops bobbing and rustling on the dawn breeze. Lines of blackbirds flew out of town to look for food, under a flat sky of pewter and lead. Really, the important thing was to be out in the world, to feel the wind and see the full spaciousness of being on a planet whirling through space. A feeling of beatitude. Was that the right word? Sit up, click on the laptop, Google beatitude. Then, there on the screen, beatitude dips from on high, down on us, and we see. It is not in us so much as we are in it. If the air come to our lungs, we breathe and live. If not, we die. If the light come to our eyes, we see, else not. And if truth come to our mind, we suddenly expand to its dimensions, as if we grew to worlds. My. Ralph Waldo Emerson, from a website called emersonfortheday.net. Frank read a little more. Quite amazing stuff. He bookmarked the site,
which apparently featured a new thought from the philosopher's writings every few days. Earlier samples read like some miraculously profound horoscope or fortune cookie. Reading them, Frank suddenly realized that the people who had lived before him in this immense hardwood forest had had epiphanies much like his. Emerson, the great transcendentalist, had already sketched the parameters, or the route, to a new kind of nature-worshipping religion. His journal entries, in particular, suited Frank's late-night go-to-sleep reading, for the feel they had of someone thinking on the page. This was a good person to know about. One night, after he fell asleep skimming the site, his cell phone jolted him awake. "Hello?" "Frank, it's Caroline." "Oh, good." He was already sitting up. "Can you come see me in the same place?" "Yes. When will you be there?" "Half an hour." She was sitting on the same bench, under the bronze dancer. When she saw him approaching, she stood, and they embraced. He felt her against him. For a long time they breathed in and out, their bodies pressed together. A lot was conveyed somehow. He could feel that she had been having a hard time, that she was lonely, that she needed him in the same way he needed her. They sat on the bench, holding hands. "So," she said, "you've been traveling?" "Yes." "Boston, Atlanta, Kembalung even?" "Yes, that's right." "But, I told you this Pierzynski was probably the reason you were listed, right? And Francesca Taolini is on the list, too?" "Yes, you did." Frank shrugged. "I needed to talk to them. I couldn't do my job without talking to them, so I thought I'd go ahead and see if you noticed any, I don't know, change in my status or whatever." "Yes, I did." "So, were we taped?" "No." "You mean beyond your office phones?" "No, not yet." "Interesting." She gazed at him curiously. "You know, this could be serious. It's not a game." "I know that, believe me. I'm not thinking of it as a game. More like an experiment." "But you don't want to draw any more attention to yourself." "I suppose not, but why? What could they do to me?" "Oh, I don't know. Every agency has its inspector general. You could suddenly find your travel expenses questioned, or your outside consulting. You could lose your job if they really wanted to make it happen." "Then I'd just go back to UCSD." "I hope you don't do that." He squeezed her hand. "Okay. But tell me more. How did my status change exactly?" "You went up a level." "So my stock rose?" "It did. But that's a different issue. Your stock rose, fine, but that means it hit an amount that triggered your level of surveillance to go up. At that level, you'll have more intrusive methods applied to you. It's all set in the programs." "But why? What for?" "I'm sure it's something to do with Pierzynski, like you said last time. Taolini was really Googling him after your trip to Boston. Him and you both." "She was?" "Yeah. She called up pretty much everything you've ever published, and lots of Pierzynski, too." "What did you two talk about?" "She was on the panel I ran that reviewed Pierzynski's proposal." "Yes, I know." "So we talked about the work he's doing, stuff like that." "She looks like she's cute." "Yes." He didn't know what to say. She laughed at him, squeezed his hand. Now that he was with her, he understood that the others were all just displacements of his real desire.
So my calls are being recorded?
Your office calls, yes. I told you that last time.
I guess you did. And my cell phone?
They're being recorded now too, but so far no one's actually checking them. They're just saved in your file. If you went up another level or two, they'd be there and they'd get reviewed.
And what about my fog phone?
No, not that one. Isn't that just a walkie-talkie system?
Yeah.
Those only work off one tower. I have to call your cell, but I don't like doing that anymore. I'm calling you from public phones, so someone would have to make a complete search of your file to find me. But I'm in there, if they look hard enough. If someone knows my voice. Meanwhile, they can tell where you were when you got calls because of the towers involved.
So you know where I am.
To an extent. Your van is tagged, too. I can see you're spending time over near Rock Creek Park. Have you got a place over there?
Yes.
You must be renting a room? There aren't any home arrangements showing. No water or electric or home phone or sewage?
No.
So you're renting a room?
Like that, yes.
She considered him. She squeezed his hand again. Well, I hope you trust me.
Oh, I do. It's just that I don't know, embarrassed.
Embarrassed?
Yes, only not really.
He met her gaze.
I live in a treehouse. I'm out in Rock Creek Park, living up in a little treehouse I built.
She laughed. Then she leaned in and gave him a peck on the cheek. Good for you. Will you take me up to it sometime?
Oh, yes, he said, warming. I'd like that very much.
She was still leaning into him. They leaned, wordlessly feeling the pressure of arm against arm. Then they shifted, and suddenly were kissing. It all came instantly back to him, how it felt. He fell headlong back into the space they had occupied when they were trapped in the elevator, as though the intervening months had vanished, and they were back there again in an eternal now, passionately making out. Nowhere but in their little bubble universe. After some indeterminate time, they paused for breath. Such intensity could not be maintained. It had to lead somewhere else, either forward to orgasm or backward to talk. And since they were out on a park bench, since there were still so many questions pricking at other parts of his mind, he fell back toward talk. He wanted to know more. But then she pulled him back to her to kiss again, and obviously that was a much better idea. Passion blew through him again. Sexual passion. My God, who could explain it? Who could even remember what it was like? Again, it went on for some time. He couldn't have said how long. The night was cold. Her fingers were cool. The city rumbled around them. Distant siren. He liked the feel of her body under her clothes. Ribby ribs, soft breasts. The iron solidity of her quads. She squeezed him, gasped, and murmured a little, all through their kisses. Again, they came up for air. Oh my, she said. She shifted on the bench, conformed herself to him like a cat. Yes. His questions slowly resurfaced. He looked down at her face, tucked against his shoulder. Are you staying with your friends again? Yes. She looked at her watch. Uh-oh.
What time is it?
4.
Wow. The witching hour.
Yes.
When do you have to be back?
Soon.
And, look, is there some way I can call you? Is your phone tapped?
Maybe.
She hesitated.
I don't want to use it for anything important.
He thought about it. There must be some protocols you guys use.
She shook her head quickly. It really isn't like that in my department. Although, sure, there are methods. We could use phone cards and public phones.
We'd have to synchronize.
Right, but that's part of the method.
Fridays at 9 kind of thing.
Right. Let's do that. Let's find payphones we think will work, maybe get a few numbers from a few in a row so there would be alternates. We'll share them next time I get a chance to call you, and after that we won't be putting anything on your phone. You might get bumped up again any time, the way things are going in the market. You guys are really impressing the investors.
She looked at her watch.
Ah, hell.
She twisted into him, kissed him again.
She said after a while. I've got to go.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I understand. You'll call?
Yes, when I can. Get those payphone numbers ready.
I will.
One last kiss, and she was off into the night.
Oop, oop.
Now Frank went fully optimodal. For a few days he even experienced the walking on air phenomenon, which was surely a physiological effect caused by an incomplete integration of happiness into sense data. Life in his tree, in the winter forest, at the gym, at work, in the restaurants he frequented, out in the brief hour of pale winter evening sun, running or throwing the discs or stalking animals. Every day, parcellated but full. Every night, a forest adventure. Always alive, always generous. Oop! How big the world became in a wind. Everything expanded, inside and out. Hike in the dreamlike black forest, huge and blustery. Evening sky over the black branches, violet in the east, shading to aquamarine in the west, all luminous, a Maxfield Parrish sky. Only now, it was obvious that Parrish had never exaggerated at all, but only done his best to suggest a reality that was so much more vivid and intense than any art. One evening he tromped into 21, not long after sunset, and found only Zeno and Redbeard and Fedpage and a couple more.
Where is everybody?
Over on Connecticut? Seeking the heat, man.
What about Chessman? Where's he?
Shrugs all around.
Haven't seen him for a while.
I bet he found a place to stay for the winter. He's smart.
Come and go, Dr. Checkmate. Come and go.
Frank couldn't read their attitude. He wondered if the chess hustlers at DuPont Circle might know where Chessman was, and resolved to visit and see. There was nothing more to be learned here. Snow began to fall, small flakes ticking down. After the first heavy snowfall, there had been little more of it, and it was usually this kind of frozen frost, swirling on the wind. The bros noted it gloomily, then wandered off. They had actually built the little shelters Zeno had proposed, Frank saw, in the dip they now called Sleepy Hollow, just to the west of the site. Some of them were already tucked into their low shelters, staring out red-eyed at the fire and the snowflakes. Cardboard, trash bags, branches,
sheets of plywood, drop cloths, 2x4s, cinder blocks. Under that, dirty nylon or even cotton sleeping bags towing into snowbanks. You needed a ground pad under a sleeping bag for it to work. Frank found himself annoyed. Living like rats when they didn't have to. It was incompetent, even if it was all they could find to build with. It was hard to judge what was happening with them. One time Frank was running with the Frisbee guys, completely absorbed in it, when they came into 21, and there was a quartet of young black men, wearing multiple cotton hooded sweatshirts, hands deep in their pockets. Spencer pulled up sharply and turned to the tables. "Hey, how's it going?" "Oh, good," Zeno said sarcastically. "Real good. These brothers are wondering if we have any drugs to sell." "You guys?" Spencer laughed, and Robert and Robin echoed him as they flanked him on both sides, their golf discs held before them like Oddjob's hat. Frank was just comprehending the situation when the young men joined the laughter, smiles flashing in the gloom, and headed down Ross without a farewell. "Catch you guys," Spencer said as he moved on to the next tee. "Yeah, catch you," Zeno growled. "Fucking drop by anytime." At work that week, a group from NOAA came over to share their analysis of the Gulf Stream stall. They had done the calculations and modeling necessary to say something quantitative about the idea of restarting the far north downwelling, and Diane had asked General Rack and several members of the Science Board to attend. The NOAA PI ran them through a quick recap of the problem. Freshwater cap introduced onto the surface of the far North Atlantic, reducing salinity and raising the water temperature both. Normal temperatures for this month averaged -1.2 degrees Celsius, so melted ice actually warmed it. Density was a function of salinity and temperature combined, which was why the movement of seawater was called the thermohaline cycle. Before the fleet of Arctic icebergs had arrived, the surface in the downwelling regions had had a salinity of 31.0 psu, practical salinity units. These were measured in various ways, but a psu was still roughly equivalent to how many grams of salt per kilogram of water. Now, the surface salinity was 29.8, the temperature -1.0 Celsius. Following the PI's red laser dot down the isopycnals on her graph, they could see just how much salinity would have to be bumped to make the cap dense enough to sink down into the water underneath it. The biggest downwelling region had been north of Iceland and east of Greenland, but the PI explained that all that region was not equally involved. Currents branching from the Great Current had flowed north and east almost to the coast of Norway, then turned left toward Greenland in very predictable currents, slowing and then swirling down in giant whirlpools that were 30 or 50 kilometers wide, but only 3 or 4 centimeters deep. These whirlpools were visible only to satellite laser altimetry, where false color graphing could make them psychedelically obvious. They had been relatively stable in location, presumably constrained by the sea bottom, the nearest coastline configurations, the force of the currents, and the Coriolis force. They were small areas compared to the total surface of the ocean, so that the idea of restarting the current did not seem immediately impossible. But, as the PI pointed out, one could not restart the circulation merely by increasing density at the old downwelling sites in isolation, separated from the thrust of the Gulf Stream by some hundreds of kilometers of stalled and unusually fresh water. It would be necessary to draw the full momentum of the Gulf Stream back up to the old sites again, by causing surface water to sink just north of the current downwelling sites, then continue the process in Pied Piper fashion until they had drawn the Gulf Stream up behind them and could dump as much as needed in the old downwelling locations. This was the only method that the NOAA team could think of to renew the flow, but it added greatly to the amount of water that they had to make sink, to isopycnolate, as Edgardo called it. Extensive computer modeling of various scenarios had led them to believe that in order to create the masses of sinking water necessary, they would have to alter its salinity about 2 psu, from 29.8 to 31.6, meaning the addition of about 2 grams of salt for every kilogram of water they had to alter. The necessary volume of water was a much less certain thing, depending, as it did, on various assumptions plugged into the model, but the minimal volume they had gotten to get good results totaled approximately 5,000 cubic kilometers of water, about 1,000 kilograms per cubic meter of water, depending on temperature, 2 grams of salt per kilogram of water, thus about 10 billion kilograms of salt. 500 million tons. Someone whistled. "Just how much salt is that?" Frank asked. Edgardo and General Rack laughed. Diane smiled, but said to the NOAA people, "Can you give us a sense of what that means in terms of volumes, availability, shipping capacities, and so on?" "Yes, I'm sure we can. We would have done that already, but we just finished the analysis this morning. But I have to say, before we get to that part, that we're still very uncertain about the wisdom of trying this at all. I mean, we don't really know what effect it will have, and just going by the law of unintended consequences—" "Please," Edgardo said, raising a hand. "No more of this law of unintended consequences. There is no such law. You hear this said, and then you look for the equation that expresses this law, or even the principle, and there is no equation or principle. There is just the observation that actions have unintended consequences, though sometimes they matter and other times they don't. It's like saying, shit happens." "Okay, maybe you're right, although shit does happen." "Just look into the practicalities of gathering and moving that quantity of salt," Diane said with her little smile. "It may be completely impossible, in which case no consequences will follow." At night, the trees of the forest were bare, black statues, fractal and huge. There were points from which one could see down great lengths of the gorge. The snow was still rather thin on the ground, drifted into banks against the flood windrows and then icing over, leaving uneven layers of slimy black leaves underfoot. The resulting black and white patchwork made the topography of the park almost impossible to read, a kind of Rorschach space in which the tossing branches of the canopy were the best way to stay oriented to the ravine's forms. The wind hooted and roared like the air choir of the world. Gibbons had nothing on the winter forest as far as vocalizations were concerned. Ooh. Bouncing patterns, shifting whether he walked or not, and yet somehow the brain made the picture cohere. But sometimes it didn't, and briefly he would be in an abstract world, all pattern, shifting. Ah, that was Military Road Bridge. And then a sudden understanding of what he was seeing would snap back into place with its customary, "You are here," function. It was remarkable just how much understanding one lost when the visual field went haywire like that. Not just what one saw, but where one was, who one was. A glitch in which everything blanked for a moment, pure consciousness caught in a mystery. Then bang, all the explanations falling back in at once, leaving only a faint memory of absence. He was the Paleolithic in the park. A recent article in the Journal of Sociobiology had reminded him of the man in the ice, a man who had died crossing a Tyrolean pass some 5,000 years before. He had lain there, frozen in a glacier, until something, perhaps global warming, had caused him to emerge and be discovered in 1991. All his personal possessions had been preserved along with his body, giving archaeologists a unique look at the technology of his time. Reading the inventory of his possessions, Frank had noticed how many correlations there were between his gear and the man in the ices. Probably both kits were pretty much what people had carried in the cold for the last 50,000 years. The Alpine man had worn a coat made of sewn furs, the stitching very fine, all similar in design and effect to the down jacket Frank was wearing at that very moment. The Alpine man had worn a fanny pack, like Frank's, filled with several small tools that added up to the equivalent of Frank's Swiss Army knife. The Alpine man's unfinished bow stave and copper-headed axe, a marvel, had no ready equivalent in Frank's equipment, though the axe resembled the ice axe he kept in his treehouse, and he had taken to carrying his Acheulean hand axe around with him, in his fanny pack, or even sometimes in his hand, just for the pleasure of the heft of it. It might even do a little good, in terms of personal defense. There were more and more people in the park, including some little gangs that did not look good to Frank. Not to mention the jaguar. The Alpine man had worn a backpack made of wood and fur, quite similar in design to Frank's nylon backpack. Inside it were stuff sacks. A birch bark container had been designed to carry live embers, and there was also a little stone bowl in which to place flammable stuff to light by striking flints. All that equivalent to Frank's handy cigarette lighter. Frank also had a little Primus stove up in the treehouse, a primitive-looking steel thing that roared like a blowtorch and was almost as hot. How the Alpine man would have loved that! In effect, Frank had a little bottle of fire he could light anywhere. The technological sublime indeed, when he had a little pot of coffee or soup on the boil. The Alpine man had also carried a flat, circular piece of white marble, holed through its middle. A loop of leather ran through the central hole, and a number of smaller leather loops were tied around through the main loop. This tassel, as the archaeologists called it, looked to Frank like a sling of carabiners. It was the one possibly non-utilitarian piece on the man, though his skin had also displayed tattoos. The birch fungus in his fanny pack had perhaps been medicinal, like the aspirin in Frank's bathroom bag. All down the list, familiar stuff. People still carried around things to do the same things. Frank's kit had a provenance of thousands of years. It was a beautiful thought, and made him happy. He was Alpine Man. And so, when he hiked into Site 21 and saw again the bros' ramshackle shelters, he said, "Come on, guys. Let's try to get up to Paleolithic code, eh? I brought along a roll of ripstop nylon this time. Check it out. First class Army-Navy surplus. It'll match your camo flak jacket color scheme. "Yeah, fuck you." "Come on, I'm going to cut you all a tarp off the roll. Everyone in the park is under this stuff but you." "How you know? You Santa Claus?" "He knows because he give it to them all is how." "Yeah, that's right. Just call me Johnny Appletent." "Ha, ha, ha, Professor Appletent." They cackled as he measured out rectangles of about 10 by 6, then cut them off with the scissors on his Swiss Army knife. He showed them how the nylon could be secured, in many cases right on top of their already existing shelters. Dry means warm, bros, you know that. A well-set tarp was a complete home in itself, he told them. Sides down to the ground. Suspend the middle on a line, high enough to sit up in at one end. Don't worry about how low the rest of it was. The lower, the warmer, except don't let it come down on the bottom of the sleeping bag. Get plastic to put under the bags, for God's sake. It was the kind of camp work that Frank enjoyed. He wandered around among them as they fiddled, evaluating their obstacles and the solutions they were concocting to circumvent them. They were inept, but it was a learned skill. Winter camping. Maybe they had only stayed out in the summertime before, and in previous winters sought conventional shelter. Winter backpacking was a very technical matter. Well, ultimately simple, but it took attention to detail. It was a meticulous thing if you wanted to stay comfortable. A technique. The Alpine man would have been superb at it, and now they were all being carried up to the heights. The bros lay there watching him, or not. Andy calling, "Watch out, will ya?" Some lit cigarettes and blew plumes of smoke onto the new insides of their tarps, frosting them grayly. "The first wind'll knock that down on you," Frank warned Andy. "Tie that far corner out to that tree." Yeah. "Here, I'm going to save your lazy ass." They all laughed at this. "He's saving us now. Look out. Preacher, pastor, professor." "Yeah, right," Frank objected. "The Church of Dry Toes." They liked this. By the time all the tarps were set, Frank's hands were white and red. He swung them around for a while, feeling them throb back to life, looking around at the scene. You could see another fire down toward the zoo. He bid them good night. They mumbled things. Zeno said, "Now get your ass out of here. Quit bothering us with your crap. Goddamn Peace Corps, bleeding heart, charity pervert, think you know what you're doing out here? Fuck that shit. Get out of here." "You're welcome." Another night, through the snowy forest under a full moon. A solid snowfall had come down at last, and now surreal whiteness blanketed everything, every bump and declivity suddenly defined by the snow's infinitely shaded luminosity. Low cloud, noctilucent on the western half of the sky, every black stroke of branch and twig distinct against it, wind and even a bit of snow whirling down, the flakes catching the moonlight and sparking like bits of mica among the stars. The world all alive. The great day in the man is the birth of perception. Emerson for the Day, February 22nd. Frank had taken his snowshoes and ski poles out of the storage unit in Arlington, and now he cruised over the drifts. In many places, the snowshoes were not needed, but they saved him from post-holing into taller drifts, so they were worth it. No need to turn on his miner's headlamp tonight. It was light you could read by. He came on a black thing half buried in snow. He stopped, fearing some child had died of exposure, thinking of Chessman. But when he knelt by the form, he saw that it was a wombat. Ah, shit. 2, actually. Mother and infant, it looked like. Frank called in the GPS location on his fog phone, cursing sadly as he did. God damn it, you poor guys. It looked like Nancy was right. They needed to recover the warm weather Fearles. Yeah, she confirmed when he called her next day. A lot of them aren't making it. The shelters are helping, but we really have to bring them back in. I hope we can, Frank said. At work, Frank continued to hack away at his list of things to do, which nevertheless continued to grow at the bottom faster than he removed things at the top. Settling in after a session at Optimodal, his days for a while were mostly concerned with 1. Arranging small business exploratory grants for the photovoltaic programs with the most robust results. These were getting rather exciting, actually. Progress in this field was measured by efficiency and cost. Efficiency as the percentage of photonic energy striking the cell transferred to electrical energy, now reaching well above 40%. And cost, now down to 6 cents per kilowatt hour, very competitive with any other form of energy generation. Switching over to solar would be a major expense, but after that, the possibilities were rather staggering. One of the grantees calculated that it would soon be possible, theoretically, to power the entire country from a 10-mile by 10-mile photovoltaic array located in some sunny desert location in the Southwest. 2. Keeping in touch with the people establishing the Max Planck equivalent in San Diego. This was proceeding nicely, and the Scripps Institution of Oceanography had pitched in to help, seeing that a federal research center in climate issues would very often require their help and send funding their way, becoming another component of the already powerful UCSD research complex. The old Torrey Pines Generique facility was being remodeled and equipped, and a lot of hires about to be made. The people involved were already aware of Jan, Marta, and their colleague Eleanor, and were preparing a salary and research funding offer for all three, a really impressive package deal. 3. Consulting with the various people in-house trying to deal with the SEEP melodrama, already a mess. The platform had been released as a National Academy of Sciences study, but the connection to NSF was well known. Scientific organizations and op-ed pages had weighed in on the matter of a scientific political platform. Whether it was possible, whether it was a good idea, whether it was dangerous, either to science or society. Some of the usual suspects in the science world had quickly disavowed any knowledge of such a program, attacking it as unscientific and inappropriate, while others had surprised Frank by welcoming the move and suggesting additions and modifications to the platform. Attacks in Congress and the press were common, and sometimes exhibited the kind of spluttering rage indicative of a fear-based response. Phil Chase had immediately embraced the platform as a scientifically backed version of what he had been advocating for many years. As he was emerging as the clear frontrunner in the race for the Democratic nomination, outraising a tired and undistinguished pack of competitors 2-1, even when all their contributions were combined. This looked to Frank to be an interesting convergence of political forces. 4. Looking into a new analysis of the Shekerjolu study, which had claimed that the bird extinctions they were now seeing on every continent, up to 2,000 species in the coming century,
were going to leave gaps in ecological function so serious that whole biomes might crash. Things like pollination and dispersal of seed, predation and fertilization. The list went on. At first, it seemed odd to think of birds as so crucial, but of course, they were very ancient elements of the system. So Frank got to think about the algorithms in biodiversity theory, a welcome dip into math and theory, and damned if the corridors in habitat network theory didn't look just like the tendrils in Snowdrift, in the version of the game in which Always Generous prospered. 5. Investigating amorphous or glassy metals, in particular amorphous steel, made by a new method that scrambled the atomic structures of the metal by yttrium, chromium, and boron, making the resulting glassy steel stronger, non-magnetic, and less corrosive. The Navy was interested in making ship hulls of this stuff, and it seemed to the materials team working with Frank that all kinds of ocean-proofed machinery could perhaps be improved, enough so that practical methods of tapping into the ocean's energy might be built. 6. Talking to General Rack over the phone about the salt mining and transport capabilities of modern civilization. Rack was upbeat. The quantities being discussed were not completely off the charts when compared to the amount of oil shipped around the globe, and the oil tanker fleet included a significant percentage of single-hulled ships due to be replaced, or rather, overdue. As for salt availability, they were still looking into it, but as the general said, "There's a lot of salt in this world." Money was a different matter. The Pentagon had recently gotten in trouble with Congress, Rack said, for its practice of hiding money left over at the ends of budget years, then using these savings for its own purposes, calling them reprogrammed funds. Congress did not approve, and any high-profile project was likely to have to get conventional funding. "Does it look like it will be expensive?" Frank asked.
"Depends what you call expensive. Billions for sure."
"Can you be more specific?"
"I'll get back to you on that."
"Thanks. Oh, different subject. Does the Pentagon have an intelligence service of its own?" Rack laughed.
"Is that a trick question?"
"No, how could it be?"
"You'll have to ask the CIA about that, but yes, sure. After the other intelligence agencies in this town let us down so bad, we almost had to have one, to get good data. We were the ones getting killed, you know. So there's the Strategic Support Branch, and they're an intelligence-gathering unit publicly acknowledged. They're sometimes a bit more hands-on than the other agencies, but gathering intelligence is their job." "Why? Is there some secret climate group you're having trouble with? Clandestine cloud seeding?" No, I was just curious. Thanks. See you at the next meeting." "I look forward to it. You guys are doing great."
In that same couple of weeks, along with everything else, Frank made an effort to locate Chessman. He centered the search on DuPont Circle, because that was the city's outdoor chess epicenter. So much so, he found that chess hounds converged on it from everywhere, and of course dispersed back out, using all 11 of the streets that converged there. To ask about a young black kid was to ask about more than half the chess-playing population, and no one appreciated an inquiry framed that broadly. His motives also appeared to be questioned. So after a while, rather than ask, Frank simply walked and watched, played and lost, and walked again, checking out the games, noting also the new little semi-winterized shelters popping up here and there all over town.
Cleveland Park sported many of these camps, especially in the fringe of buildings damaged by the flood and abandoned. Spencer's crowd, clearly, as well as others less organized and competent. It seemed from his observations that the homeless population of Northwest alone must be in the thousands. The formal shelters and newspaper reports gave similar numbers. Between the Klingel Valley Park and Melvin Hazen Park, both small tributary ravines dropping into Rock Creek, there were many abandoned houses. If they had not been burned out, or even if they had, squatters were likely to be occupying them. This made for a very quiet neighborhood. No one wanted to attract the attention of the police. Any lit windows Frank gave a wide berth on principle, and so apparently did everyone else. Good avoidance protocols make good neighbors. Chessman might be tucked away in one of these hulks, but if so, Frank wasn't going to find out by knocking on doors or looking in windows. And he doubted the youth would be in any of them anyway. Chessman had had a healthy propensity for staying outdoors. That being the case, where was he? Then Frank ran into Cutter out on Connecticut, and a tendril connected two parcels in his mind. Cutter, do you know what happened to Chessman? No, I ain't seen him lately. Don't know what happened to him. Do you know anyone who might? I don't know. Maybe Byron. He used to play chess with him. I'll ask. Thanks. I'd appreciate that. Do you know what his real name was, by chance? No. Only thing I heard him called was Chessman. Out in the park proper, the forest now seemed wilderness, with most human sign snowed over or overgrown or flooded away. It was a whole world. Firelight in the distance, the only touch of humanity. A kind of Mirkwood or primeval forest. Every tree Yggdrasil, and Frank, the Green Man. Encountering a structure now was like stumbling on ruins. The Carter Barron Amphitheater and the huge bridges south of the zoo looked like the work of Incans or Atlanteans. The campfires in the park, unlike the squatter houses, could be investigated. It was possible to approach them surreptitiously, to put them under surveillance, to see if any of the little firelit faces were known to him. Stalking, pure and simple. Peering around trees, over flood snags, now flanked by snowdrifts. Rain had hardened the snow. Stepping through the crust made a distinct crunchy noise. One had to float on top with one's weight on the back foot until the next step was pressed home. Time for the tiger mind to come to the fore. Someone had reported seeing the jaguar east of the park. Once he came on a single old man shivering before a smoky little blaze, obviously sick, and he roused him and asked him if he could get himself out to one of the homeless shelters on Connecticut, or the ER at the UDC hospital. But stubbornly, the old man turned away from him, not quite coherent, maybe drunk, but maybe sick. All Frank could do was call 911 and give GPS coordinates, and wait for an EMS team to hike in and take over. Even if you were healthy, living out here was a tenuous thing, but for a sick person it was miserable. The paramedics ended up talking him onto a stretcher and carrying him out. The next night, Frank passed by again, as part of his rounds, to see if the man had returned and if he was okay. No one there. Fire out. And never a sign of Chessman. The longer it went on, the less likely it seemed Frank would ever find him. He must have moved to a different part of the city, or out of the metro area entirely. One evening before climbing into his treehouse, Frank hiked under the moon, in a stiff north wind that tossed the branches up and down and side to side, a glorious skitter-scatter of black lines against gray sky. When he headed north, the wind shoved his breath right into his lungs. How big the world seemed with the moonlight on the snow. Then he came over the rise next to Site 21 and saw around its fire shouting figures, fighting furiously. "Hey!" he cried, rushing down in a wild glissade. Something hit the fire, and sparks exploded out of it. Frank saw a figure swing something to hit one of the prone bros, and as Frank plunged through the last trees toward him, shouting and pulling the hand axe from his fanny pack, the man looked up, and Frank saw suddenly that it was the crazy guy who had chased him off Highway 66 in his pickup truck. Frank screamed and leaped forward feet first, kicking the man right above the knees. The man went down like a bowling pin, and Frank jumped over him with the hand axe ready to strike. Then the man rolled to the side, and Frank saw that he was not, in fact, the driver of the pickup. He had only looked like him. Then Frank was down. He was on his knees and elbows, and his hands were at his face, trying uselessly to catch the rush of blood from his nose. He didn't know what had hit him. Blood was shooting out both nostrils, and he was also swallowing it as fast as he could so that he wouldn't choke on it. He felt nothing, but blood shot out in a black flood. He saw it pool on the ground under him. He heard voices, but they sounded distant. "Don't," he thought. "Don't die." Charlie was startled out of a dream in which he was protesting, "I can't do it, I can't." And so his first words into the phone no doubt sounded like an objection. "Huh? What? Charlie, this is Diane Chang." Charlie saw his bedside clock's red 4:30 a.m., and his heart pounded. "What is it?" "I just got a call from the UDC hospital. They told me that Frank Vanderwall was admitted to their ER about 3 hours ago with a head injury." "How bad is it? Is he all right?" "Yes, but he has a concussion and a broken nose, and he lost a lot of blood. Anyway, I'm going there now. I was just leaving for work anyway, but it'll take me a while to get to the hospital, and I realized it's near you and Anna, and that you know Frank. You guys were the second number on his who to call form, so I thought you might be able to go over." "Sure," Charlie said. "I can be there in 15 minutes. Anna was sitting up beside him, saying, What is it?" "Frank Vanderwall's been injured. He'll be all right, but he's over at UDC hospital. Diane thought, well, here." He handed her the phone and got up to dress. When he was ready to go, Anna was still on the phone with Diane. Charlie kissed the top of her head and left. He drove fast through the nearly empty streets. In the hospital ER receiving room, the fluorescent lights hummed loudly. The nurses were matter-of-fact, pacing themselves for the long haul. They treated Charlie casually. People came in like this all the time. Finally, one of them led him down the concrete-floored hallway to a curtained-off enclosure on the right. There Frank lay, pale in his hospital whites, wired up and IV'd. 2 black eyes flanking a swollen red nose, and a bandage under his nose covered much of his upper lip. "Hey, Frank." "Hey, Charlie." He did not look surprised to see him. Behind his black eyes, he did not look like anything could surprise him. "They said your nose is broken and you've been concussed." "Yes, I think that's right." "What happened?" "I tried to break up a fight." "Jesus. Where was this?" "In Rock Creek Park." "Wow. You were out there tracking the zoo animals?" Frank frowned. "Never mind, it doesn't matter." "No, I was out there." "Yes, I've been out there a lot lately. They've been trying to recapture the Fearals, and they don't all have radio collars." "So you were out there at night?" "Yeah. A lot of animals are out then." "I see. Wow. So what hit you?" "I don't know." "What's the last thing you remember?" "Well, let's see. I saw a fight. I ran down to help. Some people I know were being attacked. Then something hit me." "Never mind," Charlie said. Thinking seemed to pain Frank. "Don't worry about it. Obviously, you got hit by something." "Yes." "Does your face hurt bad? It looks terrible." "I can't feel it at all. Can't breathe through it. It bled for a long time. It's still bleeding a little inside." "Wow." Charlie pulled a chair over and sat by the bed. After a while, a different nurse came by and checked the monitor. "How you feeling?" she asked. "Strange. Am I concussed?" "Yes, like I told you." "Anything else?" "Broken nose, maxillary bone cracked in place, some cuts and bruises. The doctor sewed you up a little inside your mouth, there, inside your upper lip. Yes. When the anesthetic wears off, it will probably hurt more. Sorry. We put some blood back in you, and your blood pressure is looking, let's see, good. You took quite a whack there." "Yes." The nurse left. The two men sat under the fluorescent lights, among the blinking machinery. Charlie watched Frank's heartbeat on the monitor. It was fast. "So you've been going into Rock Creek Park at night?" "Sometimes." "Isn't that dangerous?" Frank shrugged. "I didn't think so. A lot of the animals are nocturnal." "Yes." Charlie didn't know what to say. He realized he didn't know Frank all that well, had met him only in party contexts, really, except for the trip to Kembalung, but that had been a busy time. Anna collected odd people somehow. She liked Frank, always with an undercurrent of exasperation, but he amused her. And Nick really enjoyed doing the zoo thing with him. Now he fell asleep. Charlie watched him breathe through his mouth. Strange to see such a distant and even self-contained person in such a vulnerable state. Diane arrived, then Anna called as she was getting Nick up for school, wanting to know how Frank was. Frank woke up, and Charlie handed his phone to him. He now looked slightly embarrassed, and definitely more alert. "Conked in the nose," he was saying to Anna, as Diane pulled Charlie out into the hall. "I don't remember very much." "Listen," Diane said. "Frank only had a driver's license and NSF card on him, and both had his address from last year. Do you know where he's living now?" Charlie shook his head. Diane said, "He told me he had found a place over near you." "Yes. He's been joining us for dinner sometimes, and I think he said he had a place over near Cleveland Park. I'm not sure." Frank seldom talked about himself, now that Charlie thought of it. He looked at Diane, shrugged. She frowned and led him back to Frank's bedside. Frank handed Charlie his cell phone. Anna wanted Charlie to come home and watch Joe, so she could visit the hospital. "Sure. although I think they're going to release him soon." "That's good. Well, maybe I can drive him home." Charlie said, "Anna says she'll come over and be able to give you a ride home when you're released." Frank nodded. "I'll have to get my van. She can drive me to it." He frowned suddenly. "That's fine, we'll take care of that. But I wonder if you should drive, actually." "Oh, sure. It's just a broken nose. I have to get my van." Charlie and Diane exchanged a glance. Charlie said hesitantly, "You know, we live near here. Maybe we could help you get your van to our place, and you could rest up there until you felt well enough to drive home. It doesn't actually hurt." Frank thought it over. "Okay," he said at last. "Thanks. That would be good." Frank was discharged that afternoon, by which time Anna had visited and gone on to work, and Charlie had returned with Joe. Before going out to get his car, Charlie checked at the desk. "I'm driving him home. Did he give you a home address?" 4201 Wilson. That was the NSF building. Charlie thought about that as he drove Frank back to their house. He said, "I can take you home instead if you want." "No, that's okay. I need to be taken back to my van so I can pick it up." "There's no rush with that. You need some food in you." "I guess," Frank said. "But I need to get my van before it gets towed. Tonight is the night that street has to be cleared for the street cleaners." "I see." "How come you know that?" Charlie didn't say. "Okay, we'll get it first thing after dinner. It shouldn't be that late." The other quibblers had welcomed Frank in with a great fanfare, marveling at his bulbous red nose and his colorful black eyes. Anna got takeout from the Iranian deli across the street, and after a while Drepung dropped by, having heard the news. He, too, marveled as he scooped clean the takeout boxes. Frank had had little appetite. In the kitchen, Charlie told Drepung about Frank's mystery housing. Even Diane Chang didn't know where he lives. "I'm wondering now if he isn't living out of the back of his van. He bought it right after he left his apartment in Virginia, and he knows which night of the week the street he's parked on gets cleaned." Drepung said. "No, I don't know what his situation is." Out at the dining room table, Drepung said to Frank, "I know you are from San Diego, and I don't suppose you have family in this area. I was wondering if, while you are convalescing, you would move in with us at the embassy house." "But you have all those refugees from the island." "Yes, well, but we have an extra bed in Rudra Kakrin's room, you see. No one wants to take it. And he is studying English now, as you know, so—" "I thought he had a tutor." "Yes, but now he needs a new one." Frank cracked a little smile. "Fired another one, eh?" "Yes, he is not a good student. But with you it will be different. And you once told me you had an interest in learning Tibetan, remember? So you could teach each other. It would help us. We can use help right now." "Thanks. That's very kind of you." Frank looked down, nodded without expression. It seemed to Charlie that the concussion was still having its way with him, and no doubt a monster headache. Drepung went to the kitchen to boil water for tea. "Not Tibetan tea, I promise, but a good herb tea for headache." "Okay," Frank said. "Thanks. Although I don't really have a headache. I'm not sure why. I can't feel my nose at all." Chapter 7. The Cold Snap.
the weather got worse. The New Year's January saw high temperature in London for the week of January 10th, negative 26 degrees Fahrenheit. In Lisbon, a 60-degree drop in 7 minutes. Snow in San Diego, snow in Miami. New York Harbor froze over. Trucks drove across. Reunion Island, 235 inches of rain in 10 days. In Montana, temp dropped 100 degrees Fahrenheit in 24 hours to negative 56 degrees Fahrenheit. In South Dakota, the temperature rose 60 degrees in 2 minutes. On Hawaii's Big Island, 12 inches rain in an hour. In Buffalo, New York, 30-foot snowdrifts, all from snow blown in from frozen Lake Erie on 60-mile-per-hour winds. Reindeer walked over fences from the zoo and went feral. On the Olympic Peninsula in Washington, a single downdraft knocked over forest trees estimated at 8 million board feet of lumber. In a North Sea storm similar to that of 1953, Holland suffered 400 dead and flooding up to 27 miles inland. February was worse. That February saw a storm in New England with 92-mile-per-hour winds. Waterloo, Iowa, had 16 days straight below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. 7 inches snow in San Francisco. Great Lakes, totally frozen over. Snow in L.A. stopped traffic. Ice in New Orleans blocked the Mississippi River. Negative 66 degrees Fahrenheit in Montana. 100-mile-per-hour winds in Sydney, Australia. February 4th, 180 tornadoes reported, 1,200 killed. Named the Enigma outbreak. A low-pressure system experiencing extremely rapid intensification of the kind called bombogenesis brought 77 inches of snow in 1 day. Maine. Storm surge was 12 foot high. Reunion Island, 73 inches rain in 24 hours. Winds 113 miles per hour in Utah. Rhine floods caused $60 billion damage. An Alberta hailstorm killed 36,000 ducks. A thunderstorm complex with winds of hurricane force called a derecho struck Paris and surrounding region, 20 billion in damage. 150-mile-per-hour windstorm in Oslo. 2 Bengal tigers escaped a Madison, Wisconsin zoo in a tornado. Thousands of fish fell in a storm on Yarmouth, England. 165-mile-per-hour winds make a Category 5 storm. There had been 3 in U.S. history. 2 struck Europe that February, in Scotland and Portugal. At that point, they were only halfway through February. Soon, it would be Washington's turn. During 1815's Year Without Summer, after the Tambora volcano exploded, temperatures worldwide lowered by 37 degrees Fahrenheit, average. As soon as he felt he could make an adequate display of normality to the quibblers, Frank thanked them for their hospitality and excused himself. They regarded him oddly, he thought, and he had to admit it was a bit of a stretch to claim nothing was wrong. Actually, he felt quite bizarre. But he didn't want to tell them that, and he didn't want to tell them that he had no place to go. So he stood in their doorway insisting he was fine. He could see Anna and Charlie glance at each other, but it was his business in the end. So Charlie drove him down to his van, and after a final burst of cheerful assurances, he was left alone. He found himself driving around Washington, D.C. It was like the night he lost his apartment. Again, he wasn't sure what to do. He drove aimlessly, and without deciding anything, found himself back on the streets west of Rock Creek Park. His nose and the area behind it were still numb, as if shot with Novocaine. He had to breathe through his mouth. The world tasted like blood. Things out the windshield were slightly fogged, slightly distant, as if at the wrong end of a telescope. He wasn't sure what to do. He could think of any number of options, but none of them seemed quite right. Go back to his tree? Drive to the NSF basement? Try to find a room? Return to the ER? He had no feeling for which course to pursue. Like the area behind his nose, his sense of inclination was numb. It occurred to him that he might have been hit hard enough to damage his thinking. He clutched the steering wheel as his pulse rose. His heartbeat slowed to something more normal. Do anything. Just do anything. Do the easiest thing. Do the most adaptive thing. He sat there until he got too cold. To stay warm on a night like this one, he would have to either drive with the heater on, or walk vigorously, or lie in the sleeping bag in the back of the van, or climb his tree and get in the even heavier sleeping bag there. Well, he could do any of those, so... More time had passed. Too cold to stay still any longer, he threw open the driver's door and climbed out. Instant shock of frigid air. Reach back in and put on wind pants, gaiters, ski gloves, snowshoes and ski poles under one arm. Off into the night. No one out on nights like these. At the park's edge, he stepped into his snowshoes, tightened the straps. Crunch, crunch over hard snow, then sinking in. He would have posted through if he had been in boots. So the snowshoes had been a good idea. Note to self, when in doubt, just do it. Try something and observe the results. Good enough decision algorithm. Most often the first choice, made by the unconscious mind, would be best anyway. Tests had shown this. Out and about, under the stars. The north wind was more obvious in the Rock Creek watershed, gusting down the big funnel and cracking frozen branches here and there. Snaps like gunshots amidst the usual roar of the gale. No one was out. No fires, no black figures in the distance against the snow, no animals. He pulled over the snow as if he were the last man on earth, left behind on some forest planet that everyone else had abandoned. Like a dream. When the dream becomes so strange that you know you're going to wake up, but then you discover that you're already awake. What then? Then you know you're alive. You find yourself on the cold hill's side. Back at Site 21. He had come right back to the spot where he had gotten hurt. Maybe it wasn't wise. He circled it from above for a while, checking to be certain it was empty. No one out. What if you had a world and then one night you came home to it and it was gone? This sometimes happened to people. He clattered down to the picnic tables, sat on one, unbuckled his snowshoes. He looked around. Sleepy Hollow was empty, a very unappetizing, snowy trench with black mud sidewalls, the sorry little shelters all knocked apart. Tables bare, the fire out. ashes and charcoal, all dusted with snow. Strange to see. So, he had run in from the direction of the zoo, knocked one of the assailants down. Funny how that skinny face and mustache had fooled him, taken him back to an earlier trauma, but only for a second. Facial recognition was another quick and powerful unconscious ability. So, he had to have been about here when he was struck. He stood on the spot. It did not seem to be true that the memory held nothing after such impacts. He actually recalled a lot of it. The moment of recognition, then something swinging in from his left. A quick blur. Baseball bat, branch, maybe a 2x4. Ouch! He touched his numb nose in sympathy. After that moment, there were at least a few seconds he did not recall at all. He didn't recall the impact, although he did, in his nose, kind of, the feel of it. Nor falling to the ground. He must have gotten his hands out to catch himself. His left wrist was sore, and the first thing he remembered for sure was kneeling and seeing his nose shoot out blood like a fountain. Trying to catch black blood in his hands, not staunch it, just catch it, finding it hard to believe just how much blood was pouring through his hands onto the ground, also down his throat and the back of his mouth. Swallowing convulsively, then touching his nose, fearing to know what shape his fingers might find, finding it had no feeling, but that it seemed to be occupying much the same space as before. Peculiar to feel his own nose as if someone else's. It was the same now. His fingers told him the flesh was being manipulated, but his face didn't confirm it. Very strange. And here he was, back on the spot, some days later. Let's see. Must be 2 days. He crouched, looked around. He got on his hands and knees, in the same position he had been in while watching the blood fountain out of him. It was still seeping a little bit. Taste of blood. For a second, during the prodigious flow, he had wondered if he would bleed to death. And indeed there was a large black stain on the ground. Now he twisted slowly this way and that, as if to prick more memories to life. He took off a glove and got his little keychain flashlight out of his pocket. He aimed the beam of light, frail though it was. It made the night seem darker. There, off to his right, up the slope of snow, half embedded. He leaped over with a shout, snatched it up, and shook it at the wind. His hand axe. He stared at it there in his hand, a perfect fit and heft. Superficially, it looked like the other gray quartzite cobbles that littered Rock Creek. It was possible no one would ever have known it was different. But when he clutched it, the shaping was obvious. Napped biface. Frank whacked it into the nearest tree trunk, a solid blow. Thunk, 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 thunk. Quite a weapon. He put it back in his jacket pocket, where it jostled nicely against his side. He hiked through the trees under bouncing black branches, their flailing visible as patterns in the occlusion of stars. The north wind poured into him, clatter and squeak of snowshoes. He slept in his van. Inevitably, he had to explain what had happened to a lot of people. Diane, of course, had seen him at the hospital. "How are you feeling?" she asked when he went into optimodal the next morning.
I think a nerve must have been crushed.
She nodded. I can see where the skin was split. Broken nose, right?
Yes, maxillary bone. I just have to wait it out.
She touched his arm. My boy broke his nose. The problem is the cartilage heals at new angles, so your breathing could be impaired.
Oh, great. I hate having to breathe through my mouth when I have a cold.
They can ream you out if you want. Anyway, it could have been worse if you had been hit a little higher or lower.
Or to either side.
True. You could have been killed. So I guess your nose was like the airbag in a car.
Ha ha. Don't make me laugh or I'll bleed on you.
He held his upper lip between thumb and forefinger as he chuckled, squeezing it to keep from reopening the vertical cut. Everything had cracked vertically. Your poor lip. It sticks out almost as far as your nose. You look like the spies in Spy vs. Spy.
Don't make me laugh.
She smiled up at him. Okay, I won't. In his office about 20 minutes later, he smiled to think of her. He had to press his upper lip together. His appreciation for Diane grew as he saw more of the responses he got to the injury. Over-solicitous, amused, uninterested, grossed out. They were bad in different ways. So Frank kept discussions limited. The lunch runners were okay, and Frank told them a bit more about what had happened. Same with the Frisbee guys, who all nodded rather grimly as they listened to him. There had been quite a few incidents like the fight Frank had joined, Spencer said. Robbery, assaults, sight-stealing. For a while it had been really bad. Now, as the news of these attacks spread, and the cold got worse, the park had lost a lot of people, and the fights were fewer. But they hadn't ended, and the Frisbee guys were now telling everybody to move around in packs. Frank did not do this, but when he strapped on his snowshoes and went for walks, he kept away from the trails and did his best never to be seen. Work was more problematic. When he sat down in his office, the list of things to do sometimes looked like a document in another language. He had to look up acronyms that suddenly seemed new and non-intuitive. OSTP? PITAC? Oh yeah. Office of Science and Technology Policy. Executive branch, a turned agency, an impediment to them. There were so many of those. PTAC? President's Information Technology Advisory Council. Another advisory body. Anna had a list of over 200 of them, followed by a list of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, just as long, all calling for some kind of action, from the sidelines. Unfunded. Anna had waved a whole sheaf of lists in her hand, not appalled or angry like Frank had been, more astonished than anything. There's so much information out there and so many organizations.
What does it all mean? Frank had said. Is it a form of paralysis? A way of pretending?
Anna nodded. We know, but we can't act. The phrase, something Diane had once said, haunted him as he tried to get back to work. He knew what should come next for most of the items on his list of things to do, but there was no obvious mechanism for action in any case, nor any way to decide which to do first. Call the Science and Technology Center Coordinator's office and see if the leasing of Torrey Pines Generique's empty facility was complete. Call Jan, and therefore Marta, put them directly in touch with the carbon drawdown and sequestration team. Talk to Diane and General Rack about the Gulf Stream project. Check in with the carbon emissions team. See if photovoltaics clearly outperformed mirrors before dropping the mirror funding. Okay, but which first? He decided to talk to Diane. She could not only update him, but advise him on how to prioritize. Tell him what to do. Again, Diane was easier to talk to than anyone else. But after she told him what she had heard from RAC and the Coast Guard and the International Maritime Organization, all of which seemed to indicate that assembling a transport fleet, loading it and sailing it to the Greenland Sea would be at least physically possible, she shifted to something else with a quick grimace. Their new Inspector General appeared to be on the hunt, and the pattern of his interviews and requests seemed to indicate that Diane herself was his quarry, along with several of the most active members of the National Science Board, including its best contact to National Academy of Science, and the one with the strongest links to the Senate. "I've got to meet with OMB and have it out with them," she said, darkly. "Maybe call in the GAO for a cross-check to this guy." "Is there any chance he'll—" "No, I am clean. They are looking at my son's affairs, too. All the program directors, you too, I assume. We will hope for the best. They can twist things that are real, and suddenly you're in trouble." "Oh, dear." "It's all right. I can get some help. And the colder it gets this winter, the better for us. People are getting motivated to try something. If it comes out that the Department of Energy is trying to stop us from helping the situation here, they will catch hell. So, the colder the better." "Up to a point," Frank warned. "True." She looked over his list. "Talk to your carbon drawdown people. We need to get them to commit to the new institute in San Diego." "Okay." That meant a call to Jan and Marta. Back in his office, Anna was waiting to discuss their alliances program. She was pleased with a search program that was identifying groups tightly allied to NSF's current goals. Also, Fix-It had been funded and given back its budgetary power, and should be able to coordinate climate spending from the federal government, including the Corps of Engineers. It looked like, even if the President and Congress refused all funding for climate work, still engaged in their head-in-the-sand exercise, they could be bypassed by a more diffuse economic network, now interested in taking action. So that was nice, but Frank still had to call Marta. It was amazing how his pulse rose at the prospect. His lip throbbed with each heartbeat. Every other item on the list seemed suddenly more pressing. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and punched the number, wondering briefly how much this would bump his stock in the futures market. Why, if only he could get some shares, he could do things to raise their value and then sell. Maybe this was what was meant by the ownership society. Maybe this was capitalism. You owned stock in yourself, and then by your actions, the price per share rose. Except that you didn't own a majority share. You might not even own any shares and have no way to buy in, as with Frank and the Spook's virtual market. But there were other markets. Marta picked up, and Frank said, "Hi, Marta, it's Frank," all in a rush. Forging on through her cold greeting and lack of conversation, he asked her how it was going with the lichen project. She told him that it was going pretty well. "Do you have a cold?" "No." They had engineered one of their tree lichen's algae to a much more efficient photosynthesis, and altered the fungus component of the lichen so that it exported its sugar to the tree faster than the original lichen had. This lichen had always taken hormonal control of its trees, so now the sugar production from photosynthesis was merely being packed into the lignin of the trees faster than before, meaning extra carbon, added to the tree's trunk girth and root size. So far, the alterations had been simple, Marta said, and the trees would live for centuries, and had millions of years' experience in not getting eaten by bacteria. The sequestration would therefore last for the lifetime of the tree. Not long on geological scales, but Diane had declared early on in this discussion that the length of sequestration time was not to be a heavily weighted factor in judging the various proposals. Any port in a storm, as she put it. "That all sounds great," Frank said. "And which trees do these tree lichen live on?" "They were pretty much omni-arboreal," Marta said. "Indigenous to the great world-wrapping forest of the North 60s latitudes, crossing Europe, Siberia, Kamchatka, and Canada." "I see," Frank said. "Yeah," Marta replied, suddenly chilling. "So what's up?" "Well, I wanted to let you know that the news center is ongoing out in San Diego. You aren't going to believe this, but they're going to lease the old Torrey Pines generique facility." "Ha! You're kidding." "No." "Well, you ought to hire Leo Mulhouse, too, while you're at it. He'd get a cell lab working better than anyone." "That's a good idea. I'll pass that along. I liked him." Frank described the input from UCSD, Scripps, Salk, the San Diego Biotech Council. Then he told her about the progress with NSF's unsolicited grants program. "There's already a small grants for exploratory research program that's been underutilized, and Diane has upped the maximum award, so the possibility is there for grants without external review." He couldn't say any more. Indeed, even saying this much might be dangerous. Surveillance, recorded phone line, conflict of interest, hostile inspector general. Shit. He had to leave the rest unsaid, but the implications seemed pretty damned obvious. And headhunting was still legal, he assumed. "Yeah, it sounds good," Marta said sullenly, clearly in no mood to be grateful, or to hope. "So what?" Frank had to let it go. He didn't say, "You're going to have to be part of a government to get permission to release a genetically modified organism designed to alter the composition of the atmosphere." He didn't say, "I've arranged things so that you and Jan can both go back to San Diego and work on your projects with more power and funding." She could figure it out, and no doubt already had, which was what was making her grumpy. She didn't like anything that might impede her being mad at him. He stifled a sigh and got off as best he could. One windless night, he snowshoed out and saw that some of the fires were back. Sparks in the darkness, at picnic sites and squatter camps. People out and about. Perhaps it was the lack of wind. Under the luminous cloud, the snow was a brilliant white. The forest looked like the park of some enormous estate, everything groomed perfectly for a demanding squire. Far to the north, a movement in the trees suggested to him the auroch, or something else very big. The jaguar wouldn't be that big. The bros were back home, he was happy to see, several of them sitting at the picnic tables, a few standing by a good fire in the ring. "Hey, Professor! Professor Nosebleed! How you doing, man?" They did not gather around him, but for the moment he was the center of attention. "I'm okay," he said.
Good for you. You look terrible. Now's when you should pop him on the nose if you were ever gonna.
Frank said, "Oh, come on."
I don't have to ask who's winning now. The other guy's winning.
Frank said, "Don't make me laugh, or I'll bleed on you." This pleased them very much. They went on ragging him. He threw a branch on the fire and sat down next to the woman, who nodded her approval as she counted stitches. "You did good," she told him. "What do you mean?" "The bozos here say you came blasting in like the cavalry." "So who were those guys?" Frank asked the group.
Who knows? Fucking little motherfuckers. It's one of them Georgia Avenue gangs, man. Those guys just live off the streets like us, or worse.
But they were white, Frank observed. The fire crackled as they considered this. "It's getting kind of dangerous out here," Frank said.
"It always was, nosebleed."
"Just got to keep out of the way," the woman murmured as she began needling again, bringing the work up close to her eyes. "How you doing?" Frank asked her, as the others returned to their riffs and arias. "Day 142, she said with a decisive nod. "Congratulations, that's great. Are you keeping warm?" "Hell no," she guffawed. "How would I do that?" "Did you get one of my tarps?" "No, what's that?" "I'll bring them out again. Just a tarp, like a tent fly, you know." "Oh." She was dismissive. Possibly she had a place to sleep. "How'd you do up at the hospital?" "What? Oh, fine. She nodded. "They've got a good ER. Did you... I don't remember going there." "I'm not surprised." Frank was. He could recall the blow, the moments immediately afterward. It hadn't occurred to him that the next thing he recalled after that was sitting in the ER waiting room, bleeding into paper towels, waiting to be seen. "How'd I get up there?" "We walked you up. You were okay, just bleeding a lot." "I don't remember that part." "Concussion, I'm sure. You got hammered." "Did you see what hit me?" "No, I was tucked down in a lay-by during the fight. Zeno and Andy found you afterward and we took you on up. You don't remember?" "No." "That's concussion for you." One day at NSF, he worked on the photovoltaic cell trials. Department of Energy was now squawking that this was their bailiwick. Then his alarm went off and he went down and sat in his van. He couldn't figure out what to do next. He could taste blood at the back of his throat. What did that mean? Was something not healing right? Some ruptured blood vessel still leaking? Was there pressure on his brain? Blood was leaking, that was for sure. But of course there must still be swelling inside. He still had a fat lip, after all, and why should swelling inside go away any faster? His black eyes were still visible, though they were turning purple and brown. Who knew? And what now? He could go to the doctors. He could visit the Quibblers, or the Kembalis. He could go to his treehouse. He could go back up to work. He could go out to dinner. He could sleep right there in the NSF basement, in the back of his van. The sense of indecision hadn't been like this for a while. He was pretty sure of that. Recalling the past week, it seemed to him it had been getting better. Now, worse. The stab of elevated heart rate galvanized him again. Maybe this was what they meant by the word terror. He felt chilled, and in fact it was freezing in his van. Should he put on his down jacket or... But stop. He grabbed the down jacket and wrestled his way into it, muttering,
Do the obvious things, Vanderwall. Just do the first fucking thing that pops into your head. Worry about it later. Leap before you look.
Indecision. Before his accident, he had been much more decisive. Wait, was that right? No, that could not be quite true. Maybe it was before he came to Washington that he had been sure of himself. But had he been? Had he ever been? For a second he wasn't sure of anything. He thought back over the years, reviewing his actions, and wondered suddenly if he had ever been quite sane. He had made any number of bad decisions, especially in the past few years, but also long before that. All his life, but getting worse, as in a progressive disease. Why would he have risked Marta's part of their equity without asking her? Why would he ever have gotten involved with Marta in the first place? How could he have thought it was okay to sabotage Pierzynski's grant proposal? What had he been thinking? How had he justified it? He hadn't thought about it. One might even say that he had managed to avoid thinking about it. It was a kind of mental skill, a negative capability. Agile in avoiding the basic questions. He had considered himself a rational and, yes, a good person, and ignored all signs to the contrary. He had made up internal excuses, apparently, all at the unconscious level, in a world of internal divisions. A parcellated mind, indeed. But brain functions were parcellated and often unconscious. Then they got correlated at higher levels. That was consciousness. That was choice. Maybe that higher system could be damaged even when most of the parts were okay. He twisted the rear-view mirror around, stared at himself in it. For a while there in his youth, he would stare into his eyes in a mirror and feel that he was meeting some other. After returning from a climb where a falling rock had missed him by a foot. Those kinds of moments. But after Marta left, he had stopped looking at himself in the mirror. Now he saw a frightened person. Well, he had seen that before. It was not so very unfamiliar. He had never been so sure of himself when he was young. When had certainty arrived? Was it not a kind of hardening of the imagination, a dulling? Had he fallen asleep as the years passed? Nothing was clear. A worried stranger looked at him, the kind of face you saw glancing up at the clock in a train station. What had he been feeling these last several months before his accident? Hadn't he been better in that time? Had he not, from the moment Rudra Cochrane spoke to him, tried to change his life? Surely he had. He had made decisions. He had wanted his treehouse, and he had wanted Caroline. These sprang to mind. He had his desires. They might not be entirely conventional, but they were strong. Maybe it was a little convoluted to be relieved by the notion that having been a fuck-up all his life, there did not have to be a theory of brain trauma to explain his current problems. To think that he was uninjured and merely congenitally deformed, so that was okay. Maybe it would be better to be injured. He fell asleep at the wheel, thinking, I'll go back to the treehouse, or out to San Diego, or out to Great Falls, or call the Kembalis. The next morning, he did not have to decide what to do, as the conference room next to Diane's office filled with European insurance executives, come to discuss the situation. They politely ignored Frank's face as Diane made the introductions. They were all people from the 4 biggest reinsurance companies: Munich Re, Swiss Re, GE Insurance Solutions, and General Re. 2 CEOs were there, also chief risk officers, heads for sustainability management, and some men who were NatCat guys, as they called it, scientists expert in natural catastrophes, and the mathematical modeling used to develop scenarios and assign risk values. We 4 handle well over half of the total premium volume in reinsurance, the Swiss Re CEO told Diane and the rest. Ours is a specialized function, and so we are going to need help. Already we are stretched to the limit, and this winter is going very badly in Europe, as you know. And here too, of course. The destruction is really severe. Food shortages will come very quickly if winters become like this regularly. We are having to raise premiums immediately just to make this first round of payouts. Reinsurance is just one part of a distributed load, but in a situation like this, essentially unprecedented, reinsurance is caught at the end of the stick. This may be the last payout that reinsurance will be able to afford to make. After that, the system will be overwhelmed, and then there will have to be a bailout by governments. So, naturally, they were interested in mitigation possibilities, and they had heard at the UN that the most advanced work in the U.S. was being done here at NSF. Diane agreed that this was so, and told them about the North Atlantic project they were evaluating. It turned out they had been discussing the same idea among themselves. All over Europe, people hoped it might be possible to restart the Gulf Stream, because otherwise, European food self-sufficiency was in danger. The Gen Re NatCat expert suggested that surfactants might be spread on the ocean surface to increase evaporation, which would thereby increase the salinity on the surface. Take away water instead of just adding salt, Diane said, looking over at Frank. That's good. We've been coming up with some pretty high values for the amount of salt likely to be needed. They punched up the PowerPoint slides and ran through the isopycnal tables, each curve on the graph suggestive of the slide of cold, salty water down the isopycnal surface to the sea floor. The cold winter they were now experiencing might also help this plan to restart the circulation, the NatCat expert pointed out. The Arctic sea ice might bulk up to a thickness that wouldn't break up and drift south when spring came. Surface temperatures would then drop in the fall as they always did, and if they had gotten a fleet loaded with salt and into position, clouds might also be seeded to the west to keep precipitation out of the region as much as possible. Everyone seemed to agree they were on to something. Diane explained that the UN was aware of the plan and approved it in principle. The remaining problems were likely to be financial and logistical, and perhaps political, within the United States. But maybe the United States was not a make-or-break participant, the Europeans seemed to be suggesting. Neither Diane nor Frank had ever entertained that notion before, but as the Europeans talked about finances, it became an implication too clear to miss, and Frank and Diane exchanged the blank glance that had replaced raised eyebrows between them to express discreet surprise. "We insure each other," one of them said. "We keep a kind of emergency fund available. This is not actually very expensive compared to some projects we have been contemplating." "Wow," Frank said to Diane, with another blank look. He was reading in his sleeping bag when his cell phone rang and he snatched it up.
Frank, it's Caroline.
Oh, good.
Are you all right?
I'm all right. I broke my nose. It's all stuffed up.
Oh, no. What happened?
I'll tell you about it when we meet.
Okay, good. Can you meet?
Of course. I have 2 black eyes.
That's okay. Listen, can we meet at your place in Rock Creek Park?
He swallowed. Are you sure?
Yes.
Is it known where it is?
Yes, but I think I can help with that.
Oh, well. Sure. I wanted to show it to you anyway.
Tell me where to meet you.
He descended and crossed the park. His heart was beating hard, his lip throbbing. Everything seemed transparent at the edges, the branches tossing and crashing in slow motion. What a slow pace time had when you paid attention to it. At the corner of Broad Branch and Grant, he stood in a shadow, listening to the city and the roar of the wind, watching the luminous cloud pour south overhead. He shivered convulsively, started to hop and dance in place to regenerate some heat. She turned the corner and he stepped out into the light of a street lamp. She saw him and quickly crossed the street, banged into him with a hug, started to kiss him, but drew back.
Oh my God, sorry. Your poor face.
It doesn't feel that bad.
Let's go to your place, she said.
Sure. He turned and led her into the park. Under the trees, he took her by the hand. He followed the cross trail. Even if she couldn't see it, the footing would be better.
Wow, you're really in here.
Yes. So now your surveillance knows I'm here? How did that happen?
She tugged at his hand. You know your stuff is chipped, right?
No, what's that?
Microchips.
He stopped, and she stood beside him, squeezing his hand, holding his arm with her other hand. This was how the Gibbons often touched.
You know how everything now is sold with an electronic chip in it? They're really small, but they bounce a microwave back to a reader with their ID and location. Businesses use them for inventory. All kinds of stuff.
How do they know what stuff is mine?
Because you bought most of it with credit cards. It's easy.
She sounded almost exasperated. She wanted him up to speed on this stuff. So they always know where I am?
If you're within the range of a source beam, which you are most places in D.C.
Shit. She squeezed his arm.
But not out here.
Frank started walking again. For a second he did not remember where they were, and he had to stop and think about it before he could go on. No one will be able to track us up in my tree?
No. The usual chips don't have much range. Someone would have to be out here with a scanner nearby.
Is my stock still rising?
Yes.
But why?
Not sure. Whatever you're up to at NSF, I guess.
He looked over his shoulder. Maybe it was meeting you that did it.
Ha ha.
He could tell by the drag from her hand that she wasn't amused by this. But we'll be okay now, he repeated.
Yes. Well, in terms of being tracked tonight. But if someone came out here, it might be different. I brought a reader wand with me, and I think we can clean you out. Maybe even move all the chips somewhere else, so it will look like you've moved. I don't know. I've never de-chipped anyone before.
Frank thought about this as they crossed Ross and made the final drop to the edge of the gorge. Under his tree, he took out his remote and called down Miss Piggy. He looked at the remote. I bought this with a credit card, he said.
Radio Shack?
Jesus. She laughed.
I just guessed that, but it's in your records, I'm sure.
Shit. Miss Piggy hummed down out of the night,
looking like the ladder you climbed to get into the flying saucer hovering overhead. Frank showed her where to grab, where to step. "You go first and I'll hold it steady. That'll be better." Up she went, quick and lithe, soon a black mass in the stars overhead, like a bowl on the trunk. It took her a while at the top, and he shook his head, thinking she must think he was nuts. When she was off, he climbed swiftly, pulled through the entry hole. "Sorry, the last part can be the trickiest." "No problem. This is so cool." "Huh, thanks." He sat down beside her. "I'm glad you like it." "I love it. We used to have a treehouse in our backyard." "Really? Where was this?" "Outside Boston. My dad built it in a big old tree. I don't know what kind it was, but it was wider than it was tall. We had several platforms and a big staircase running down to the ground." "Nice." "This is smaller," she noted, and pulled closer to him. They sat side by side, cold hands entwined on top of her legs. The wind was tossing the tree gently north and south. "It's like a nest." "Yes. We can get out of the wind if we need to," he said, indicating the tent behind them. "I like it out here, if it doesn't get too cold." "Let's use it as a wind block, then." They shifted into the lee of the tent, bumping against each other as the tree swayed. "It's like being on a train." "Or a ship." "Yes, I suppose so." They huddled together. Frank felt too strange to kiss. He was distracted, and it was hard to get used to the presence of someone else in his treehouse. Do you think you could show me what you mean about the chips?" She dug in her jacket pocket, took out a short metal wand, like the devices used by airport security. "Do you have some light?" "Sure," he said, and clicked on the Coleman lamp. The lit circle on the plywood floor gleamed under them, ruining their night vision. The wind hooted and moaned. She had him bring his belongings to her one by one. Sometimes she would get a beep as she passed the wand over them, and these she put to one side. Clock, lightweight sleeping bag, some of the clothes, even the little stove. "Damn," he said. "Yeah, that's the way it is. You're not as bad as some. A lot of your gear must be pretty old." "It definitely is." "That's the way to do it. If you want to get out from under surveillance, you have to go back in time." "You mean only use old stuff?" "That's right. But really you don't want to get yourself entirely clear. That would trigger interest you don't want. But there are levels and levels. You could make it so that nothing on you tells where you are at any given moment. That might not even be noticed. The program would just use the stuff you do have, like your phone. It would assume you are where your phone is." "I see. Damn." "I know." She had finished with his things. Now she leaned away from him, sweeping the foot of the platform methodically, right to left, coming back to them by a foot or so per sweep, then past them and to the wide part at his head, and around the corner. Then inside the tent. It was a small platform, but she was being thorough. "I don't think it's known that you're up in a tree. Before you told me, I thought you were just camped out in the woods on the ground. I wonder if anyone's come out to ground check you." She waved the wand over him, and it beeped. "Shit," she said. She moved him. It wasn't where he was sitting. It was him. "Maybe my clothes?" She grinned. "We'll have to check. Get into the tent." They brought the Coleman lamp inside with them, zipped down the tent door. Frank turned on his little battery heater, and they watched its element turn orange and begin radiating.
The wind was still noisy, and they could feel the tree swaying, but the warm air cocooned them. She helped him unbutton his shirt, pull it off. The air was still cold. "Your poor face." She ran the wand over him. It beeped when she held it over the middle of his back. "Interesting. That's the same spot it was on me."
"You were chipped too?"
"That's right."
"By who?"
She didn't answer. "Here, turn your back to the lamp. Have you got an extra flashlight? Yes? Good. Here, let me." She inspected him. He could feel her fingers on his back, poking and then squeezing. "Aha, there it is."
"You sure it isn't just a blackhead?"
"Actually, it looks more like a tick. You know how when you pull off a tick and part of it breaks in you?"
"Yuck. You're grooming me."
"That's right. Then it'll be your turn to groom me." She kissed the nape of his neck. "Hold steady now. I brought some tweezers."
"How did you get yours out?"
"I had a hell of a time. I had to use a barbecue tong, like a back-scratcher. I watched in the mirror and gouged it out."
"Backstabber."
"Yes. I stabbed myself in the back. But I'll never do it to you. Except for now."
"Don't make me laugh or I'll bleed on you."
"You're going to bleed anyway." She poked gently at his back.
"How the hell did they get it in me?"
"Don't know." "When you hurt your nose, did you go to a hospital?"
"Yes, I was there for a few hours."
"Maybe that was when." "Okay, here it is. Hold steady." Then a quick cut. Frank held himself immobile. Now she was wiping off his back with her fingers and kissing his spine at the base of his neck. She ripped open a little square Band-Aid and applied it to the spot.
"You thought of everything,"
he said. "I hope so."
"What about you?"
"What do you mean?" He picked up the wand. "Oh, that. I think I'm okay." But he ran it over her anyway, and it beeped over her back. Her mouth tightened to a hard line. Shit.
"It wasn't there before?"
"No." She ripped off her jacket, took the wand and ran it over it. No beep. She pulled her shirt off over her head. Shocking, lovely curve of freckled white skin, spine deep in a furrow of muscles, ribs, shoulder blades. The curve of her right breast in its bra cup as she faced away from him. He ran the wand over her back, listened for the beep, watched for the green lights on its black face. Like finding the stud in a wall, but nothing. He ran it over her crumpled shirt, and it beeped.
"Aha."
"Okay," she said, spreading the shirt out and inspecting it. "That's good. Here, it'll just be a few millimeters long." She ran the wand closely over the shirt, inspected the part under the beeping. In a seam. Yep, here it is. She cut with a pair of keychain scissors, held up a tiny black cylinder like a tiny bike pump valve stopper.
"Maybe there's another one in your bra,"
Frank suggested, and she laughed and leaned forward to kiss him, and then they were hugging hard, kissing lightly, she only brushing her lips against his, murmuring, Oh, it must hurt. Watch out, I'm going to hurt you." And him replying, "It's all right, kiss me." They got off the rest of their clothes and onto his ground pad, under his unzipped sleeping bags, all warm and cozy and yet still bobbing on the wind, finally completing the dive that they had launched in their stuck elevator so many months before. They finally fell in and were both seized up in it together. This was Frank's overriding impression, to the extent he had any thoughts at all. The togetherness of it. She kissed him gingerly, squeezed him hard, as sure with her caresses as she had been with her little surgery. Frank began to bleed again down the back of his throat. He tasted blood, and was afraid she could too. "I'm going to bleed on you, I'm afraid." "Here, let's turn over." She straightened her left leg under his right, and they rolled to that side together, as if they had done it 1,000 times before, then crabbed back onto the mattress pad. Frank swallowed blood, held her as she moved on him. Off they went again. Afterward she lay beside him, her head on his chest. He could feel that she could hear his heartbeat. He ran his fingers through the tight curls of her hair. "Wow." "I know." "I needed that." "Me too." She shifted her head to look at him. "How long has it been for you?" Frank calculated. Marta, the last time. Quite some time before she moved out. Some of those last times had been very strange. Sex as hatred, sex as despair. Usually he managed not to know that a nearly eidetic memory of those encounters had been seared into him, but now he glimpsed them, quickly shoved them away again in his mind. "About a year and a half?" "Jesus." "It's been 4 years for me." "What?" "That's right." She made a face. "I told you, we don't get along." "But—" "I know. That's just the way it is. He has other interests." "Someone else, you mean?" "I don't know." "But that chip in your shirt." "That was him." "So he keeps tabs on you?" "Yes." "But why?" She shrugged. "Just to do it. I don't know, really. He started working with another agency, and it seems to have gotten worse since then. He's always been kind of obsessive. It's a control thing." "So this new job is with another security agency?" "Oh, yes. I think it's linked to Homeland Security. Maybe just a black inside it." "So, these chips. Will he know you've been here?" "No. He would have to be following me. The chips ping back a radio signal with their information and location, but the range isn't very big. It's getting bigger, though, and they've been installing a network of transmitters that will give comprehensive coverage in the capital area. But it hasn't been activated yet, as far as I know. I think you still need to be tracking to get a bounce from a chip. Not that he wouldn't do that, too. But he's out of town." Frank didn't know what to say. Long silence. They let it go. There they were, after all, just the two of them, rocking back and forth. She lay her head on his chest. Back and forth, back and forth. "This feels so good. It's like being in a cradle." "Yes," Frank said. "You can tell which direction the wind is coming from. See, it's coming from the north, from behind our head. When it swings toward our feet, there's a little pause at the end, while the wind holds it out there. Then it springs back with an extra little push, like it's been released. Whereas behind our heads we're going into the wind, so it slows sooner and makes the turnaround quicker, with no extra acceleration from the release. See? Feel that?" "No." She giggled. "Feel it again. Downwind, upwind, downwind, upwind. They're different." So they are. Like a little hitch." "Yes." "It's like clocks going tick-tock. Supposedly there's hardly any difference between the two sounds."
True. Frank felt a deep breath fill him, lifting her head. I'm glad you don't think I'm crazy. Me? I'm in no position to think anyone else is crazy. I am fully out there myself. Maybe we all are now. Maybe so. They lay there, swaying back and forth. Please, time, stop now. The wind strummed the forest. They could hear individual gusts sweep across the watershed. Creaking branches, the occasional snap and crash, all within a huge, airy whoosh, keening and hooting, filling everything with its continuo. They talked quietly about tree houses. She told him all about the one in her backyard, her nights out, her tea parties, her cats, a neighborhood raccoon, a possum. I thought it was a big rat. It scared me to death. Frank told her about his love for the Swiss family treehouse at Disneyland. I had a plan to hide when the park closed. Tom Sawyer Island was divided by a fence, with a maintenance area north of the public part. I was sure I could swing around the fence and hide, but then I would be stuck on the island. I decided in the summer that would be okay. I could swim over to Frontierland and sneak through New Orleans to the tree. Clothes on my head, towel, the whole bit. I practiced swimming without my arms. She laughed. Why didn't you do it? I couldn't think of anything to tell my parents. I didn't want them to worry. Good boy. Well, I would have gotten in such trouble. True. Later she said, Do you think we could open the tent and look at the stars? Would we get blasted by wind? Somewhat. We can move halfway out and zip down the tent door. I do that a lot. Okay, let's try it. He zipped open the tent. The cold poured in on them, and they bundled into the sleeping bag. Frank zipped it up until only their faces emerged from the hood of the bag. Set properly on the ground pad, they started to warm up against each other. They kissed as much as Frank's face could handle, which was not much. When they started to make love, they fell into it more languorously. They moved with the sway of the tree in the wind, a slow back and forth, like being on a train or truly huge waterbed. But this was too perfect, and they started to laugh. They had to break rhythm with the tree, and they did. Afterward he said, What should I do about these chips? I'll leave you this wand. You can get completely clear, and they might not have this spot GPS'd. Could you move to another tree, with stuff you're sure is clean? I guess so. It's all pretty modular, sure. Frank realized he had grown fond of his tree, even though there were 10,000 others just like it all around him. That way, if you kept it a clean site, they wouldn't know where you were, when you were away from your van anyway. I'd have to leave a lot of stuff in the van. They would think you were living in it. You'd have to wand yourself when you came up here and see if you'd picked anything up. If you wanted to be serious about it, you'd get rid of the van and cell phone and only use public stuff, and buy everything with cash. We call it devolving. Frank laughed. I've been trying to do that anyway. I can see that. But you'd have to do it in this other area. He nodded. He put his face into the hair on the top of her head. Tight curls, a kind of lemon and cypress shampoo. He felt her body on his, and another jolt of desire ran through him. She was helping him. She was strong, bold, interested. She liked him. She wanted him. After 4 years, she would probably want anybody, but now it was him. What about you? He said. She shrugged. So does he know that you know he's spying on you? He must.
Her grimace, as underlit by Frank's floor lamp, gave her the look of one of the Kembali demon masks. Fear, despair, anger. Seeing it, Frank felt a wave of deep dislike for her husband pour through him. He wanted to get rid of him. Remove him like a chip. Protect her. Make her happy. "But we don't talk about it," she was saying. "That sounds bad." "It is bad. I need to get out of there. But there are some complications having to do with his new job. Some things I need to do first." She fell silent, and her body, though still on top of his, was not melted into him as before. This was another new sensation. Her otherness, naked and on top of him. He shivered and pulled the down bag back over their heads. "So you got your payphone numbers?" "Yes." He had remembered despite the injury. "And when will we talk?" 9 p.m. every Friday? "Sure. And if we have to miss for some reason, the next week for sure. And if we miss again, I'll call your cell phone." "Okay. Good." Her warmth coursed into him. Up in the tree, they hugged each other. This moment of the storm. "Oh, good," he said. Leap before you look. Now winter was here in earnest. A series of brutal storms fell on the city, like the ones that had struck London, only drier, all of them windy and cold, not very much snow, but that only made them seem colder. Kenzo said there hadn't been a winter like this since the Younger Dryas. It was worse than the Little Ice Age of the 14th century, a true North Atlantic stall event. Average temperatures in eastern North America and Western Europe down by a full 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Frank spent as much time as he could out in these storms. He loved being in them. He loved the way he felt after the night with Caroline. The walking on air sensation returned, obviously a specific body awareness in response to certain emotional states, giving birth to the cliché, lightness of being. Then, also, the intense winter was like moving into ever higher altitudes, or ever higher latitudes. He was in the wilderness, and he was in love. And the combination was a kind of ecstatic state, a new realm of joy. The joy which will not let me sit in my chair, which brings me bolt upright to my feet, and sends me striding around my room like a tiger in his cage. And I cannot have composure and concentration enough even to set down in English words the thought which thrills me. What if I never write a book or a line? For a moment, the eyes of my eyes were opened. Emerson for the day, indeed. A man who knew how joy could loft you. No wonder they named schools after him. You could learn a lot just by reading him alone. He snowshoed the park regularly, but also began to range more broadly in the city, taking long walks on each side of the park. This was where the homeless guys were finding refuge, and where the Freegans and Fearles made their homes. Frank decided that whenever he did not know what to do, he was to go out and visit as many of the bros and the other homeless of Northwest as he could, and make sure their gear kit was up to the ferocity of the elements. Even if he found total strangers huddled on the metro vents and in the other little heat sinks of the city, he talked to them too, and if they were at all responsive, he got them under another layer of nylon at the very least. Most had some down or wool on them, but a surprising number were still shivering under cotton, cardboard, plastic, foam rubber, newspaper.
Frank could only shake his head. "Don't wear cotton," he would insist to perfect strangers. Some of them even recognized him as Johnny Appletent. He started visiting thrift stores and sporting goods stores, too, buying overlooked or sale items, particularly synthetic clothes, and cheap but effective down bags. Once he bought a whole rack of Capilene long underwear and matching long-sleeved shirts. These were really nice, similar to one of the inner layers he wore himself, and the next time he was out in the park and saw some of the bros were back in Sleepy Hollow, their shelters more knockabout than ever, he threw a top-bottom pair, knotted together, into each one of them. "Here, wear this against your skin. Nothing but this stuff against your skin. No cotton. Throw all that cotton crap away. You're going to freeze in that cotton shit." "It's fucking cold." "Yeah, it's cold. Get this gear on and stay out of the wind when it blows." "No shit." Andy said, "It's not the cold, it's the wind." The wind. Yeah, that's right. "That's what everybody says." Frank snorted. That's for sure. It was the new truism, and already Frank was sick of it. Just as in summer people said, "It's not the heat, it's the humidity," until you wanted to scream. In the winter they said, "It's not the cold, it's the wind." So tedious to hear over and over. But Andy's default mode was repetition of the obvious, so this new mantra was unavoidable. Certainly it was true. On windless nights, Frank snowshoed through the forest, completely removed from the cold. His exertion warmed him, and his heat was trapped in his layers of clothing, under jacket and wind pants. The only problem was not to break a sweat. He might as well have been in a spacesuit. But in a wind, everything changed. How big the world became, yes, but how cold, too. His outer layer was as wind-proofed as you could get, but the wind still rattled through it and sucked at every move he made. On the very worst nights, if he wanted to walk into the wind, he had to turn his back to it and crab backwards to keep his face from frostbite. During the days, he had taken to wearing sunglasses with a nosepiece, because with his nose numb all the time, he couldn't be sure if it was getting frostbitten or not. More than once it had been white in the mirror when he got back in his van. The nosepiece helped with that, as well as giving him a medieval look, like a burgher out of Bruegel. Icicles of snot would hang from the tip of it at the end of a walk, but his nose would stay warm. Fine for his poor nose, but then he discovered there were other protrusions that also needed extra protection. He finished one long tramp on a windy Saturday afternoon, stopped in the forest to pee, and discovered to his dismay that his penis was as numb as his nose. Numb with cold, meaning, oh my. Yes, it was thawing out in his hand, as painful a needling effect as he had ever felt, a burning agony lasting some 10 minutes. He cried, and his nose ran, and it all froze on his face. An unusual demonstration of the density of nerve endings in that area, as in that old illustration of the human body, in which the parts were sized in proportion to how many nerves they had, making a nightmare figure with giant mouth, hands, and genitalia. The lunch runners already knew all about this problem. Penile frostbite was a serious concern, and extra precautions simply had to be taken. At the least, a sock or glove jammed into one's shorts, but also windproof nylon shorts, longer jackets, all that kind of thing. What you need is a rabbit fur jockstrap, the fur side in, of course. You could make a fortune selling those. So, Frank never again forgot to pay attention to this matter, And not just for himself. A couple weeks later, when he clattered into Sleepy Hollow, "Hey, nosebleed." "Hello, gentlemen. How are your penises?" "Yeah!" Cackles, laughter. "Now the truth comes out. Now we know what he's here for." "You wish. Are you managing to stay unfrostbitten?" "No." Various grumbles and moans. "Look, there's a shelter open over by UDC. It's the closed high school's gym and some classrooms, too. It's pretty nice." "We know. Fuck you." "Mr. Nose, Mr. Nosy Noser, Mr. Nosy Nose that knows it all." "Yeah, well, it beats freezing to death." "Yaw, fuck off. We have our ways. It is our fate to stay out here, but we will survive." "I hope so." Friday came, and he went out to eat at a Mexican restaurant on Wisconsin, near the metro. He could tell already this would become his Friday night routine. It was an unpretentious little place where Frank could sit at the bar reading his laptop. Go to emersonfortheday.net. Search Fate. Mountains are great poets, and one glance at this cliff undoes a great deal of prose. All life, all society begins to get illuminated and transparent, and we generalize boldly and well. Space is felt as a great thing. There is some pinch and narrowness to us, and we laugh and leap to see forest and sea, which yet are but lanes and crevices to the great space in which the world swims like a cockboat in the sea. So true. But that turned out to be from the essay, Fate, not about fate per se. Try again. Word search in texts. The right use of fate is to bring up our conduct to the loftiness of nature. A man ought to compare advantageously with a river, an oak, or a mountain. He shall have not less the flow, the expansion, and the resistance of these. Oh my, yes. So well put. What a perceptive and eloquent worshipper of nature old Waldo was. And why not? New England had heroic weather, often casting its prosaic forest right up to the heights of the Himalaya or the shores of the Arctic. But it was almost 9. He hopped up and paid his bill using cash, which he did as often as he could now. The payphone he had chosen was in the Bethesda Metro complex itself, down by the bus stop. There were several phones in a row, and he went to the one on the end and pulled out a phone card, ran it through the slot, dialed her number. No answer. He let it ring a long time, then hung up. He stood by the phone, thinking things over. Was this bad? She had said it might not work every week. He had no idea what her daily routine was. How did that work, with a husband you hadn't slept with for 4 years? When the phone rang, he jumped a foot and snatched it up. "Hello?" "Hi, Frank, it's Caroline. Did you call before?" "Yes." "Sorry, this was as early as I could make it. I was hoping you'd still be there." "Sure. We should have a kind of window anyway." "True." "So, how's it going?" "Oh, crazy. All over the place." "Everything's okay?" "Yes." Gingerly, they re-established the intimacy they had inhabited the week before. It was hard over the phone, but that voice in his ear brought back a lot of it, and he took chances. "How are things going at home?" "I thought of you." Then she was telling him about her relationship, a bit, and the link between them was there again, that sense of closeness she could establish with a look or a touch, or, now, with her voice, clear and low. The distance between her and her husband had existed for years, she said, maybe since the beginning. They had met at work. He was older. He had been one of her bosses, now in a different agency. Blacker than black. They had not had any huge fights, ever, but for some years now he had not been home much, or showed any interest in her sexually. Incredible, Frank said. But before they had met, he had worked for a while in Afghanistan, so who knew where he was at? That gave him a chill. How did you two ever hook up? He couldn't help saying. I don't know. My sister says I like to fix messed up guys. Not that I mean you, she added in a rush. Frank only laughed. That's all right. Maybe your sister was right. I am certainly messed up, but you are fixing me. And you me, believe me. But then, she went on, she had discovered by accident that he had chipped her. Why, she could not be sure, and a Cold War, silent and strange, had gone on since then. Frank shivered at the thought of this. They talked about other things then. Their workouts, the weather. I thought about you the other night when it got windy. Me, you too. Their windy night. Oh my. I want to see you again, she said. When can we? I don't know. I'll look for a chance. There's some stuff happening I may have to deal with. Maybe I'll have something set up by next week. Okay, next week then. Which one of us should call, by the way? I'll call you. I'll start with this same number. Okay, good. He walked back to his van, passing first their elevator box on Wisconsin Avenue, then the little park where they had met the first 2 times. His Caroline places. This would be a new addition to his set of habits, he could tell, and all the rest would be transformed by it. He had gone feral. He had gone optimodal. He had become the Alpine man, and on Friday evenings he would get to talk to his Caroline on the phone, and those talks would lift and carry everything else, including the next time they met in person. But faster than Frank could follow, Winter went from the sublime to the ridiculous, and then to the catastrophic. He was enjoying it right up to the moment it started killing people. That night, for instance, it was cold, but not terribly so. There wasn't much wind, and its bite was invigorating. It made so much difference how you were experiencing it, not just what you wore, but how you felt about it. If you thought of it as an Emersonian transcendental expedition, ascending further in psychic altitude or latitude the colder it got, then it was just now getting really interesting. They were up to like the Canadian Arctic or the High Sierra, and that was beautiful. A destination devoutly to be wished. The temperatures the following week plummeted from that already low point, an astonishing development no matter what they had been reading in the newspapers about other places. And that drop took them out to the equivalent of Antarctica or the Himalayas, both very dangerous places to be. The first big drop was like a cold snap in a cold front, barreling in from Edmonton. It arrived at midnight, and by 2 a.m. he could not get warm even in his sleeping bag. A rare experience for him, and frightening as such. He fired up the space heater and cooked the air in the tent for a while, and that helped. But the heat sucked out the tent the moment he killed the heater, and after a couple of burns, he decided he had to go for a walk, maybe even a drive, to soak in some of the van's warmth. Climbing down Miss Piggy was a nasty surprise. He started to swing in the wind, and then his hands got too cold to hold onto the rungs properly, so that he had to hook his elbows over and hang on for dear life, waiting for the wind to calm, but it didn't calm. He had to continue one rung at a time, setting his feet as securely as possible and then reaching down for another elbow hook, one rung at a time. Finally, he dropped onto the snow. He pushed the remote, but the ladder did not swing up into the night. Battery too cold. Really, very cold. You could only survive exposure in this kind of cold with the appropriate gear. Even ensconced in his spacesuit, Frank was struggling to stay warm. This was a temperature equivalent to being in the death zones of Everest or the Antarctic Plateau. And yet people were still out there in cotton. Out there in blue jeans and black leather jackets, for God's sake. Newspaper insulation for the most hapless. And the animals, all but the polar ones, they would be dying if they weren't in one of the shelters. The wind cut him in a way he had felt only a few times before, most of those in the Yukon's Cirque of the Unclimbables, on multi-day wall climbs. For it to happen in this semi-tropical city was bizarre, and an immediate emergency. And indeed, it sounded like people were calling 911. He could hear sirens from every direction. He could take care of himself, of course. Ceaseless motion was the key. So he hiked hard, but even so he got cold. He had forgotten what a furious assault cold made on you